Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this video, we're going to know about what is required before you start a website, what you should know before you start the website. So this is going to be the first lecture that is going to be helpful for you. That is going to actually guide you through the next couple of topics. So let's just discuss the topics that we would be covering. So the first topic is what all is required. So that means what all is required to build a website and what all you would be requiring. That would be the basic necessity that you would have to have before actually going through with this course. So the next topic would be the software option. So I'll provide you with certain software options that you can use for your, in your system, in your PC or in your Mac. Next, we'll be talking about the recommended softwares. Recommended software simply means the softwares that I would be using during this course. So you can choose to do on that and choose to work on that, as well as you can choose the other software options that are available, right? It would be more convenient if you choose the ones that I use, so that everything stays the same, although there won't be any difference even if you choose the different softwares. So next is the website requirements. So we'll also discuss regarding what all is required to build a website, right? And these are the topics that we would be covering in this video, in this particular lecture. So let's start with the first one, and that is what all is required. So basically, to build a website, what you need is, one is hardware and second is software and services. So the hardware part, you have to have an internet, because there are a lot of things that we would need to download or use the services using the internet. So you'll have to have an internet and a laptop or a computer. You can say a computer, a desktop basically, or a laptop. That these two are a mandatory hardware that you have to have. The next is the software and the service. So in the software, you need to have a browser. You need to have, there has to be a PC with a local server installed in it. So I'll tell you about the local server, and I'll also tell you how to install the local server, and to operate the or create or and operate your WordPress website on your PC. You need to have a server, which I will tell you which one to use and which options are available. And on the internet, you need to have a domain and hosting, right? We'll also discuss what is a domain and hosting in the next topic, but for this particular topic, these are the requirements that you need, for if you need to start your website. So let's look at the software options. So in the software, the browser. So firstly is the browser, because browser is the gateway to internet, and anything you have to do, you have to open the browser, then only can you access the internet. And we'll be downloading a lot of things. We'll be working on, anything that we have to create it, we have to see it on the our browsers. So browser is the very, very important thing. Without that, we cannot operate. So the browser, the first thing is, like, for a PC, you can either use a Chrome or a Firefox, right? And for like the Mac, you can use Chrome, Firefox, or Safari. It is all good. The local machine server. So what happens is, like, as I told you, we need to have a server. And for the PC, you can use WAMP, XAMPP, MAMP, or AMPS. All of these would work. For Mac, you can use MAMP, XAMPP, or AMPS. The FTP clients would also be necessary. So you can either choose CyberDuck for PC and FileZilla, either of them. Or for Mac, you can use CyberDuck or FileZilla. So either of these options you can choose from. Now let's talk about the softwares that I recommend that you use. So for browser, I would recommend, for PC, you can either use Chrome or Firefox. For Mac, also Chrome or Firefox. Also, I would, to shorten this list, I would recommend to do things on Chrome, because I'll be mostly working on Chrome. I might switch to Firefox for some things, but mostly I would be working on Chrome. But that doesn't change the option. You can definitely use Firefox. Most of the things will appear, most of the things happen in the same way. It's just like a little bit difference you'll find in the appearance. So that's very minor, but the operation and the procedure, everything remains the same, no matter whichever browser you choose. The next is the local machine server. So the local machine server, I would be using XAMPP. So I would recommend you use XAMPP itself, right? So because the way it starts and the way the local server machines they start is a little different. So apart from that, everything is the same. You use the SQL and you use the Apache server, that is all the same. So you don't need to worry about it. I would just recommend go for XAMPP, right? Either for PC or either for Mac. Next is the FTP clients. So in the FTP clients, I would use CyberDuck. So any of the both of them, I would recommend you use CyberDuck, because there's a major difference between FileZilla. Although the procedure is like the things that we do in both of them is the same thing, but the procedure and the interface is little different. So I would recommend do go for CyberDuck, either for PC or Mac. Go for CyberDuck. So let's talk about the website requirements. So as I told you, you can install the WordPress and build your website on your PC without the internet connection also. And you can take your website live so that it is accessible to the world on the live server. So we'll have to purchase a hosting. We'll have to go to the companies like GoDaddy and all to actually purchase the domain hosting, and that will make our website live, that is available to the world. But as long as you don't want your website to be live and you just want it for practice, you can go for your own machine as well, so other people won't be able to access it. But with this being said, the local server also allows you to actually create your website, and you can do anything like from creating your website, and you can create a lot of variations in the WordPress in a local server itself. For testing, local server is really good, right? But I would obviously recommend on the later stage you will have to switch to live server, because live server does give you certain options that are not available in the local server. So at a point, you'll have to move to live server if you actually need to experience this course with if you're really serious and you want a greater intensity in your learning. You would have to go to live server for a better hands-on. Okay, this being said, let's come back to the website requirements. So from the local server, we will need to install a local server, that is the XAMPP server, and configure WordPress inside it. So we will firstly create a server in our own machine, and then we'll install the WordPress inside it. So we'll be using Chrome browser to configure the WordPress and the database. So database is a place where everything gets stored. We'll be discussing about the terminologies also. But for the time being, for the live server, you will need to purchase a hosting and a domain to work on. So we shall configure the WordPress on the live server also. So we'll learn on the live server, we'll learn on the local server. So this is going to give you a great insight, and you'll be able to actually install the and operate the WordPress and build your website on the local server, as well as if you plan to take it to the next level and you want to take it to the serious level, then you can actually build your website, and you can make it available for all the people to see in the world. So I hope so, guys, you got a basic idea of what all is required for this creating this website, and how you can create, what are the procedures, and like what are the basic requirements for the hardware, softwares, and you got a basic idea of what all is needed. The practical thing, like from downloading to installing these things, I'll be telling you in the next upcoming lectures, and we'll get a hold of everything what I've told you in this video. This is just to get an idea of what we'll be working on. So guys, that's all for this video. I hope so everything was clear to you. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. So in this video, we will be discussing regarding the basics of the WordPress as a software, and how it is used in the local machine as well as on the live server. So let's just get down with the topics. So firstly, I'll be discussing what is WordPress, and secondly, I'll be talking about the main common problem, that is the WordPress.com versus the WordPress.org. So let's move to the first topic, that what is WordPress. So WordPress is basically a CMS that's built upon the PHP framework, and it allows you to create the websites without coding. So a CMS stands for the content management system, which is it usually has a backend. Now, when I say a content management system, it simply means it has a backend to manage the users, and to manage the front end functionalities, and so that you have a database. Also, there's also a database that is being managed, and it is a place to manage how the you can control the front end options. So that is a content management system. It will help you to manage all your the users, the settings, and everything. So that is what the WordPress provides you. And it originally started as a blogging platform, but now it is being used to create all types of web applications. So now the best part about the WordPress is that it has a massive share of about 40% of the websites, ranging from the small to big brands that are built upon it. So nowadays the WordPress is being used for the e-commerce and for the simple portfolio websites. Every new blogger that you see is has a WordPress website that is being built upon the WordPress itself. And it gives you a range of variety. It gives you a vast range where you can build a simple website that is like a static website, as well as a blog, and even more, like you can build up e-commerce websites, and after that you can also think about making web application nowadays. So WordPress is a platform. Nowadays it has the community has developed so far that it can almost allow you to build anything on WordPress. So this is all about WordPress. Now let's come to the next topic, that is WordPress.com versus WordPress.org. So the WordPress.com is a website which offers you managed hostings for WordPress. Now about the hosting, we'll be discussing what is hosting and what is domain. But in general, it offers you to host your website on their servers. So WordPress.com is like a paid service that is being offered by WordPress itself to host your website on their servers, right? So it has a plan-based option that you can avail, and it does not offer you to download the WordPress because you have to build your website. They'll give you a custom installation of the WordPress, and you'll be working on that installation. And all your the servers are hosted everywhere around the world, and you'll be installing your particular domain on their servers. Depending upon the plan, you'll be having certain features that are available, that would be available for that particular plan that you choose. And the WordPress.org on the other hand is like the WordPress repository. So it will have everything. It will have all the firstly, the WordPress would be available for free. You can download it and install it on your local server. And the WordPress repository has the themes and the plugins. So they have the free version of everything. For the themes, for the plugins, we'll be discussing about what are themes and plugins when we go down in the next couple of videos. But like in a general introduction, the WordPress.org is like a library that has that holds all the possible softwares and which are related to WordPress, while WordPress.com is like a hosting machine. It has hosting servers which you have to purchase, and it's kind of like renting a space on the internet. So you purchase their servers, and they give you a custom managed installations for WordPress on which you can build your website. So you'll just have an access to the WordPress dashboard and not to the server itself, right? And once you download WordPress from WordPress.org, you will have complete control of how to configure the servers or how to download and how to build your website. So that is like the basic difference between WordPress.com and WordPress.org. If in case you're not able to figure this thing out, don't worry, we're going for the practical as well. So you will get to know what exactly is the difference between WordPress.org and WordPress.com. So let's go to actually go to the browsers and check out what is WordPress.com and what is WordPress.org. So guys, like I have opened up my browser and I typed wordpress.org, and this is like this website that is available for wordpress.org. And if you can see, this part has all the documentations, the plugins, the support, and everything, because it is a very, very vast community which has been there for a very long time, since the origin of the WordPress. And over here you'll find every type of documentation regarding the plugins, regarding WordPress, regarding the new features that are available, the latest launch or the latest version of the WordPress, right? And you'll get to know about the themes and the plugins that are available for free. Also, there's they also provide you their themes and plugins which are available to use, which are paid, right? So you have an option to choose the paid plugins, or you have an option to choose the free plugins. But the WordPress repository itself provides you with the free stuff. So over here you can see like a general introduction of the WordPress, what it does, right? If you go down, and you'll also get an option to download the WordPress. We'll be doing this in the next video. We'll be actually downloading and installing the WordPress, but for the time being, this is the place where we're going to go for downloads, and this is the place where we're going to go for the documentation. You can just browse over it, explore it a little bit, and you'll get to know we have the plugins, we have the themes, right? We have the support, and it even has a blog, right? that you can read, and all the new bloggers, all the new features that are available are they are communicated through the blogs. So these are like all these plugins, these are all free, and we'll be discussing about plugins in details. And but for now, you can just explore this. Now let's move to WordPress.com. Now, if you compare WordPress.com, right, this is a kind of the inside dashboard of like once you're logged in. Let me just come out of this and just log out, right? And what I'll do is I'll just log out of it. So this is a free version account, and we'll be talking about the WordPress.com whilst we are not logged in, right? So let's just select this, and I'll go to WordPress.com. All right. So we are on the homepage of WordPress.com, and over here you can see they basically offer you hosting solutions. And in the hosting solutions, it's like, they're renting you a server to install your website. So to just get a general idea, let's just check out the plans and pricings and what all features are available. You do have a free plan in which you don't need to pay anything, and you can actually start with it for free, but that has a very, very limited scope. You will not be able to do most of the tasks that are, just very common to be, in the WordPress if you download it and do it on your server, right? So like uploading plugins, or in fact, like to limit it to amount of, like, you can even not upload the themes, right? So there's a lot of restrictions for the free version plan, and you'll firstly not be able to choose your own domain, right? To choose your own domain, you will have to buy a plan. So they offer you monthly or the annual plans. You can choose as per like whatever like is convenient to you. And if you try to compare their plans, although we'll be comparing it at a different level when we'll be talking about many other hosts that are available in WordPress, like that will allow you to install WordPress and run your website. We'll be talking about a lot of hosts. We'll be talking about the top companies that are there, and we'll also be talking about which is the right plan that would be suited for you. But for the time being, let's just explore WordPress.com. So over here, we have 4 plans, starting from the personal, that is like starts from 160. And if you see the features, they are like very limited features. You just get a domain, and basically you just remove the WordPress.com ads, right? And there's a little bit of email support. You can't even, go for the plugins. You can't even upload videos, no live chat, right? And no SEO options. So if you actually have to buy a plan for them, you can just compare the plans that are available, right? And if like you want to actually go for a plan, then the e-commerce plan is really good. So but like that's very costly. It costs you like around 1200 rupees per month. So that is like a really expensive plan. But although if you select this hosting, it is a very good hosting. It is a managed hosting, so it provides you good speed, it provides you good services. And if you taking the top plan, then you would definitely not have to worry about the analytics, not worry about the kind of heavy web application that you're using, or a heavy e-commerce website. That will all be handled and will be optimized for the use of e-commerce itself. And if you want to go with, don't worry about it. You don't just go on and buy this thing. We'll be talking a lot about a lot of pros and cons of different hostings. So it's just to give you an idea of how the things are going to be. And so this was WordPress.com. I would recommend you go ahead and explore what all is available in WordPress.com and what all is available in WordPress.org. So I hope so this was clear. So let's just move on. So guys, in this video, we discussed what is WordPress, how it is built. It is basically a PHP framework that is being, it is basically developed on a programming language named PHP, and it is kind of a framework, which is basically a content management system to help you manage and create your website along with different users that you can, also that can also work upon the same website. And it gives you a possibility to actually create a basic website, and it also gives you a possibility to create an advanced website. You can actually create anything inside the WordPress. Then we also talked about what is the difference between WordPress.com and WordPress.org. So the WordPress.com is like a hosting service from the WordPress, and the WordPress.org is like the repository and the community of the WordPress, where you get to, you get the documentations, you get the free plugins and the themes, and you get the support, and you can actually, talk to people over there. If you put a post in a thread, they'll actually help you out with, how, like, if you have some, we're stuck with some problem, if you post it there, and they'll help you out with, okay, now this can be resolved like this. So it's like, this is the difference between WordPress.com and WordPress.org. I hope so this was all clear to you, and I was able to easily, you were able to easily understand whatever I explained. So this is all for this video, guys. So thank you for watching this video, this course. And in this video, we'll be talking about a little more about WordPress. So basically, we'll be talking about the following topics, starting from the website structure. Then we'll be talking about the standard website structure. Then we'll be talking about the static versus the dynamic websites. And then finally, we'll be talking about the website versus the blog. So let's get down to the first topic, in which we shall be discussing the website structure. So a website is basically composed of HTML, right, which happens to be the skeleton of the website. Then you can then the next part is the CSS, that stands for cascading style sheets. So that is like the skin and the dressing of the website. And thirdly is the JavaScript, which is the behavior of the website, right? So if we take these first three technologies and let's try to replicate it and try to understand it with a different perspective. If you take a human, for example, and if you can consider the from the starting, from the beginning, if you have that skeleton structure, right? So that skeleton gives you a general shape, a general body structure, right? So HTML is just similar to that. It gives a general structure to the page, right? Because the DOM or the browser, right? So the browser is able to read the HTML and accordingly align the different elements and the aspects of the the web page as per the HTML coding, right? So don't worry, we don't have to code anything, but this is something that is important for you to understand. And the HTML is kind of the skeleton. It provides you a basic structure for the website, right? Then the CSS can be compared to the skin and the dressing. So suppose there's a human, and if you put the skin and the clothes, that would be the dressing. So it would be like the appearance of the person, right? So CSS is like the designing, the colors, the fonts, and everything that is so appealing about the website is done in the CSS. Now let's talk about the JavaScript. So JavaScript is basically supposedly a person walks. So that is something the person does, right? A person can raise his hand, a person can run. So these actions or these behaviors, if you compare it to a website, now you see, like, if a user interacts with the website, a person clicks somewhere and something happens, a pop-up appears, or if you scroll down, a pop-up appears, right? If you click somewhere, something gets animated. So all these things can be controlled via JavaScript. So any behavior can be controlled via JavaScript. The appearance can be controlled via CSS, and the basic structuring is controlled via the HTML. And now let's go down and talk about the PHP and the SQL. So the dynamic interactions are controlled by the PHP. What does this mean? This simply means now the browser, now how the website is organized is, there's a server, right, on which the website is hosted, and there's a browser, right? And the browser is like the client, right? It's like the user interacts to the website through the browser. So once a user clicks on a web page, like it gets requested to the from the server. If I ping a URL like to google.com, right, and if I like open it in my address bar, the request is sent to the Google servers, and the server itself takes up it returns the request with the google.com page. So these requests of dynamic interactions are these are done by the PHP. So stating for example, you have a blog, right? So in the blog, the data is automatically pulled up, or if you have a news blog, supposedly the data is automatically being pulled up in some certain logic. Suppose you want the data to be pulled up categorically, and you have a website that is a news website, and you have local news, the international news, sports news, and you are fetching the sports news. Then how the data is being pulled up is the logic is the news that has to be pulled up is the sports news. So some logical interaction that will enable the server to pull a specific data, right? That dynamic server interaction and action is controlled via the PHP. I hope so I'm making a little bit of sense. If it is not, if you're not able to understand this, don't worry about it. It is not as important for this course. It is just as we move along, you'll get to know what it actually means. And if not, then it's not a problem, because this is something that's not required while you're creating the website. It's just like you should know, like what is the web, like what is the language that has actually made the WordPress. So now let's talk about the SQL. So SQL stands for like it is basically used for storing the data. So what SQL means is it is basically, you can relate this thing to the database. So what it does is it stores data. Like how now firstly, let's take up an example where, in which case would you have to store the data. Supposedly you have a login form, right? Then if you have a login form, that you must be having a registration as well. So a student who registers on your website, or like a person who's interested in your blog, in he gets registered to your newsletter, that registration will store the data somewhere, so that the next time person logs in, the website can validate it. Okay, this is the user, this is the username, this is the password, this is the email. So only the authorized user can enter inside, right? So that stored data is, has to be kept somewhere. That storage area, like is managed through the SQL, right? So SQL is just like used to manipulate the database. Although we won't be coding anything, so don't worry about anything. You don't have to get into the depth or in the details. You just have to know the overview. All right, so let's go back to the WordPress. So the WordPress is no different. It is also made up of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, and SQL. The only thing is the PHP allows us to actually manage everything via just drag and drop, or via like just the basic options. So we have everything. We have the backend that is all built up on PHP, and we don't have to code anything. We just do it through the GUI. GUI stands for the graphical user interface. So basically, it's a CMS that's been built upon the PHP language, which enables us to manage the websites, right? As we talked about the CMS, CMS stands for Content Management System. So it is basically, all the GUI that you see there has been done in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and PHP. The logics in the PHP, the behavior in the and the animations in the JavaScript, the appearance in the CSS, and the basic structure in the HTML. So that's how the whole of the website is managed, and all the database is being managed inside the SQL. Once we're going to install the WordPress, we'll be seeing the SQL part as well. We'll be seeing the database, how it's created, how it's done, how the way like the tables are stored, like everything is stored in tables. So we'll also be talking about that. Now, coming back to the website design. So the website is generally structured to have a header, a body, a sidebar, and a footer. Now, how it is organized is in our next topic. So let's go to standard website structures. So if you can see this, if you can see the screen, you can see like there's the standard, or the standard structure for the website is like you will have a header. The header will mostly consist of a logo and a menu. Then you will have a body part. The body would be might have a sidebar, and the sidebar can be aligned from the left sidebar, or it can be aligned to the right sidebar. It can have the both sidebars, and the content can be center aligned. So it depends upon the type of structure that you want. Then is the footer, right? Now this is just the standard structure. With this basic idea in mind, you can actually design it to be very different. You can centerline the logo, you can move the menus to the left, or you can move the menus to the right. There's a lot of ways you can increase the size of the header, and so that it covers the first viewing part of the web page. So there are a lot of designs that work upon just this standard structure, right? With a little bit of variations and a little bit of creativity, you get a lot of ideas, and you get a lot of layouts and a lot of structures in it. So this is just to get you a hold of how the website will be organized in general terms. Let's move on to the static versus the dynamic websites. So a static website is one which is composed of static data, which will not be changing automatically. What it means to say is, even if you refresh the page, the content remains the same as it was loaded previously. And it is mostly made up of the basic languages that are the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So no PHP is involved. If you don't want anything dynamic, you just want a standard structure that is a static page, then you always go for the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, right? And we can also make up HTML, like these static pages in WordPress. And even though we might not know HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, still we can do all these things, right? Now, taking an example, most of the company portfolio websites are basically static websites. So you can open up any company website, right? That's not serving as a blog, right? Or that's not serving an information that is continuously updated. So most of the pages for the website, like the about page and the contact page, they are static pages. And some of the home pages of some websites are also static pages, unless they are like the news website pages or the pages that that provide information that has to be continuously updated. Now, coming to the dynamic part, the dynamic website is composed of the pages which might show different data automatically if you refresh the page. So once you refresh a page, like in a news website or in the Facebook, like if you can you can actually relate something with the Facebook. If you refresh your profile, you'll see that the data has been automatically updated. The latest user that has posted, or which is like the user that is your friend or like an acquaintance, like that would be updated on your profile page or on your wall, right? So that is kind of something that is very dynamic. It is being pulled up automatically, and it is continuously changing once you refresh the pages. So I hope so you're able to understand, you're able to differentiate between the static and the dynamic website, right? The dynamic website also uses HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. In addition to that, it uses PHP. But the static pages, they will always be either in HTML alone or HTML and CSS for the appearance, or HTML, CSS, and JavaScript with the behavior, right? So hope so this part is clear. Let's move on to the next topic, where we'll be talking about the website versus the blog. So if you were able to understand the structure of the static and the dynamic websites, then we can move on and understand a website is a collection of web pages, right? Like home page, like the about page, the contact page, right? And the media content such as text, images, videos, which work on a URL. So what it means is, like, a page will have the text, the headings, the URLs, the images, the videos, and we'll be pinging like the google.com, right? That address is the URL, right? So we have to visit a particular URL, and a web page will load up. That would be the home page, which might be consisting of different type of text, media, images, videos, right? And it will have a lot of other pages like the about page, contact page, and some other pages. So these website is basically a collection of web pages. A blog, on the other hand, is type of a website itself, because if you open up a website, most of the cases you'll see a blog there as well. So a blog is kind of a website only, but it mostly serves the dynamic content. So like the blog page, right? So it is kind of, the blog page is the dynamic page, because every time you refresh it, or like after a certain period of time, it automatically shows you the new data. It automatically loads the dynamic data. So a website consists of web pages, and a blog consists of posts, if you have to differentiate exactly, right? And the website mostly is used to represent the portfolio of an individual or a company. So in most cases, you will see like like if there's a manufacturing company, or it's like a service that's being provided by a company, mostly will have a static page representing the general information of the services that they are providing, their contact details, and about what kind of the company is about, what the company is all about, right? So that is kind of represented in the portfolio. And if you're talking about the blogs, then the blogs is like, you have a product, you have an event, you have a service, right? And suppose you have a fitness center, right? And you're very particular about providing the new products that you're the products that are available in your fitness center, right? Or the new types of exercises, or the new types of techniques to improve your fitness. Then you'll continuously be updating the customers, or via a blog. So in your website, you will have an integration of the blog, and in the blog you can promote your products, and in the services or events, and you can have different ideas on how to promote it. And so you'll be automatically updating the content again and again, like probably weekly, or daily, or weekly, or monthly, like as per your frequency, right? So that comes up under the blogs. So it will be the dynamic content. So I hope so you're able to differentiate between a static and a dynamic website, and a website and a blog, because they're kind of relatable terms, right? So this is all for this video. I hope so you were able to understand all the topics that I covered. And don't worry about it, it's still the theory part, but soon we'll be getting back to the practical part where you'll be doing the hands-on, and you'll be actually working on things, installing things, building things, and you'll actually be able to build your own website. All these terminologies that we talked about will make a practical use of all these things, and this knowledge is just for your information, so that you're able to, your a picture is clear while you're using the software. While you're using WordPress, I want the picture in your mind to be clear, your fundamentals to be clear. That's why I started off with a bit of theory, right? That was important for you. So that's all for this video. Thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this lecture, we shall be discussing about what is a domain and what is a hosting. So basically the topics are divided as such. The first topic is the basic terminology that is important for you to understand if you're getting into the hosting and domain part, as well as if you're getting into the WordPress development or the designing. Next, we'll be talking about what is a domain. So after this, there'll be some more details about the domains. We'll also be talking about the hosting, and there'll be some more details about the hosting that are relevant to this particular lecture and this particular course. So let's move to the first topic, that is the basic terminology. And the first part is the server. So a server is a specialized computer that is basically, what it does is it handles the request by the users and responds to the users. So a server in simple terms is just another computer, right? And the only special feature it has is it has been optimized to actually run 24 hours a day, and it is also optimized to handle the request that it receives by the users, to search the data of what the request it is and respond back to the user. So that is what all the server does. Next is the client. A client can be a user or a user agent that actually makes the request to the server. So when I talk about the request is, suppose you open up your browser and you type www.google.com. So that is a request to which the server searches and responds with the page of the Google. So that is the response, right? Next, moving on, we'll talk about the user agent. So the user agent is basically a medium that helps the user to make a request. It can be a browser. Example, I think so the browser is quite evident and it might be clear to you, like the Chrome, the Firefox. The browsers are the gateway to the internet, and basically whatever you need to search or open up has to be done through the browser. So a browser is kind of a user agent which enables the user to make the request. Next is the Linux. So Linux is basically an operating system, and it is mostly used in the servers. Linux is considered to be more safer and more reliable, and it is more easily programmable as compared to the Windows operating system, although the Windows itself also has a separate operating system that specially manages the servers. But people prefer the Linux operating system. So most of the hostings you will see where there's shared hosting or the managed hosting, all of them are configured on the under the Linux operating system, right? And moving on to the bandwidth. So the bandwidth is the data that is like that the amount of data that is being transferred from and to when a connection request is made, or like when a there's a request that has been made by the client and back to the server, and server back to the client. So it is like the amount of data that is being transferred. So suppose if you're watching a YouTube video, so the data is being continuously fetched by the server. So there's a certain amount of data that is being transferred would be the bandwidth. So that is also an important factor while selecting the hosting. We'll be talking about this in details, and for the time being, it is just the amount of data that is being transferred from the client or in the server. The CPU power. So the CPU power is like the amount of processing power the server has. Since I already told you the server is nothing more than a computer, the processing power is very important, because a computer will be able to perform multiple tasks and would be able to perform it faster if it has more processing power. Moving on, RAM. So the RAM is the random access memory. So if you own a computer or a laptop, you would be knowing regarding this term. It simply stores the temporary data for the computer to process information. So all the applications that are currently open in your laptop or your desktop, they are held up in the RAM, and they are only visible to you, and on the only reason you are able to work on them is because they are stored on the RAM after they've moved from the hard disk. So what happens is any application or program from the hard disk, which is the secondary drive, moves on to the RAM, and inside the RAM only the main function processes. Any program that has been initiated or that you are running is running on the RAM after moving from the hard disk to the RAM. And once you close the program it kind of gets removed from the RAM, and it's stored back in the secondary file or the secondary drive. So it RAM is kind of a volatile memory. So once you shut down the computer, all your processes are gone, and only the processes in the hard drive or the space or the data in the hard drive stays. So I hope so, guys. This information was clear to you. These basic terminologies are clear to you. Moving on, let's talk about what is a domain. So a domain is the name or the web address of the website that has to be registered to a particular individual with the domain registrars. So basically what it means is like the website like the google.com, this is a domain name, right? So if you kind of compare this particular scenario with a property. So if you have to buy a land, you have to make the registry, right? So the registry has to be done on a particular person's name. So the domain is similar to that. A domain has to be registered to an individual, and a domain has to be registered with a name. So if a Google is registered to some person, then that person's name and address is important, and that google.com, that Google name is important. So both of them have to be registered. So the ICANN is the authority which maintains all the list of domain registrars which have the authority to sell the domain. So the main authority is the ICANN authority, which has the list of all the domains available and all the domains like that have been presently used. So there's no conflict of interest in between the parties who are trying to get the same name. So once you get a name, that name cannot be taken by any other person unless you authorize it, right? So that is being maintained by ICANN, and the domain registrars are like, they they are given the authority by the ICANN. Once they get registered with ICANN, they can actually sell up the domains, and also like the list is maintained. The list maintained by them has been approved by the ICANN itself, right? They take up the database from the ICANN, and they actually get to know, okay, this is available, this is not available, right? So the domain, basically the domain registrars, they are the people who sell you the domain. So some example would be like the GoDaddy, the Namecheap, right? All these are like the domain registrars. So when we visit them, like they help us to process or the register the domain. So you pay a certain fee, and after this you provide your details, and they'll help you register your website with the ICANN. So once you take up the billing invoice, you can see there's an ICANN fee, special fee. That's the ICANN fee inside it. So after this, let's try to understand what is like a website address. So before the domain name system was introduced, the website used to be a series of numbers like 103.124.32.12. So this is like an IPv4. So this thing is difficult to remember. If you have to visit a website, it's easier for humans to remember names than to remember numbers. So that is the concept behind creating a website address in textual form, right? So the DNS is like the domain name system. They basically are formed by the rules and procedures. So whatever domain that we create, we try to find out, like whatever domain that we use is created or is formed by the rules and procedure of the DNS system. So the numbers on the back end, the computer operates with the numbers, and for us the domain name is left out with the like the domain is left out with the name or the textual form. So that makes us easily read it, and the number forms makes it easily readable for the computer, right? So that is what all the domain is all about. I hope so you were able to understand it. Let's talk a little more about domains and try to understand the structure of the domain. So if you take up an example of like abc.com, so abc over here is the second level domain and .com is the first level domain. So when I say this, basically the domain is divided into the TLDs and the SLDs. The TLDs are the top level domains and SLDs are the secondary level domains. So some top level domains would be like the .com, .org, .net, .edu, etc. Right? These are the top level domains, and the subdomain, like the secondary level domains or the domains or the domain suffix is also what you can call them, is basically the name that you choose, right? And if we go by the structure, if you start from the beginning, the HTTP or the HTTPS, you might have seen there's another one, that's the FTP. So these are the protocols. The protocols allow you, like what they dictate is like how the data will be transferred and what are the rules and the procedure of transferring the data. So that is the protocol. So over here, like if you can see this particular link, this is HTTPS. So it's like a secure hypertext transfer protocol, and it is basically a secure transfer protocol, right? After this, like there's a www, that's the world wide web, and after the www you have an option to keep up subdomain. So once you decide your domain and you purchase your domain and domain suffix, what happens is you can actually buy the subdomains. So subdomain would be like, if suppose my domain is mywebdomain.com, so the subdomain would be like suppose I have a fitness, I want to create a website on fitness, I want to create a website on yoga, and I want to create a website on gym, right? So I have three websites. So the subdomain would help me achieve this goal. How? The website URL would become www dot, for fitness it would become fitness.mywebdomain.com. For yoga it will become www.yoga.mywebdomain.com. For gym it will become www.gym.mywebdomain.com. So this way I'll use the single domain. I created the subdomains. So subdomain will create three directories for them, right? And each directory will have a separate installation of the WordPress or the separate installation of the website. So I will have basically three websites hosted on a single domain using the subdomain concept. All right. So moving on, after this, how the URL is organized is, you might see is like my files dash a. So these are the directories inside which the web pages are kept. So web page is the actual page, like the home page is a single entity. It's a single page which is being kept inside the folders. That's how you organize the structure in your computer as well, right? You have folders. Inside the folders, you have files. So that is the same way the files are organized inside the server also. So it will have a folder and it will have a file. So the directories and the web page, these are the two things that will exist, right? So I hope so this domain structure is clear to you, and this is just like the basic idea of how the domain is, and you don't need to get into a lot of details, you just need to understand the basic concepts, right? And moving on, let's talk about hosting. So hosting refers to the renting of space on a server to host your website files in order for the public to access it. So basically what it means is, once you now comparing it with a property, if you're trying to buy a plot, right? So you're basically kind of getting an access to the land, right? You're renting a place, or you're probably purchasing a place, right? So if you consider it with this hosting, you're basically in the hosting, you're basically renting a space, and for that renting you have the option to actually put the files inside that renting space. So that space will host your website. So that space will the files that you put inside those server will help you run your website, that would be accessible to the public all over the world. Now, for this renting, you pay a monthly or an annual fee depending upon the hosting provider that you choose, right? And the hosting provider will keep your site live until the payment is being made. So there are many hosting service providers like GoDaddy, Hostinger. We shall be discussing about these factors, right? And selecting the hosting which is, suitable for your website. But this would be done in the upcoming lessons, right? So the basic thing is, the website hosting can be divided into four parts. One is the shared hosting, one is the VPS hosting, dedicated hosting, and a very in this generation a quite familiar, you might be familiar or you must have heard a lot about the cloud hosting as well. So we'll be discussing all about this. I hope so the general concept of hosting is you're clear with it. It's just you kind of rent a server, complete server, or probably a part of the server, so that website, you can put your website inside it, and the server that is being provided is provided by the hosting company. The hosting company is being registered to be able to, has a networks as such that it is connected to the internet. So whatever you put in that server will be accessible once you buy the domain. Once you buy the domain and put the files inside that, it will be accessible to the world. So I hope so you were able to understand the basic concept behind it. You don't need to go into the details. Let's talk about the what are the various hosting plans that are available. It's like what are the types of hosting that are available. So starting from the shared hosting. So shared hosting is basically a single server hosts multiple websites. So it is like, you have one server or basically one computer that inside which all your websites, like suppose like six people are sharing a single website, single server. There'll be six websites of different people being hosted on a single server, right? So all the resources that are available, like the CPU power, the RAM and the disk space, they're being shared. So it is cheaper, but it has its limitations because only small websites can run upon it. So we'll also talk about which website can run on what type of server. So what kind of plan should you choose as per the website that you need to make, right? And after this, there's the VPS hosting. So the VPS hosting is basically, it is kind of a shared hosting, but it is different because each the server itself might be shared, but each server can be taken up as like like a room in a flat, right? So it has a dedicated space for a particular server in a particular room, right? So the sections are compartmentalized, so that means like although you'll be sharing, but like there won't be any poking around in your resources. So the amount of server the resources dedicated to you from that server itself will remain for you, right? So it is kind of the concept is like basically dividing it the single server into multiple sections so that each section has the own set of resources, right? And it is a little expensive as compared to the shared hosting, but it gets the work done because you get a little more resources as compared to the shared hosting. So this is a suitable hosting if you can also choose this. And moving on, there's a dedicated hosting. In this hosting, you don't need to share the server. The complete server is being dedicated to you, and you will have an IP address for that server. You can choose to work on the IP address, you can choose to work on the domain name, and all the resources are dedicated for you, the whole server. So whatever the server is offering is it will be managing all of your requests, all of your traffic, right, and all of your files. So it is a little expensive. Moving on to the cloud hosting, so which is very famous and very you might be familiar with this concept. If not, you might be familiar with the term. So let's discuss the concept. So this is the most expensive hosting from all the hostings that I mentioned above. Now, what the benefit of using a cloud hosting is, you get to choose the plan. What I mean to say is you get to choose the resources. So, like, what is a computer comprised of? It is comprised of the processing power. It is comprised of the CPU, right, and the RAM. So, in the cloud concept, you get to choose what resources do you want for your server. So if you have a complex web application, right, and you decide now I want a 16 GB of RAM, I want probably 100 GB of hard disk, and you want processing power that is four times the normal computer's processing power, then you can decide, okay, this is the amount of which processor do you want to use. You want to use like Intel, you want to use AMD, which processor do you want to use. That's also, you can basically customize the whole server as per your needs. So this is kind of the cloud hosting platform that is being provided, and the major players in this is like the Amazon, the Google are the major players in this field. And we'll be discussing more about the cloud hosting as well when once we will be discussing about the top hosts that are available, or the hosting companies that are available. We'll be discussing regarding this also. So in general, it is just like the custom, you can create a customized plan for each of the hostings, and for the cloud hosting for your server. So it will help you if you have low resources, you can build a low resource PC. And if you have a high request, like you have high traffic and you have a web application that's very complicated, right, and it needs a lot of processing power, then you can choose your computers as per your requirements. So I hope so, guys. This all of this about hosting and domain was clear to you, and you will be able to distinguish between domain and hosting, and you will be able to actually understand what you're getting into. So that's all for this video, and thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this video, we shall be discussing regarding how to configure the local server. So whilst I say configuring the local server, it also means downloading and installing the server, and just browsing through the server. So let's just look at the topics that we'll be covering. Firstly, I'll be talking about some basic terminology that is relevant to the particular topic in hand or the particular lecture. And next, I'll be telling you how to download the local server and install it inside your machine. And after this, we'll be walking through the server panel or the control panel of the server. And we'll just look out through files. We'll just browse and explore through the files of the server, which are important for us, the important folders. And so that you get an overall idea of how the things are organized inside the server. So let's start with the basic terminology. Firstly is the Apache. So this is a term that will be, you will be able to see this term, and it is like we're not going for the the detailed things, but we need to know the overview. So Apache is the name of the server that allows you to host the websites. So the Apache servers are also used in the internet. Like what I mean to say when I say the internet is the hosts, the web hosts also use the Apache servers, some of the hosts, and some hosts use different servers. So Apache is a type of server, right? So there's another server, Tomcat server. So there are a lot of servers. So Apache is one of them, and the XAMPP server that will install inside a machine will be using the Apache server, right? So after this, it's the SQL. So SQL server manages the database. So basically, all the data that is stored, all the data of the website that has to be stored somewhere, right? We talked about this in the last lecture. So all that data is going to be managed by the SQL server. So we need two servers. One is the SQL server and one is the Apache server, right? The Apache server will run your PHP and the SQL server will manage your SQL, right? Or the database. So we need both of them for our website to function. The next is PHP. The PHP, it stands for Hypertext Preprocessor. It not exactly the name, the abbreviations don't exactly, they're a little different as per the, the full form of it. So it stands for Hypertext Preprocessor and is the programming language that can be used on the server. So basically, the websites that are created on the server have to be in PHP, and there's no other alternate. What I mean to say is there are a lot of languages, but for the coding that in the line that we are in WordPress, it is built upon PHP. So what I mean to say is like there has to be a programming language, and for us it's PHP. And since we are not coding, it will all be managed by the WordPress, but the installation part and all that we would be doing it would be in the using the GUI. So on the background, everything would be managed by the PHP, right? So just you can take this from all of this is like you need to have PHP, right? Because that is what the WordPress is made for, and that is what runs on the server, right? And one thing is clear, you don't have to code anything, right? Next is the Phpmyadmin. So it is basically a panel to manage the database with a graphical user interface. So the database also, like like coding, the database also used to be managed via a terminal, which is like the coding, if you've seen the command prompt, it is something like that. But like for us, Phpmyadmin, it gives us an advantage because we just have to manage it via a GUI. I had already told you, the graphical user interface. So we will be operating via the Phpmyadmin to manage our database, to create a database, to delete some things, right? And all other things, all other tasks that we have to perform on a particular database will be performed via Phpmyadmin. But don't worry about it. This is also not complex since it already has a GUI. So it's going to be very simple. We just need to follow a series of steps that I will guide you to. And so I hope so this basic terminology is clear. So let's just understand how to download the server. So to download the server, all you need to do is come to your Chrome, type download XAMPP, and like you can see the apachefriends.org website. You can click on this, and once you click on this, you'll get an option of which server that you want, and you can select the relevant server. It is for, if it's for Windows, if it's for Linux, or if it's for the the Mac OS. So you can decide. For me, it is the Windows. I'll simply click on download the server, and the server download would start, right? And once the server download starts, I can once the server download is completed, I will simply run the setup. And once the setup is run, then there's just a series of steps that is that are very simple. You just need to press, most of the time you need to press agree or next, right? And once it is done, your server is installed. So let's just, now it is downloaded for me, so let's just check out how we can install it. So I'll just click on this file. It's an exe file in Windows, so I'll just open it up. So after I open the file, it will ask me for some permissions, right? I'll click on the yes so that I can install the file. Once I click on the permissions, I give the permissions for the administrator. A setup will open up. So it's a software by Vietnami. Okay, so I'll just click on yes. And now I'll click on next. I'll let it be all the languages that are there. I'll just let it be. Now I'll select the folder, let it be there by default. So it's in C drive XAMPP. Then I'll click on next. I'll prefer the English language, and I can uncheck this. I don't want to learn about Vietnamese. I'll just click on next and next. And now the installation will start up. So it will take a little bit of time to, for this to get installed. And after this is installed, then we'll just check how to, actually run the server, and we'll also go through the files. So guys, now the XAMPP controller has installed, and you can actually start the XAMPP controller from here. But what I'll do is I'll just uncheck it here, finish, so that I can tell you how to actually start it, how to actually start the XAMPP server. But for the time being, this is how you install the XAMPP server, and this is how you download and install both of the procedures. And to search the XAMPP server, you simply have to go to the search bar and press and basically type XAMPP. So if you press XAMPP over here, right, you will see the controller software, right? And with that, you can actually open it up. So since it's the, like, I haven't restarted the system, or it's like it is not showing me the XAMPP server over here in the search bar, what I can do is I can simply go to my C drive, and in the C drive you will see there's a XAMPP folder, right? And we'll continue this in the next topic. So guys, we know how to install and download the XAMPP server so far now, and that it's time that we actually walk through the local server and see the files that are available, and also start the control panel. And so let's just go and get right to it. So guys, I'm here in my C drive. Since we selected the C drive as the default drive, and it's better to just select it as C drive, and you will see there's a XAMPP folder. You'll just simply open that up, and once you open that up, you'll see a list of other folders, and the important ones are basically the ones that we'll be dealing with is basically there's going to be an ht access, there's going to be an ht docs. So this ht docs is the important folder, because everything that we'll create will put this inside this. Basically our website would go inside this ht docs folder. So it's like the public html folder for the live hosting, or like for the WAMP server. Like if you're working with the WAMP server, you might find www folder like that, right? Or in the live hosting, you'll find the public HTML folder. So this is similar to the htdocs, is similar to that. Basically, whatever goes inside this is can be accessed. The other files cannot be accessed directly, right? So this htdocs folder is going to be the main thing. Apart from this, we will have an option to uninstall in case you ever want it, and we do have an option to start the XAMPP server as well, right? And there's some Phpmyadmin and the PHP, these folders, we don't have to play around with that, because it is something that is important, but we don't need to actually do anything about it. So just this htdocs and the start and the uninstall, these are the important things. Or you can simply click on the XAMPP control, right? So let's just open up the XAMPP control. So once you open up the XAMPP control, a control panel shall open up, and that control panel with actually you will be able to actually start with things right over here. Now I told you about the two terminologies that would be used over here. One is the Apache and one is the MySQL. So Apache, both of these servers have to start. So we'll simply click on start for the Apache, and then we'll click on start for the MySQL. So if they're both green, they're both started. So you don't have to worry about the PIDs and the port numbers. You just need to see if they're like the green and they're both started. So once they're started, now we can actually run the servers. So let's go to our browser, and let's just type localhost, right? Let's just type localhost. Now, do you see like how we access our server? The server that we have already created inside our machine is via the localhost. So the localhost and the website name, since we have not completed any website, or we have not created any website, so we can just access the local host and dashboard. So once this is done, and if your server is working perfectly fine, once you type localhost, it will automatically open up this particular page, and over here you can see a lot of information. Another thing is that we might have to access is Phpmyadmin. So you can click on Phpmyadmin, and once you click on it, it will open up, right? And the Phpmyadmin, as I told you, is going to be the database manager, right? So you're going to manage the database over here. So this is the Phpmyadmin. So you see this is the URL. You can access it via the URL, or simply come to localhost dashboard and then click on Phpmyadmin. It's up to you, right? So we'll also be doing a little bit of things inside this. It's not going to be much, we won't be complicating anything, but there's one basic task that we would have to do, that we'll discuss while we are actually installing the WordPress inside the server, right? So I hope so all of this is clear from downloading to installing. And after installing, like where does it get installed, where are all the files where we'll be keeping the WordPress, and how the control panel, how to open up the control panel. And apart from that, how to actually maneuver inside the server via your browser, like the local host and the Phpmyadmin. All this is just a general idea of how we're going to do things. While when we are going to install the WordPress, we're going to do everything in details, right? So don't worry about it. And I just hope so this all of this part is clear. So let's just move on. So guys, I hope so every part of this video is clear. And as for your assignment, I would want you to actually download the XAMPP server and browse through the directory and just explore what all is available. And just play around, just fiddle with it a little bit. Just don't actually play around with the folders that are important. Don't change or edit the files. Apart from that, just maneuver and just go around, play around and look around. and see what all is available. And if you're able to understand, that's also good. If you're not, that's perfect. That's we don't need it, right? And that's all for your assignment. And I hope so everything I told you was easy to understand. And that's all for this video. So guys, thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this particular video, we shall be actually configuring the WordPress on our local machine or the local server. So in the previous video, in the previous lecture, we actually downloaded the server and we actually configured it. We kind of, browsed through the files. We just had a walk through it and we just looked at a little basic things that were included with the server. And in this video, we shall be covering firstly the basic terminology that is relevant to this lecture. Next, we shall be talking about how to download the WordPress, and then we'll be installing the WordPress on the local server. And we'll also be configuring the database because these are all of these things are mandatory. So we'll be doing it step by step. We have broken up the procedure. And finally, we shall be configuring the WordPress. So it's a simple procedure. It's just you have to follow the steps. And so let's start with the first topic, that is the basic terminology. So what you need to know is the database. And as I already told you about the database, it is a place where we store the data, example, the login details of the user. The next important thing is the WP config file. So the .wp-config.php file is a very important file that actually creates a connection with the database. So what it means is like you have a user login and password, right? For if you have to log into your Facebook, right? Same way, the WordPress needs to ensure that the database is being connected so that whatever is coming to the WordPress, if you add a new blog, you add a new author, you add a new user, you add a new design, and everything has to be has to be stored in the database, then only it can be, you will be able to see it, or the users will be able to see it. But the connection has to be maintained because the PHP language, as we talked about, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and PHP, they're not capable of holding data. The data has to be held inside the database. So the WP config files maintains the connection between the database and the WordPress. So this is very important. And all you have to do is, it's very simple though. All you have to do is put a right name in the right database name, right database username, and right database password. That's all you need to do, right? And apart from that, there's nothing else that you have to do inside it, but it is an important step. Next is unzipping files. So I'm sure if you've been using computer, you would be aware about this step. You have to unzip the files, and you can actually do it via the softwares WinRAR, pzip, or WinZip. So I'll be using pzip, and you can choose your software or whichever software you have. Is you simply have to extract the WordPress files. Now what happens is when we download the WordPress files, it gets it's a zip file. So that's the case when we'll be needing this. Okay, so next is the tables. So inside the database, the data is stored in the form of tables. Now the database, when we'll create it, you'll see it's a blank structure. And once we actually need to create the data, the WordPress will create the database for us. We don't need to do anything about it. The WordPress itself will do the data on itself. It will create the tables by itself. The next is the local host. So it refers to your own computer. When you want to try to access the local server, it has to be done on the local address that is like the IP 127.0.0.1, right? So the local host is like as we actually access the server, we accessed it through the local host. So whenever we have to address our own computer, or whenever we have to address the server on our own computer, then we have to use the local host. So don't worry about it. Once you keep on doing it, you will get used to it. It's nothing like you have to know the exact procedure of how it is being made or how it's being done, because that's part of the networking. So you don't have to worry about it. It's just you should be clear regarding these fundamentals, because we'll be using these fundamentals inside our in this lecture, right? So let's move on and actually download the WordPress. So guys, to download the WordPress, you need to come to your Chrome browser. And after that, what you need to do is you need to search for download WordPress. And once that's done, you can simply click on the first link. And once you click on the link, you will be guided to a download button. So it's a little, not exactly at the top. So you need to scroll down a little bit, and you need to download the WordPress 5.8.2. So once I click on the download, and yeah, the download shall start. It will take a little bit of time to download, and once you download this thing, then it's like you need to extract this thing. So for me, the downloads happen in the download like in the download folder in my in my computer. So what I need to do is I need to extract this. You see, it's a zip file. It's basically an archive, right? So I need to right click it, and whatever unzipping software I have, I need to unzip it. So for me, what I'll do is I'll just, you know, extract all, right? And then I can simply click on extract. So it might take it might take up a few minutes, and it will just actually extract every bit of it, right? And once it's done, then you can actually you can then we'll be working on it. So for the time being, it is just the procedure I'm telling you, right? So I have already extracted it, so I'm just going to close this thing, right? I'm not going to actually extract all of it. So what has happened is, I'll just close this. I have already extracted the folder. I already have a folder. So what I'm going to do is, this is the folder, that is the WordPress folder. So I hope so this part was clear. So just let's just move on to the next part. So guys, we know how to download the WordPress, and now it's time we actually install the WordPress on the local server. So let's just get down to it. So over here, I do have the WordPress folder extracted, right? And in this extracted folder, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this folder, and I need to go to my C drive, right, where my XAMPP server is installed. So in my C drive, my XAMPP server is installed, and what did I tell you? I told you, like, to actually install the WordPress, you need to put it inside the htdocs of your XAMPP server. So you put the folder inside your XAMPP server, and once you put the folder inside this, then the main thing starts. Then our website will be, will actually be working on a website after that. So I'll just let it copy. It might take a few minutes, so I'll just let it do its thing. So the WordPress folder that I had extracted has been copied to the XAMPP htdocs in my C drive. And I just, what now, the main part is, like, you need to actually name your website, right? So suppose I wanted to name my website, right? I need to make it my website. So this is the name that I'll give it to, give it to my folder, right? So once this is done, my website, now I have to access my website via localhost / my website, right? And let's just open this folder. There's another step that we need to do while installing or while configuring the WordPress. It is this wp config sample. So as I told you, we're going to configure the database, and wp config sample is the very important file to configure and make connection with the database. We need to edit this file. So I'll just simply right click on it, and let's just open with let me choose Notepad. Let's look for more apps, and there's the Notepad. I'll click on OK. Now the file has opened up. What I need to do is I need to put a username, a database, a name, and a password, right? So let's start with the database name. So the database name, whatever you put here, has to be the name of the database that we shall be creating in the future in the Phpmyadmin, right? So let it be whatever name, it can be any name, but it has to be same what we will be creating in the future, right? So let's make it db underscore my website, or not even underscore, let's make it db my website, right? So this is database my website. That's what I named my database, where everything shall be stored, right? Now next is the username. So this is the username by default. Now in this case, we are using a local server and we are using a software, that is the XAMPP server, that has been created by someone else. So the person who created it, by default, if someone installed the XAMPP server, would have to put the default username. They had to put some username and password. So by default, they put the username as root and they let the password place be empty. So this is by default. If in case you were configuring it in some other place or in some other software, the password might be different and the name might be different. And if in case you were configuring it for the live server, then you will actually have to check what password did you give at that time, when once you were you were actually creating the database, right? So you don't have to worry about it. It's just, if you're working on the local server and you're working on XAMPP, just do it root and empty. And if you're working on like the WAMP, you can try with root and password. So like for the password, it's password, either pass, or either root itself. And if that's not the case, then you can try with the empty one. So these are the four likely options for WAMP server. But for the XAMPP server, this is for sure short. You can use the root and the password as blank, right? And now there's another step. Now this is the WP config sample file, right? We don't need the sample file. Sample file is not recognized. It is just for our convenience. They have given us a sample file. What we need to do is we need to save it as. So what we're going to do is, this is the same place we're going to save it. XAMPP htdocs my website inside only, here only. We'll click on all files. We'll save as type as all files and we'll remove the sample. We'll just put .php. So wp-config.php, and we're going to save it and we're going to close it. Now this wp-config.php is the main file that's going to make the connection with the database. So it is very important that you actually change these things. So this was all about configuring the basic, parts of the WordPress inside the server. And let's just move on to the next topic. So guys, now we have installed the WordPress on the local server. We actually, we downloaded the server, and after downloading the server, we installed the server. After installing the server, we actually downloaded the WordPress. After downloading the WordPress, we extracted the WordPress folder. After extracting, we copied the extracted folder into the XAMPP's htdocs folder inside a C drive, and then we renamed the folder so that whatever name we want for the website we can access it by the name we give to the folder. After this, we configured the wp config file. Then now, after all these steps are done, we have installed the WordPress inside our XAMPP server. Now we need to configure the database. So let's get down and configure the database. So guys, to configure the database, one thing is for sure, I need to open up my XAMPP. So let's come over here and let's just go back. And what I need to do is I need to start my XAMPP server. So I'll just click on XAMPP control panel, right? And once it started, I'll just start my Apache server and my MySQL server. This is important. If you do not do this, then your file might not, or your local host might not work, right? And not might, it will not work. So let's just now go back to localhost. So what I can do is I can go to localhost, right? Now from here, once this is open, that means my, everything is working fine. And I need to open up my Phpmyadmin. So once I open my Phpmyadmin, what I'm going to do in Phpmyadmin, I will be configuring my database. So there's some issue. What happened is, like, let's just check if the server has started. Oh, okay. So the server hasn't started. So let me just start this server again, right? All right. So my server has started now. So let me just go back again to Phpmyadmin. So yeah. So my server did not start. So it did not allow me to actually go inside my Phpmyadmin. Okay, so now I am inside my database manager, that is the Phpmyadmin, and it is a GUI. GUI means graphical user interface. So I can actually, I don't need to code anything, I don't need to type anything. I just need to create a database. So what does database do? Database stores information, right? So what I need to do is I actually need to create a new database. So over here on the left, I'll click on the new. Now what name should I give it? It should be exactly same as that I had given in WP config file. I'll repeat this line again because this is very important. The name of your database has to match whatever the database name that you gave in the wp config.php file, right? So make sure you name it same as what was named inside the php config file, wp config file. So I'm going to I named it as my website, so I'll just create it. Okay, so this one thing, now what happened is I named it as db my website, right? So I'll just create a new one. Let me just create a new one, db my website, right? So let's just create it. Now this database is the one that has been created and I shall be using. So presently, if I click on it, it's empty. There's no table inside it. Everything is stored inside tables in a database, but you don't need to worry about that. Okay, so now another step has been done. I have configured my database. Let's just move on to the next step. Now I've completed almost all the steps. It's just the last step that I have to complete, that is configuring the WordPress. So for that, let's go down, let's go to the browser and actually configure the WordPress. So I'm here inside my browser. So what I have to type to access my website, localhost / my website. So whatever the name of the folder that I gave is the access, is the name of the website, is my basically the domain, right? So what I'll be doing is localhost / my website. So I named the folder as my website. So that's why I'm able to access it via the my website in the localhost / my website in the address bar. So the first time I'm doing this, it's asking me for the installation. So everything has been configured in the background. And now what I need to do is I need to just, configure a little more of the settings, or basically the basic WordPress install. So I can give my site title to the website, my website. I can give a username. So make sure your username is strong. For the timing, I'm just giving it a very basic one, right? Because it's just a dummy server. It's just like I'm not going to use this site anywhere, and I'm just doing it on the local server. But if you are serious about building your website, always remember, keep your username and passwords very strong, because we'll be covering this in the security aspect. But for the timing, just remember to keep your passwords and username strong. So for the timing, I'm just using it to just as a demo. So and you need to put your the email, and after that you need to click on install WordPress. So it will take a little bit of time, and once it's done, your WordPress would be installed. And after the installation of the WordPress, I'll also tell you how to actually log into your WordPress. So let's just wait a little bit and see until up till the time it's being installed. Yes, so it's done, right? Okay, so let's go to login. Now there are two login URLs. One is the WP login, another one is localhost / my website is the name of the website, / WP admin. So either you can go with WP admin, right? Or you can go by WP login.php. Both are acceptable. So what you need to do is you need to put your login ID and password, and it was root, and you need to log in. And if both are correct, then you will be logged into your dashboard. So this is the proper way, or this is like all of the things that like you have to do to actually log into your WordPress, or to install, download, configure your WordPress in the server. And I hope so this was clear. So let's just move on. So guys, in this video, we discussed a lot of things. We actually, downloaded the WordPress. We understood where to download it from. After downloading, how to extract it. After extracting, how to move it to the, how to install it on the server by moving it to the htdocs folder. How to rename your website, right? And how to configure your database connection with the WordPress. and also how to create your database. Then after this, we actually installed the WordPress, right? So there were a lot of things that we actually did in this video. It's a simple set of procedure that you have to follow, and once you do, if you do it 2-3 times, you'll be very comfortable with it and you'll remember it. It's all about making yourself comfortable with the hands-on, right? So that's why there's an assignment for you. You need to download and install the WordPress on XAMPP. You need to run the server, configure the database, and configure and run the WordPress installation on the XAMPP. So basically, whatever I did in this video, you need to do that, but with your own flavor. So that's the assignment for you. And I hope so, guys, everything that I talked about in this video, in this particular lecture, is clear to you. And that's all for this video. So guys, thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this video, in this basic lecture, we're going to understand how to select the web hosting service. Basically, there's some features and there's some things to look for. So in this video, I shall be guiding you on what are the things that you need to know before actually going through the hosting plans or going through the hostings. So the topics that we'll be covering are, firstly, we'll try to understand the basic terminology that is associated with these, hosting. Next is I'll be talking about some features to look for. And thirdly, we'll be exploring some web hosts so you get a basic idea of what is what, right? And let's just start with the first topic. That's the basic terminology. So firstly, starting with the CDN. So CDN is basically a content delivery network. And what happens is CDN helps you to easily make your okay, so let's just establish this. The client is the person who is actually accessing your website. So the CDN makes it possible for your client to be easily able to access your website with a faster speed, and it makes your website secure. How? So basically what CDN does is it has globally, all around the world, it has a lot of servers. And suppose your client is from Canada and your server is in India, and if you have a CDN, then the CDN company will have a server in the Canada as well. So it will store a copy of your website in Canada, and the user from the Canada will access your website via this Canadian server. So that will decrease the latency. Latency is like the time taken from the server to the time taken for the website to actually show on your browser, right? So this will reduce this time. So this is what it does is, basically CDN is kind of it is a server that copies your website all across the world, and so that people from different countries can easily access it, decreasing the latency time. So this basically speeds up the time. The load time speeds up to less than 1 second or 2 seconds or 3 seconds, right? So basically this is CDN. This is what the CDN concept of CDN is, right? Next is the FTP. The FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. So we use the FTP file from our computer to, let me put it another way. What happens is, what you need to do is, there's a server and you have your files inside your computer. Supposedly you made your WordPress website in your local server, and you wanted to transfer the files to the live host now. So what you're going to do is, you're going to use a file transfer protocol. So the live host, the hosting company shall provide you with the FTP credentials. Then you'll be using the softwares inside your computer like the CyberDuck or the FileZilla, and then you'll be making a connection with the FTP client details with whatever the hosting company has provided, and then you'll directly log into your hosting company's account via your FTP, and that means that you can directly transfer your files from your computer to your hosting company without even opening up anything else. So that makes it convenient, right? Don't worry if you're not able to get these two terms. Don't worry about it. Eventually you'll get a hold of all these things once we'll be doing the practical of it. The inodes are basically the number of files that are stored on the server. So basically it's a data structure, and every metadata is stored inside the inode. So basically you can count it as the number of files, like the because it stores the metadata is the data about the data. So it stores the metadata about the files. So you can simply, in putting it in simple terms, it is basically the number of files that a server can hold, right? Next is the uptime. So it refers to the percentage of time the hardware is successfully operational. So the hardware, as in the servers are successfully operational. What it means is when we were installing the server, and I told you about one thing, like you can actually make your own server with your laptop, but the only thing that's stopping you is that your PC cannot run 24 hours, right? And 24/7, right? So this means the uptime is basically your since you're connected to the internet and the person can access the internet at any point at any time. So the uptime is the thing that, like, your server does not go down, the server remains operational, it remains on, and so that any person can access it at any time. So the uptime is the percentage of time the server, you might have heard of the terminology server has gone down. So that means that the uptime has it's not 100%, it's less than 100% because the server does go down, right? So the percentage of time the hardware is successfully running is the uptime. I hope so you were able to get it. It's simply if the server is on, that means that is counted in the uptime, and it is measured in the percentages. So these were the basic terminologies, and I hope so you got a little bit of hold of all these things. The rest of it, it is not, while most of the things that we'll be doing is, like, we'll be whilst we're actually configuring the server, we'll be actually understanding some of the terminologies over there. And while other for the other time, like while we'll be selecting the host, we'll be talking about all these things again, right? So don't worry about it if you are not able to gather any of this, if you're not able to catch any of these terminologies. So let's move on and let's go for the features that we need to look for while selecting a host. So the main features that we need to look for is it should definitely have a very good technical support, because what happens is whenever you're running a website, it is eventually going to go down. There's going to come a time when you'll face a problem with something, right? A technical problem or some simple problem or some billing problem. So the technical support has to be very good. So this is an important feature. The next is always go for the check for the reviews while purchasing a hosting. Go ahead, search on Google and get to know the good reviews, which company has the good reviews, and like the secure servers, right? Because the security is also important. So always choose the reputed companies. What you can do is you can just search on the Google, or you can go to the community or the technical communities on the Reddit or the Quora, and actually check out what all is available and what is better, right? Next is it matters uh, how many monthly visits the company offers. So what happens is whenever you purchase a plan, especially for the WordPress, there's a limit to the server, there's a limit to the monthly visits. The number of clients that can visit your website is they put a cap to it. So it necessarily does not mean, if they're saying like on when 1 month you only have 25,000 visitors, means that in 1 month, if you if the viewers increase by to 30,000, then they'll stop the website. It is just uh, if the resources above 25,000, they'll eventually they will easily be able to handle. If the resources permit to be able to handle other people also, it can even be increased to 50,000 or 1 lakh, it doesn't matter. But unless the resources for the other websites are not being disturbed, the limit will go on. But they guarantee for that number, they say, like they say 25,000, then they'll guarantee for 25,000 viewers you'll face an extreme, or you'll have a beautiful experience for these visitors. But after this they might slow down, or they might it's mostly the website slows down, right? They won't kind of turn your website off or something like that. It's just the viewers might face a little bit of problems while accessing your website. That is all, right? And that's also not guaranteed. If the resources are not disturbed for the other shared hosting plans, like for the other people in the shared server, then they might not do anything. So next, the pricing should be nominal and should offer money back guarantee. So that is very important, because what happens is you always try to run a server for a month and you see how the things are going. And once like the things are all good, and you see like you think this host is good, then you actually can go ahead with this host. A staging area can be useful. So staging area is just like, you can create a demo, and once you're sure like this is the thing that I wanted to build, you can actually push it to the live development environment. So this is like this works a lot in the coding, or in the developmental phase. But like for you, staging area might be something like you create a demo, and you don't have to actually recreate everything in the live server. The staging part itself, you can just push it by one click and it will go to the actual, suppose your demo so your original website is abc.com and your demo website is demo.abc.com. Basically, you building your website on demo.abc.com. So once you build your website and you decided, okay, this has to be done exactly like this, and I want to make this live to abc.com, you'll simply, if you have a staging area, if you built your website on a staging area, you'll simply one click push and it will go to the live area. So that can be useful. But if it's not, that's also not very important, but like if it is, then it's good. So next is, it should definitely support migrations, because sometimes if you're not happy with the host, you need to migrate to some other host. It's generally in that case, if you're migrating to another host, you should look for their offering migrations. Then they'll help you out. They'll completely help you out moving your website, and you don't have to worry about. You don't have to take the headaches or the tensions for actually moving the stuff from one host to the other. So do check for it if they offer support for migration, or will they do the migration. And you always have a chat option available, so you can always chat and ask them if they will help you out with this. So these are the general features you need to look for. In details, we shall be discovering all these features in the next upcoming lectures. So in the upcoming lectures, probably in the next two lectures, you will be able to actually be very confident while purchasing your host, because I've structured it as such, the lectures, that I'm starting with the basic in this part, then I'll be guiding you in a detailed form in the next couple of the videos, and then we'll be selecting a plan that's appropriate exactly for you, right, as per your website. So for the time being, let's just explore some web hosts. So this is just like an introduction, so let's just explore some web hosts. So firstly is the wordpress.com. We have already explored it, but like I would like to go through it. So this is something that you can actually go through. WordPress.com is like it's a good hosting if you are like ready to pay a little bit more. Then this is a reliable hosting. You won't have to worry about things, right? It's just like in the basic plans, they are cheap, like 160 is good per month, but considering the features, it is not that good, because you won't have any live chat, or you cannot run any analytics, or if you try to run any ads, you won't be able to run, right? You won't be able to install plugins, and there'll be very limited things that you will be able to do. So this basically is useless plan. You won't be able to even check out the premium websites, the premium templates for the web for your website. And this, it doesn't have a FTP transfer protocol. You can't do it. You can also not accept payments to every country, so that's also a very limited option that Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this video, I shall be discussing regarding the top web hosting services. So basically, I'll be splitting this topic into three parts. Firstly, I'll be talking about the top cloud hosting companies. Then I'll be talking about the managed hosting companies. Then we'll move on to the top budget hosting companies. So we'll be talking about all the types of companies that you can go for. And also we shall be talking about some plans and what to look for and how is the hosting organized. Like a little bit about what should be, you should go with, and so there's a lot that we're going to discuss in this video. So let's just start with the first topic, that is the top cloud hosting companies. So these are basically the top cloud hosting companies starting from Google and Amazon and DigitalOcean. So the cloud hosting platforms, the top companies like Google and Amazon, they occupy the most of the services, like they occupy most of the hosting services, as even the hosting companies that you are collaborating with for the shared server, their servers are also, provided by Amazon or Google. So big companies like, which are actually into hosting itself or into some other, in some other domain, they are using Amazon and Google servers. And so Amazon holds the largest share of this providing the servers, in terms of providing the servers or their hosting services to different companies, be it small, be it large, be it of any domain, right, even including the hosting companies. So they have servers throughout the globe, and what they do is they actually provide you with the servers. So if a company approaches Amazon, okay, I need a server in this particular region and I need a data center there, so they have their servers, they'll share their, at a particular renting, there'll be a renting cost, and they'll share their servers with in the data, like they might have the data centers, and the companies, they might configure their servers as per their requirements. So like large companies like the Cognizant, or like these companies which have an internal server, so that they can manage their applications, manage their employees, manage their clients. So these big companies or the banks like the HDFC Bank or other banks which have a large database of customers and a large employee base, so they have to talk to each other. Chennai's employee might talk to the Delhi employee. So like what I mean to say is, the data has to be collaborated into a web application, and for that a large amount of server base is required. So these companies like Amazon, Google, they provide services in terms of the servers also. So they provide servers so that their application can be hosted for in their servers, and they can use it internally or externally as per their needs. So I hope so I'm making sense and you're able to get a little hold of what I'm trying to say. If not, don't worry, we'll be talking about a lot of this. So let's just get down and go to the browsers and look at the top hosting companies one by one. So starting from the first company, that's the Google. So Google is a very, as you might already be aware about this brand, because any person who wants to search anything has to go to Google. So Google is a very big brand, and I doubt you would not be knowing about this. And so Google also provides the cloud platform. They have their own servers, and they allow you to rent, like basically they give their servers on rent. So you can actually take their servers as per your needs, you can configure your system, and you can run your website or web application. Just one thing, the cloud companies, I'm just telling you these cloud companies in case you have yes, you want to go with a very big web application, or you have a presently, like in the WordPress or some other platform, that you're building a website, you have something like a very massive requirement for system resources, like it's a very big web application that probably like you might have like a HR management system or a technical system that is being the employee management system, right? So or a content management system, a web application that you have made for yourself, and you want like a lot of people probably accessing it with a large database, or probably you have a high-end customer requirements in suppose you're working in WordPress only, and you have a high-end customer requirement, like a lot of customers, like a high traffic is coming to your website, and your website is really very heavy. in terms of the details that you are in terms of like probably an e-commerce website with a very heavy storage, or a web app in WordPress with a very heavy resource requirement. Only then shall you be going for a cloud hosting. In any other case, the cloud hosting is definitely not required by you, right? And it is just I'm going through all of the hostings that are available, and I'll be repeating again and again. You don't need a cloud hosting unless you are starting really big, right? So but like I'll just tell you how the cloud hosting works. Okay, so from this, let's just check out this website. So as you already know, so the big companies like HDFC Bank, PayPal, Twitter, like Wood, and even Hero Cycles, FedEx, and loads of big companies like Royal Enfield and LG, they actually work they require the services of Google, for their hosting, as in they as in their, like, the hosting servers. So it is actually present in 200 plus countries, and it's like 88 zones. So Google in itself is so big, and it's providing you good amount of services. So big companies always prefer servers that they can configure on their own, and they are reliable. So Google as a company is very reliable, and the servers itself, they can configure as per their requirements, right? So the cloud hosting is basically the benefit of cloud hosting is this only. You can actually you can actually configure your servers. So you can actually go through their website and see what all is there, and what you can actually explore the things. I'll be straight away coming down to the business, and what I would be talking about is like a little bit about the pricing, then I'll be talking about the products. So if you can just actually see the price overview, and what happens is uh, okay, so there's a price calculator also. We just checked in the price list, right? And then there's a price calculator also. So you can now what happens with this particular type of hosting is you need to be very technical. Only if you're very very technical and you know what you're getting into, because you'll be configuring your machine. It's like buying your own computer, and not even buying, making your own computer while buying it, right? So you're going to check out how much RAM you need, how much processing power you need, right? So you will have to be aware, very, we will have to be technically very very aware about what you're getting into, right? And also in the pricing tab, you will get the price calculator. But like again, if you're going for the price calculator, you need to know which type of machine you're using, what type of services you require from Google, right? So only after that can you actually calculate, because now you see in this particular type of hosting, this things work on type in the instances, right? So you'll initiate an instance, you'll select your operating system, right? And after selecting your operating system, then only would you, like, you'll have to actually select a lot of things. You'll have to select the type of machine that you're going to use, right? How much space do you need, and like a GPU power if you want, or like how much uh, hourly usage would be there, or probably the weekly usage that you're expecting, right? So there's a lot of things that you'll have to configure inside. Also, like how much RAM you need, how much processing power, everything you'll have to select. So you'll also have to select type of machine. So there are a lot of things that you can select. So if you just go down to products and select, mostly what we do is we go for the computing engine, if in case because we'll be running a website, so we will be going to the computing engine. And inside this, there's actually okay, so you can actually explore their VM machine selection. And once you open that, so now you see, you'll select the amount of CPU you need, right? How many CPUs do you need, and how much memory is it that you require, right? And you'll actually select the software that you want to run, right? You'll select the hardware, you'll select the software. So everything has to be custom selected. So you need to be very technical while selecting a hosting like this. All right, so just like this was just for information, and I hope so you were able to get a little bit out of it. If not, don't worry. This is not going to be in our case. In this course, we won't be requiring a cloud hosting, and because we're starting from the basics, so you don't need to worry about any of this. Moving on, I'll still tell you about the Amazon also. It's just like I'll just go through just a little bit. Like, so Amazon also provides you with the same things. It provides you with the, the cloud hosting platform. So it is very, very big because Amazon takes up most of the share in the market for providing servers and configurable servers, basically the cloud hosting. So they have a lots of types of servers, and a lots of types of technologies can run on different types of servers. So they have configured their servers in different ways for different technologies, for in which you can actually build your website or your web application. So their optimization is different as per the server you choose. So most common is like Amazon EC2, or if you just simply want for a storage, they provide a simple storage services. So there are a lot of actually there are a lot of products that Amazon offers, and you can actually go ahead and check this out also, right? In case you want to check out the pricing, you can simply go to the pricing tab, right? And you have a AWS price calculator. So while selecting these kind of cloud services, one thing I would just tell you is like they actually you won't be able to guess what charges that there are a lot of hidden charges also, like there are a lot of services that you won't know when to stop and how to stop. So your credit card or your account would be they'll keep charging it, and you might have to manually or you might have to ask them to stop the things. So any case, since this is not required in your this course, I'm just going through it just like for information. So you can actually configure your servers over here. You can actually search for the server. So EC2 is like this is quite famous, like Amazon EC2. We like kind of configure websites in this. So just to tell you the thing, we actually we make our own PC, like selecting the operating system, CPU power, memory, and everything. We actually select the zones where we want to place our server. Which type of server do you want? Like it's like in the US East Ohio server. So you decide the location of the server also. Next comes the DigitalOcean. So it is also a cloud platform, and same thing. You can check out the pricing. It will be the same thing. So in comparison, like different cloud companies work different ways. So this has droplets. Now Google had instances, even Amazon has instances, and in the instances you have buckets. So like it's like totally this technology, this terminology is not that important for you for the timing. But you see how much it gets, like it's $6 per month just for like 1 GB memory, and like one Intel CPU and 1000 GB data transfer, like the bandwidth. So the cloud hosting gets really expensive. What I mean to say is, if you're going to use the cloud hosting platform, you do have some free tiers in Amazon and Google. But what happens with this is they'll still charge you with a lot of other things, and your bill is going to go up, and it won't be worth it if you actually working on something really live. So I would not recommend. Just if you want to try out, do go ahead and explore this part. And also there are free tiers that you can go for, but like those free tiers are still chargeable, and so you'll still be charged for like that, so just keep that in mind. So you can just explore these things, and let's move on to the next topic. So we've discussed the cloud hosting. Now we'll be talking about the managed hosting. So managed hosting, as you might have heard, is it's something like the servers are optimized so that for WordPress, so that like basically the WordPress application runs on these servers. So let's just look at it. WordPress the managed WordPress managed hosting. Now there's like the WordPress managed hosting. It is a specialized hosting in which the server itself is configured so that the WordPress runs at the optimal with an optimal performance, right? So the hosting provider, what they do is it might be a shared hosting, right? It might be a dedicated hosting. It might be it can be any type of hosting. It is just whatever, like if it's a shared hosting and it is shared managed hosting, then they'll install the WordPress inside it, and the server will be configured such that WordPress runs, very smoothly inside it. So you won't be having an access to the backend of like the server or the hosting. They have this special panels, so from where you can actually control your WordPress itself and not the other things. So we'll be able to configure, we won't be able to configure the backend of things, but like we'll be able to configure the WordPress itself or just the general part of the server. To like it depends upon the panel that they give you, right? So some of the hosting providers which actually have the top managed hostings. So I'll be starting from the top expensive ones to the decent ones, and in later on, like there's a topic for the budget hosting also. So I'll be talking about all of these and like how to go about it, should you go for it or not, right? So let's just check out these one by one, from starting from WP Engine, then Kinsta, then SiteGround, then Flywheel, and then WordPress. So I'll be starting off one by one in each of these category, in each for each of these particular hosts. All right. So starting from WP Engine, so it is a very famous hosting, and it is really really good in terms of service and in terms of quality. This is really good. The downside, the pricing. So it's like this company, although is very good and very reliable, and you can actually explore this website, but it when it comes to in terms of pricing, it gets really expensive. The managed WordPress hosting, it's like $25 per month, which is like really, really, it's really expensive. Although in terms of speed, performance, SEO, the tools, security, optimization, the latest version of the PHPs and everything else, you actually get a lot. It is really reliable. You can trust it. If you have that kind of budget, then you can go for it. But I would still recommend not to go for this type of hosting because this is very expensive. We'll be talking about the hosting plans since most of us would be starting at a beginning level. So I would not go for these plans, but it is important that you know what all hosts are there inside, what all hosts are available. So starting from this, you can actually just have one website and you just have 10 GB storage and 50 GB bandwidth per month. So bandwidth, as you might have already know, and like bandwidth is the transfer of data to and fro. So if you have a website that loads videos, then your data is being transferred from the client to the server and server to the client. So that data transfer is going to be like a lot. So 50 GB in comparison is not that much, right? So you can actually choose your plan size. So but like if you kind of go for higher plans, it gets really expensive. You see now it's like 1 lakh visitors per month and 200 GB bandwidth and 20 GB storage. So they're very expensive in comparison to like, but obviously there's services are really good. Like in terms of support and everything is really good, right? And e-commerce solutions, it goes off the charts, $63 per month, right? But at the same time, you won't face problems, you won't face lags in your website. So this would be really good in case you have that kind of budget, but don't go for it if you're just working out as a beginner. If you don't have a very big business that like you already, there's no established business of yours, then you won't have to go for this type of hosting. This is not recommended in case you don't have that kind of budget. In terms of reliability and in terms of other services, optimization, security, this is recommended, but not in terms of pricing because we have much better options. Same thing will happen with Kinsta. So Kinsta is a very good hosting company. It also offers managed WordPress solutions, but same thing, it is, it is going to be very expensive. So like companies like TripAdvisor also use these. So there are a lot of companies they work with, but the same thing, this pricing model is also very expensive inside this Kinsta. So if you can go to the plans, you can actually check out what all plans are available for them. So for one WordPress install with 25,000 visitors per month, to 10 GB hard disk space and free SSL, CDN and staging. So they do offer a lot of services, but it's again very expensive. The starter plan and so these hostings that I'm talking about, I'm just going through these hostings so that you are aware that what the top hosting companies provide and how do you compare it with the type of hosting that we're going to work with, right? So this is important that I discuss all of these parts inside this particular video, right? So yeah, so the generally, like, if you have to make multiple websites, then you'll have to shell out a little more, like $100 per month. So it's like 5 websites, and like then the disk space and everything is good. But again, this might be very good hosting, but like very expensive. The good side, it offers you the SSD type of storage. So SSD versus hard drive we talked about. So SSD is faster. It offers you CDN, content delivery network, will protect your website, as well as it will speeden up your website, as it will reduce the latency as they have global servers, right? So Cloudflare is the CDN that they'll be providing. They have the 30-day money back guarantee. They support migrations, so they'll help you out migrating things. So their servers, as I was talking about, they have purchased this is the hosting company, but they have purchased their servers from Google. So Google has established their servers, and they have reconfigured their servers as per their needs. So their cloud hosting platform, it's going to be really good, as like they're using the Google servers, and they have the HTTP3 support. This, so don't have to worry about this. This will simply make your website faster, and the big backups and everything. So you can just check out all the services that they're providing and what all is available in them, right? And apart from this, let's move on to the SiteGround. So whenever I talk about SiteGround, it is like, did you see the plans, right? You have already seen the plans, like $30 per month, right? So I have told you that WP Engine and Kinsta are kind of the best in their industry, right? In comparison, SiteGround is in comparison to these companies. So it is like, in terms of service, in terms of trust, in terms of security, the optimization of the server and everything, the tools that you get, this company is in comparison with Kinsta and the WP engine. But in terms of pricing, this is very, very cheap. So what I mean to say is, if you're looking for a higher end website, if you're looking for a high end website with you actually have a lot of resources that your website is using, what I mean to say is, if you have a high end website, with that means, if you're dealing with a medium traffic, or you're probably dealing with a higher traffic also, and you need more resources, and you can actually check out this SiteGround, because they offer shared hosting only. And this shared managed hosting, basically it's shared managed hosting that they provide. So they have really good plans, they provide really good services, and their servers are really very optimized, so you won't be facing lags. So you can actually work on your e-commerce websites with at least medium to high end traffic, and you can go for this. But like, what happens is, if the web application is really, really big, then I wouldn't recommend for the shared hosting plans. You would have to go for the cloud hosting plans, because if your traffic is really high and your website is like really, really, like a e-commerce website, then you might face problems. So their plans are really cheap. In comparison, it's just $3.99 per month, and you get a lot of things. You get a free CD and backup of SSL, emails, security, and there's a lot more that you get, and optimized servers. So even their top plan is just like almost like $11. So this is really good if you want to go with, and if you have that kind of budget, or you at least require that kind of services, like WP Engine and Kinsta services at a lesser price. So I personally use this, but the sad thing is, now the SiteGround is not anymore in India. You cannot purchase new plans now. Only if you have a person that who's outside India, you'll have to go to them and ask them to buy it for you, because they won't support Indian cards, they won't support Indian country. uh, they just have their old customer base. So if, like, I personally use this thing, so I can extend my plans, but like, and they won't take any new customers now. So it's sad, it's gone, but this was the best hosting that I would have recommended if you had some medium traffic, or medium, you have a website with high end requirements and medium traffic. This website's shared plans, managed hosting plans were the best. Next, let's move on to Flywheel. So this is another one, and this is a very good managed hosting, WordPress hosting, and it's also a little expensive. So the plans is, you can check out the plans. It's like $13 per month, and it's just 5,000 monthly visits. So I wouldn't recommend this part. I actually wouldn't recommend to go for this. I just wanted to tell you this is also available, and you can check out the plans. You can check out what all features are available, right? Mostly it's about the monthly visits, the storage that provide, the bandwidths and the RAM, the CPU processing power, the backup, CDN staging. We have already talked about these conditions, right? So if you're looking for higher end services and good quality services and good quality server, then you can go for this, but like otherwise I wouldn't recommend. Next, so one hosting that actually you can go for and is comparatively, it's cheaper in the range, like in the we're talking about WP Engine, Kinsta, right, Flywheel. So in comparison to that, the WordPress hosting itself is very good, right? It is really good and you can actually go with it because they have optimized servers for optimized servers for the managed hosting. And the thing is, uh, you can actually go for this, and but I would recommend at least go for a business plan if you're going for a blog, and at least and the e-commerce plan if you're going for obviously the e-commerce websites, because for the other plans you won't have much options available. You won't even be able to install the plugins and all this that, right? So for them, like for if you, but the thing is you have to shell out 640 per month. But in comparison, this is much cheaper, uh, right, into the hosting plans that we were talking about, which were very expensive, WP Engine and Kinsta. So in comparison, this is really good. You can actually go ahead with it. So if you have medium to high end traffic, also it might this hosting will be able to hold it, and mostly if you're working with WordPress, this is kind of a recommended hosting, and it's still comparable in terms of the services, the qualities, and this the structure, like what all services they'll be providing. It's really good if you take up their top plans. So at least 640 for like for the business plan, and which is for the blogs and e-commerce, you'll have to shell out around 1200 rupees, which after after you get it renewed, it would be 800 and 1440. So any case, this is still good enough. You can go ahead with this hosting if you want a higher end segment, and you have that kind of budget, and you want a really good quality services. You can actually go ahead with this also. But I'd still, again, because most of us were working in this course would actually be starting at a beginning level, building your websites, then moving on to like a low end or a low end requirement websites, then probably medium traffic and medium requirement for websites. You don't have to go for this. I'll tell you another plan that would be that is much cheaper, right? So these were the top managed hosting companies. Now let's move on and actually check out the top budget hosting companies. So guys, now we'll be talking about the top budget hosting companies. All that we discussed in the previous parts. This I wouldn't recommend you go ahead with that. It's just I wanted you to be able to compare things, be able to know what type of hosting is offering what, and what is your website requirement. Will in the next video I'll be actually telling you about everything. What is your website about, and how to actually select the plan, or which plan should you choose, and everything in detail. So you won't, after the next video, you won't be able to there won't be any problem for you to actually judge which hosting plan or which hosting to take, right? But for the timing, I would recommend go for the top budget hosting companies that I'm talking about. So these are the top budget hosting companies, starting from Fast Comet, Hostinger, Bluehost, Host Triples, Big Rock, and Hosting Raja, right? In this also there's segmentation, and I will recommend which ones you can take and which you should not go for. But if your budget restricts you, then you can go for it, right? I hope so you were able to understand what I'm trying to tell. In this segment also you have divisions, and I would recommend some of them, and some of them is just like if you really don't have a budget, then go for that, right? So let's just go down to the practical part, and I'll be exploring this the companies. So starting from the first one, the Fast Comet. So Fast Comet is kind of a very good hosting. It's in comparison to SiteGround that I was talking about. And you can actually go for this. This is a good hosting. And just one thing is like also the plans are really good. So if you just want that basic one, that is just $2.49 per month. So this is very good. It is in comparison to the very low, it is in comparison to the SiteGround. Like they have good service, they have good optimized servers, and they offer good support. So basically you can actually select one of the plans. I would if like I had to choose, I would have gone for at least the Fast Cloud Plus plan. So this would give you a lot of things. You can actually check out what all is available. So they have 50,000 unique, you can 50,000 visitors. And just remember one thing, 50,000 monthly visits does not mean after 50,000, if you reach the limit, then you won't, the site would go down. No, it is just if it's like, if it it is guaranteed that 50,000 visitors won't face any problem. After this, what happens is, if like it is the website is interfering with other website, because it's still on a shared platform, right? It's a single server is used, although it is optimized, but a single server is used. So in case it causes problems with other websites, then only would they probably slow down your website for the users. Apart from that, it doesn't happen. Sometimes the limit goes up to 1 lakh also, 1 lakh visitors, and some of the users don't face any problem in that also. So it is not a limit, it is just the guarantee. Understand, it is not a limit, it is just a guarantee. So they have a lot of servers. They have 4-core CPU and 3 GB. Like, it's really good, and just like $3.70 per month. So it is really good. You can actually go ahead with it. It's a very budget. It's a budget hosting, and you can actually go for it. And if you go for the top plan, that's also very good. You can actually host multiple websites on it. All right. So moving on, let's go to the Bluehost. So Bluehost is also a good hosting, and you can actually choose it. And if we check out, let's just check out the plans. So most likely you can go for a WordPress hosting or a shared hosting. Mostly it would be same, and you can check out the plans. So let's just check out the WordPress hosting, and you can actually select your servers over here, I guess. So India server and the US server, right? You can select your servers. They cost the same in this Bluehost, and I would recommend at least go for this plan, right? Because they do offer good services, and there's a quality hosting. It's shared hosting. It would be, even the WordPress hosting would be shared hosting, and they do provide a free staging environment, so you can actually test out your things. And they provide an SSL, a CDN, and speed boost in the top plan, also in the other plans also. So it is a good, you can start away with this. So it's 145. I wouldn't recommend if your website is very basic, and you won't be able to do much with that. There might be restrictions to things. I always recommend at least go for the second or the third plan. And you can also go for the managed WordPress hosting, and as well as you can go for the shared hosting. It's kind of similar. You don't have to worry about it. So in case you don't want the WordPress hosting, you can go for the managed hosting. So if you take the pro plan in this, you get everything. So this is really good. You can actually check out this plan also, but it is little on the expensive end. If you want, you can start with this plan. So this is all good, or probably this plan. So this plan is something that you can actually check out, right? If you buy this, you can create multiple websites. So if your traffic is something between a medium to medium to probably low end, and then you can actually go for this hosting. If your traffic is high end, I would always recommend to go for a cloud hosting, because only a cloud hosting can actually handle this kind of traffic. No shared hosting is built to actually handle this kind of traffic. Next, let's move on to the best hosting that I would be recommending and I would be working on. It is Hostinger. So this is a budget hosting, and it is really good. I personally use this, and this is very reliable. So you can just take a shared web hosting plans and you create multiple websites on it. And the response, like the customer, regarding the customer service, it is all right. So what happens, sometimes I've seen like they respond within a minute, sometimes it's like they take up an hour or probably more. And but the conversation starts up in the emails, right? So it is decent. The customer support is decent. They will definitely solve your problem. It is probably, I've seen faster services. But apart from that, the hosting plan and the hosting service itself is very good, right? And they offer loads of features, and I really recommend you can actually select the top plan also, and you won't regret it, right? And in this, you can actually handle the medium websites, and to like we'll be talking about what type of website you can actually go for in the particular plan. But like, they offer lots of things. They actually offer 200 GB storage in the top plan, 100 websites. So if you have to build multiple websites, you can go ahead. You can, and I would recommend also, you can also go for the premium web hosting plan. So we'll be talking about which plans you can choose and which plan should you choose. It's just go through this hosting and check out what all options are available. In the next video, I'll be telling you which plan should you choose, and what type of websites can hold what type of what type of websites require what kind of servers. So next, let's move on to Hostriples. So this is another hosting company that you can choose, and they have very decent plans. So I would recommend at least start with the second plan. Uh, Probably what happens is, this is kind of the one that might find it all right, but I wouldn't recommend this. It is like, if your budget is really less, then you can go for it, right? So you can actually check out which plan do you want. So it should at least have, so 2 GB RAM. So go for this plan, this 140 per month plan, at least this one. This 2 GB disk space is really less. You might require more. So 20 GB SSD web space. So they're offering SSD space, so it is good, and unlimited bandwidth. So this plan, you can actually go ahead and check it out. Always go for a Linux or a SSD storage, and not the Windows storage or the Windows hosting, right? So you can check out the plans. So at least go for this plan, I would recommend. So if in case you want a budget decent hosting, then you can select one of the plans, and it's just mostly if you have an educational type of website, in the sense like you're just trying things out on WordPress, then you can go for this. Else I wouldn't recommend. But like this might be able to handle medium traffic, but like it is not a guarantee. Next is Big Rock. Same thing. Big Rock is decent. You can actually check out the shared plans. So the shared plans are cheap. So in case if you don't, you're not going for, if you have a budget restriction and you really like, you want something really less, for something really less, then you can actually go for their this plan, advanced plan. So you can host one website, and there are decent features that you can actually check out, right? And so it's up to you, what do you want. You can actually go through these plans, and this is like a decent hosting, and you can select your servers here, so that's also a benefit that you get, right? And Indian servers are expensive over here. And after this, the last one is Hosting Raja. So Hosting Raja also offers you good hosting, and you can actually go for the low cost shared hosting or the premium hosting. It's up to you. So in the low cost hosting, it is just, you can actually go for it if you have a low budget, right? So you can choose any of the plans. I would recommend at least, this might suffice, right? At least you get 5 websites, and you get 100 GB bandwidth and 120 GB storage, right? If you want it for unlimited, then you'll have to go for this plan. And this plan is like, you can also choose this, but like you won't, there might be a problem while, working on the website. If you face lags, then you won't be able to enjoy the website, working on the website. So I hope so this was all clear to you. Let's move on. So guys, in this particular video, in this particular lecture, we talked about a lot about the hosting and the types of hosting. I went in details telling you regarding all of the options that were available in the hosting. And it is always, I would recommend, I would be working on Hostinger, and I would ask you to work on Hostinger itself, because it is really good and reliable. It is very, inside your budget, because it's a very good hosting within budget, and there's no comparable option in terms of service quality. And the hosting, if you're working for a website which does, if you're, especially if you're just beginning with the website, right, then definitely you should go with the Hostinger. In any case, if you're also running a business and you want to shift to a hosting, then also, at least if you feel like there's a medium traffic, then you can actually go for Hostinger, right? If it's a high-end plan, then you can still shift to Hostinger, but I would recommend the cloud hosting plans, right? So what I want you to do in this particular video is, in this particular assignment, the particular assignment for this video would, this lecture would be, go through different hosting and their plans, whatever I talked about, just go through them, right? And you should be aware about the cloud hosting. That's why I talked to you about it. But like most likely, you don't need it. I won't be talking about the cloud hosting anymore, and I won't be teaching anything on the cloud hosting in this particular course. It's just, you can go ahead and check it out, right? And you're free to purchase any hosting, but I would be working on Hostinger. So, and I will be telling you in the next lecture, I'll be telling you which Hostinger plan should you take, right? So you don't worry about it. I'll be telling you, if this is your website, choose this plan, or what kind of website you're using, then what plan should you choose, right? So I hope so you were able to get all of this. If it is too much, don't worry about it. All we need to take from this is what the only reason I made this video was to be able to compare things so that you know what do we look for when we're selecting a host, what are the hosting platforms that are available and how they are divided and which one should be best for you. So that was the only reason I made this complete video, from cloud hosting to managed hosting to the top budget hostings. So that's all for this video, guys. I hope so you enjoyed it. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this particular lecture, we shall be talking about the right hosting plan for you. So basically I've divided this particular lecture into three topics. Firstly, I'll be telling you how do you actually decide what is the right plan. Then I'll be telling you like what is an SSL, because whilst purchasing the plan, you would be required for, in the Hostinger, you are required to select the SSL. And thirdly, we will actually be purchasing a plan and I will be just going through the basic step. After this, I won't be making a real purchase, and that is like, okay, all right, what we're going to do is when we're going to work on it practically, you'll get to know, right? Now, let's just understand how do you decide the right plan. Firstly, the first thing that you need to analyze is what is it that you wish to make. Now you can be from any stream, right? You can be from the health and fitness industry, right? You might be from the manufacturing industry. You might be from into an educational firm, or like you need to first understand what is the niche for your website, like what is your niche, right? So for that niche, what type of website do you make? Like suppose if you are a fitness trainer and you want to provide a service, you want a website where you actually lay down, okay, this is my gym, this is what I do, and these are the services I provide, this is how you can contact me, right? So this is kind of a portfolio, right? So if you want to build a portfolio for yourself, probably you might be a digital marketer, probably you might be a developer itself or a designer itself, or probably you might be an agency working for some consultancy, or probably an immigration consultant, or probably some job consultant, or probably you might be in some educational type of, like, this is your this is your institute that you teach, it is in this particular location, and what all things are there available, that the courses that you teach over there, how many teachers are there if it's an institute. So you can like it's simply about telling what you are in the portfolio. So it can be anything. It can be even a resume, like your own personal resume that you want to keep, so that like people can access it online, right? You can simply provide the link and they can access your resume online. So it can be anything, anything that depicts yourself, your as an individual or as a company, right? Is something that comes under the portfolio website. Next is portfolio blog. So what happens is, suppose you're a fitness trainer, like, and you decide, all right, this is, I've established my portfolio. Now what I want is I want to reach out to people, so that because I want the people to be able to make themselves healthy, and you want that people are able to actually go through some tips that you have some homemade remedies, or you have some particular workout routines that you want people to be able to understand and follow. So that you can do through a blog. So you can actually integrate your blog. You can write new articles every day or every week or every month as per your needs or as per your time constraints. And once you make a portfolio, you can integrate blog and spread it throughout the world. This is a good practice in terms of SEO, and a good in terms of making your brand as into a, you'll get more reputation out of it when when people are seeing, okay, they'll be more interested with your inside your portfolio. They'll like to contact you in case they find something helpful, and blog is a way to actually help out people and to reach out to people. Next is e-commerce store. So if it's like you might be a manufacturer, or you might be like into wholesale business, or probably you might be a provider of certain products that you get, and you further you sell, you're into some business that is into selling, right? If you're into selling, then you can have a e-commerce store, and in the e-commerce store you can put your products online and people can buy and purchase, like in the amazon.com or the flipkart.com or Myntra or Jabong, Agio, right? And all these websites, what they do is they sell everything online. So you can also build your own store. Nowadays this is like a very common practice, because people actually want the products, right? They want something different, they want something that is like out of the blue or out of the box. So they're always searching for products, and whatever appeals to them, they will go out to test or try it out, right? So e-commerce store is a really good business that you can go through, and especially if you're already running a a physical store, if you convert it to online and start your delivery, your sales would definitely increase. So this is like a really good option for you if you are already a store owner. So first you need to analyze firstly your niche and what type of website do you wish to make. Apart from an e-commerce website, there might be an educational website that you want to make. Suppose you're an individual trainer, or you're like, you're a tutor and you have some certain courses that you made and you want to put it online. So you can create your own educational website where you like Udemy, right? And Coursera. So you can make like something like that also. That is also feasible in WordPress. So all this I'm talking about is in the WordPress itself, right? So there are a lot of options for creating web apps also, like, or the blogs in the like the news magazine, like the magazine websites, or the news websites like BBC, or like certain like the news websites where everything is flashing and everything is changing. So you can actually create a lot in WordPress. So first you need to decide what do you wish to create. Then once you realize what you wish to create, second option is the second thing is you actually have to understand what kind of traffic are you expecting. So uh, there would be a low traffic if you're a beginner, because hardly people would know you and it will take time to build your reputation. And low traffic, in the low traffic you don't need much resources, and you can actually start with the most basic plans, or you can actually start with the most basic hosting also, right? So in case you are just beginning just for testing purposes, then you actually can start with any of the plans, like the low end plans with a very low budget. And but if you are expecting like in some certain time you will get your reach out and your traffic will increase, then it would be a little trouble to actually shift your hosting, right? It will be a little bit troublesome for you to actually move an entire hosting. Changing a hosting plan is still easier. Changing a whole hosting from one to another is like, you'll find it a little tough. And some hostings provide a free migration, some don't provide a free migration. So it is good that you, even if you have a low traffic, unless you're just doing it for educational purposes, then you can definitely go for a low traffic website. You can choose the plan that is like in a very low budget also, right? But unless that's the case, then you should go for a plan that is, you might be going to increase. There will be a time that you will increase the sales and you will reach some medium traffic also, right? Then you should go for a good hosting, and Hostinger is like, it's very good. It's really, really good. You can actually go for this hosting in this budget, and you can actually use it for a testing educational purposes. You can actually go ahead and use it for your live websites, right? And next is the medium traffic. So in case you have some certain, you're established somewhere, right? You probably started with the blogging, and probably or probably with the e-commerce store. You've started with your e-commerce store, right? And you are getting a little bit of sales, people are visiting. So a medium traffic website where you can expect people like probably at least 10,000 to 15,000 people you get expecting will be visiting per month, right? Or probably 25,000 per month, right? So that is kind of comes under the medium range. Even between 25 to 50 can come into the medium range. It also depends upon the traffic, right? Also depends upon the configuration of the website, or the server. Basically the configuration of the web server also comes under the traffic. So some allow you like 25,000 is their kind of their higher end, right? So for that the traffic higher range is kind of 25, right? So it also depends upon the plan that you're choosing. But mostly like the medium traffic, you can expect somewhere around, if like 100 people are visiting your website per day. So that can be from low end to like from 100 to 1000. That can be between the medium, low to medium, right? And the high end traffic would be like if it is greater than that, if you're getting 1 lakh visitors per month, so that is like a high end traffic, right? So this is, you need to understand what kind of traffic you are expecting. So once you understand the traffic, and once you know what website you have to make, you know what types of resources you will be needing, and then you know how many people will be visiting, then you can actually go for start with. If you have a simple portfolio website, with a low, medium, or a high end traffic, right, then you can actually go for a premium business plan on Hostinger. It would work. So since it's just a portfolio website, and the high end traffic will also be handled easily, right? Next is if it's a portfolio blog. Now, this is all these plans, premium, business hosting of Hostinger, are the shared plans. So always remember that, right? And they also do offer cloud plans. We'll be talking about them also. So for a portfolio blog with a high end traffic, you can go for a business plan. Like you can actually go for the top plan in Hostinger. So for a portfolio blog with up to a high end traffic, up to, it's like, low, it's from between, in somewhere in between medium to high. And in case it's like in the high end, if you feel that shared hosting server is not able to handle it, then you can always shift to the cloud hosting platform. You won't have to do anything. That means you just have to request them. They'll just simply shift your everything about everything in your website will be shifted to the cloud hosting, and your resources will increase, and your traffic will be easily handled. So you don't have to worry about it. You won't even you might not even face the downtime. Downtime is like when your website stops for shifting it, to another server. So they might do it at the night time, and so you won't face any problem. So it hardly takes an hour or two that that your site might be down for. But sometimes that's not even the case. Your website doesn't go down at all, right? So you can actually go for a high-end traffic with the business messenger plan. So if it is e-commerce between low to medium, then you can actually go for the business plan, the topmost plan in the Hostinger, the business plan. And in case that, as I already told you, you feel like your traffic is too much, and if like even if for the e-commerce medium to the high end resources, you're feeling like now the e-commerce website is not able to handle the medium traffic in the shared hosting plan of Hostinger, you can always shift to the cloud hosting, right? And cloud hosting will be able to handle any kind of traffic, especially like if you're like compare a website which is like the Udemy website, which is buffering videos for you, like their course tutorials, and a lot of people are coming there trying to learn things. A lot of buffering is taking place, a lot of videos are there, a lot of bandwidth is consumed. Then I would recommend go for a cloud hosting platform. For an educational firm, a cloud hosting platform is recommended. I wouldn't suggest to go for the shared hosting plans, because what happens is you can start off with the topmost shared hosting plan for an educational institute where you want like to run the courses. But after that, you should actually shift to the cloud hosting, because when the traffic would increase, it might not be able to even handle the medium type of traffic, right? For the low end traffic, there's no problem. You'll definitely be able to handle in the topmost plan. But for even for a medium to medium level traffic for an educational where there's a lot of buffering and videos, it might not be able to handle. So it depends upon the type of website you are making, right? But mostly the best part is you can always upgrade to a cloud plan, and cloud plan will always be able to handle anything, right? So don't worry about it. If you're going with Hostinger, it will be helpful for you, because you'll be able to understand this is something that I'm starting off with. So you can choose the lower plans, and once you actually understand, okay, now I need something big, then you can shift to the higher plans. So this is convenient for you, it is cost saving for you, and this hosting is really good in terms of features and services, and you actually get a good server, good configuration for the server. So that is why I would recommend Hostinger. So let's just go and understand what is an SSL, because this would be required while actually working with the Hostinger, right? So SSL stands for Secure Socket Layer. And basically what happens is whenever you request a data, suppose I type google.com, or suppose I'm logging into my Facebook, right? Or logging into some website, or probably I'm searching for a term. So the request is generated from the client end and my browser, and it goes to the server. So in between, whatever is being transferred through the wires of in the internet is going to actually you're going to that part is if it is not secure, then it can be accessed by people in between. So what happens is if the data that is being transferred from one end to the other, from like the client to the server, or from server to the client, in between it is it can be accessed if it is not encrypted. So SSL provides an extra layer of security by encrypting the data transfer between the server and the client. And what hackers do is they actually do perform the man in the middle attack, to get that sensitive information. If it is not encrypted, they'll gather it, and they can actually abuse it. If it, suppose it's a login information, then they can abuse it, right? And if it is encrypted, then hackers won't be able to read what it, like they can access it, but like they won't be able to read it. They'll get packets that like that make no sense, and they'll not be able to figure out what it is about, what is going through there, right? So this is very important, especially if you have a login credential types of website or a payment gateway. Then you actually have to have a secure socket layer, and once you have an SSL, your website URL protocol starts with like any HTTPS. There's an S joined at the end of the HTTP. So if there's no SSL, then it would be HTTP, right? So SSL is very important, especially if you're going for an e-commerce website, or you're going to build a website which will be requiring a lot of login and login credentials. You'll be making a lot of users, then I would recommend that you go for an SSL, right? So let's actually go and try to see how to purchase a plan in Hostinger. All right, so there I am in like Hostinger, and what I'll do is I'll just open it up in an incognito mode. So I'll just type hostinger.in, and what I'll do is just let's just explore it a little bit. We are although we already did it in the previous video, I'll just tell a little bit more about it. So you have three plans in the shared hosting domain. So like if you hover over hosting, if you click on hosting, you have shared web hosting, cloud hosting, WordPress hosting, a cPanel hosting, and rest you don't need, because in any case we won't be working on that. So either of these we can check. So what you need to do is you can either select the WordPress hosting or the shared hosting. I would be working with the shared hosting plan, right? So you can actually check out the shared hosting plans. So the single website hosting, it gives you like one website and 30 GB storage and like a 10,000 visit monthly, and you do get an SSL and one email account with 100 GB bandwidth. Any case, this is all right. I wouldn't say this is bad or this is good, because you do get Cloudflare protection, and like you do get subdomains. But I wouldn't recommend to start with this, even if you're just hosting one website, or if even if you're like just like you want to you feel like you want a low end traffic website. uh, but like you I think so what you should do is you should always start with at least this premium web hosting plan, right? This is the safest plan if you want to play it safe, because you get 100 websites, you get good amount of storage, you get good amount of monthly visits, you get a free SSL domains, you get managed WordPress inside it, unlimited bandwidth you get, right? So there's like you get a lot, right? And you do get Cloudflare protection, although you don't get CDN, right? So you can think about this plan, and the best is always like which will always work in the shared hosting domain is the business web hosting plan, because you get a lot in this. You get everything, free CDNs to SSLs to domains to emails to everything. You can actually click on see features and scroll down, so you'll get to know how many websites you can make, how much storage would you be getting, right, in each of the plan, how much bandwidth you would be getting, the databases, the SSL certificates, the email accounts, right? So you'll actually be able to understand what all features are available. So it has 6 lakh nodes in the top website. So you must be remembering the nodes we talked about. Nodes are like kind of the number of files. So this is actually you can go ahead with, because it gives you 3 GB of databases and 2 cores and at least 1.5 GB of RAM. So this is decent. This is good. Like in the type of the budget that it's providing, it is efficient. So it can actually manage things. So you can actually go ahead with Hostinger top plan, right? And as I already told you regarding the plans that you can select between the as per the requirement of your website. So you can actually choose a premium web hosting just to start off, and or a web business web hosting. You can take this, but I wouldn't recommend the single web hosting, right? You can actually probably try, if you're just like you just want to try things out, then you can go for a single web hosting. But I would recommend at least go for a premium or a business web hosting. it would be safer and you'll be able to do much more. And if in case you get serious and it's just like, you realize now actually I have to make my website and I have to go ahead and work seriously on this, then this is something you'll be playing very safe, right? And you can actually go ahead with it. And now talking about the things like you can actually go for the cloud hosting. If you realize like your business is already high end, then you can go for the cloud hosting. And also the cloud hosting platform gives you good amount, like for the 799 also, which would after renewal be 1700, but you get 300 websites, 200 GB storage, a 3 GB RAM and 2 CPU core. So this is a good configuration that you can actually think about considering the price plan, right? And if you go for the professional, you get 250 GB and 6 GB RAM with a 4-core CPU. So this is really good, and this is a dedicated hosting. So you get a lot like out of this, like it is up to you if you actually want to go with ahead with the cloud plan. I wouldn't recommend for a beginning business, but if you want, you can actually go ahead with it, and they have the decent pricing, Hostinger, and you can actually get really good options over here, right? So it's up to you if you want to do. And the best part is, like, suppose you start with a shared hosting plan and you want to shift to the cloud hosting plan, you can do it easily. There's not going to be a problem. Even the charges, suppose you paid for like the premium web hosting in the shared plan, and you realize like now it's just been a month and the rest of the cost is still remaining, and in between in the second month you realize, okay, now I have to shift to the cloud hosting. So all of that all of that money, it's not like it gets wasted, it gets transferred to the cloud hosting. They basically cut off whatever time that you have used, they'll use that money, they'll cut off that amount, and after that the remainder of the amount is adjusted inside your plan. So whatever plan you choose will be it will be adjusted in that plan, right? So regarding in terms of money, in terms of service, in terms of features, you won't have face any problem while shifting. Also they'll do it for you, right? So you don't have to worry about it. So any case, let's go back and check out the shared web hosting plan and how to buy. You just simply have to add to cart. You'll have to log in later on, but that you can also do while you're actually purchasing the plan. So if you take it for 4 years, you get a decent amount because you get it at 279 per month, right? And it is like you actually save a lot, right? And it is up to you. You can also go for 12 months plan, which is like it will cost you around 389, right? And the renewal time, it will cost you around 549. So still it's still you get a lot of saving even for 12 months. And for 24 months you get it for, I would recommend at least go for 2 months, because that saves a lot of cost, because the renewal cost, it would be 529 per month, right? So I would recommend you actually go for at least 2 months, and if not, then you can go for the 4 months, because this is like a really you're you if you're sure about your website and you're going to work, and your business is going to progress and you'll have to keep your website, then go ahead for a 4-year plan. That would be really easy for you to actually work with. Then you'll have to actually put your email. Once you put your email, whatever email that you want, you can actually put, right? Suppose you put this email, you'll select which type of they do have UPI, Paytm, net banking, PayPal, Google Pay. So you can select whatever the amount is, whatever the payment mode is. Then you see the Cloudflare protection is provided, daily backup is provided, SSL activation is provided, and it's a 48 month plan. So the original cost was 31, but now cutting it down for 4 years, it's going to be 15803 for 4 years. The best plan in the shared hosting is going to cost me 15. So I would be there would like after this there will be no more worries for me for at least 4 years, right? So it's up to you. It's just a suggestion. You can even go for 1 month also. They do provide it for 1 month just for the trial basis, right? Okay. So after this, you submit the secure payment, and after this, it will be asking you for your credit details. And once you're done with the credit details, then what you're basically your bank details, then what will happen is you'll get after this you'll get a confirmation of this, like you have purchased the plan. And once this is done, you'll actually be selecting your domain, and you'll actually be selecting, because they do offer a free domain in the second and the third plan, like the business plan and the premium plan. They offer a free domain also. So once you select that, you'll select the domain, you'll select if you want to integrate the SSL. So this SSL will also be free and included inside it, and the Cloudflare and everything would be, they'll automatically set it up. So once that's done, your plan would be working. And in the next video, what we're going to do is we're going to actually check out what happens after you log in. You have purchased your plan and you have actually logged into your plan. How do you go about installing WordPress inside your live server? So I hope so this was clear and you were able to understand how to purchase the plan and which plan should you purchase for your website. You will have to figure out what website type of website do you have, right? So let's just move on to the next topic. So what I want you to do is you have to select the right hosting plan for you to purchase, because up now after this lecture, I'm pretty sure you will be able to figure out what kind of traffic you're expecting and what kind of website you are going to select and what kind of resources you would be needing, right? If you don't want to purchase it, you can actually continue with the local server, like the WordPress install on your machine. But after some time, it's going to get, it's going to cause a lot of hassle and you will be facing some performance issues, and there'll be a lot of times when some things don't work on the local server, because regarding the emails, you won't be able to send emails, right? Some of the plugins will require you to actually, the live server and not the local server. So after a matter of time, you might face some problems, right? But up till the designing part, everything can be done within the local server. You don't need to worry. You can actually go for the local server also. And up till the designing part, you won't face any problems. That's for sure. But once it comes to, the real thing, the real deal, if you're really serious about making a website, then go for a plan, because there are a lot of things, small things that are, that will require the live hosting, and you'll get a real feel of actually creating a website on only on the live server and not on the local server, right? So I hope so guys, this was all clear to you and you were able to understand all that was discussed in this particular lecture. And that's all for this video. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this particular lecture, I shall be talking about how to configure the WordPress on the live server. So up till now, I would assume that you would have purchased the live hosting for the you would have selected a Hostinger plan and you would have purchased your live hosting, or like if it's not Hostinger, then you might have gone for some other hosting, right, which is more convenient to you. Then as per your whatever hosting that you have chosen, right, there the process would be similar in the sense, like the interface would be completely different. That would entirely depend on the type of hosting. So that is why I recommended you go for Hostinger. And in case you install the Hostinger, then this particular lecture is for you, because if you working with Hostinger, then I am also working with Hostinger, and I'll tell you how to actually install the live server. And this video or this particular lecture will have just one topic, in which I'll be telling you how to install the WordPress on the live server, right? So I'll just start away with the like how to configure a WordPress. In case, just one thing, like in case just if you're working with something else, some other plan, or probably on the local server, if you're working on the local server, you already know how to this videos, then this particular lecture is not for you. And in case you decide, like you're working with something else, some other company, then you'll have to figure out another way. Most of the process remains the same, it's just the interface is different, right? So that's why you might face problems, and this whole lecture won't be able to guide you to that. So I'll just go down and install it on Hostinger. If you're working with Hostinger, then definitely this will help you out. So once you're logged into now okay, so, what happens is, since in the last video you purchased the Hostinger plan, and once you do that, after that you actually put your domain, the one that you want to connect, you connect an SSL. And once you're done with that, it is actually, there's some basic configuration options that really easy. And once you log in, this is the homepage that you see, and you can actually go to the click on the manage. And once you click on the manage, then you see the you actually enter your dashboard, and to whatever domain that you're linked it with, right? To whatever domain that you've linked it with, you get one free domain that you can work with, right? And what you're going to do is you're going to scroll down and go to the websites. In the websites, you're going to click on the auto installer. Then once you click on the auto installer, then you have to come to the WordPress. Over here, you'll see that you get an option to install WordPress, WooCommerce, Joomla, and other applications. So what we're going to do is we're going to install the WordPress because it's going to be simple WordPress install. So let's click on select. So after this, what you're going to do is you're going to actually you'll see this particular pop-up box, and you'll have to select now. It might be if you have selected the SSL, then you can keep it to HTTPS. If in case you did not get an SSL option, then you can keep it to HTTP, and later on you can install the SSL. It's not a problem, right? So let's after this is the domain that I want to work with. You don't need to enter a subcategory, or it will make a folder inside this particular domain, and you don't need to do that. And you'll just simply have to write your admin name. This is important. You'll have to put your admin password. That is also very important. And just let me put my password. Okay, so once you do that, make sure it is very strong. It is very important that the password should be strong while you're working with a live environment, because it is always good to keep a strong password so that you don't get a breach, right? You can even use that password generator, but you'll have to save that password later on. So make sure you do that. Then you have to put an administrator email, which has to be there, because this is the email there where you'll be receiving all the notifications regarding your WordPress, and everything regarding forgetting password to resetting your password to actually any email that the admin receives is going to be received in this particular email. So make sure you put this email and you have access to this email. Then you'll have to put your website title. For me, I'm just putting a website demo, right? And the rest, you don't need to do anything. You can change the version of the WordPress if you're particularly working with something else, or else if not, then it is automatically going to install the latest version of the WordPress. The language remains English, and you can simply set on create new database. You don't have to set a database password. You can leave this part empty, and rest, you can actually let the update only to minor versions, right? Or it is up to you, your choice, right? And you can have to simply scroll down and click on install. So once this install is done, it might redirect you to another page, or it will keep you on the same page. So let's see what happens, whatever happen, then I'll guide you after that. So also it might take some time to actually install, and once it is done, then the only step is to actually access your website. All right, so now it has actually installed my website, and it has taken me to another page. So over here you get a lot of options, right? The main thing is you simply have to edit your website. Once you click on edit website, it will automatically redirect you to the auto login page. So this is kind of an auto login, right? You don't need to add your username and password. This will auto login into your WordPress dashboard. So this is an easy way to access it in case you don't remember the passwords, right? And you can actually force HTTPS, but only do this after you've worked with the SSL. If not, then don't do it. And just keep it off in case you've not used your SSL. And rest, you can most of the settings remain the same. You don't need to do anything else, right? And after this, if I check on this, what happens is by default, if you're using Hostinger, it will install certain plugins that are it has a particular set of plugins that it pre-installs while you configure the WordPress. So you can simply click on go back to dashboard, and once you click on go back to dashboard, this is the dashboard that you can actually see. This is the backend of the website. This is backend of your website, and I will tell you how to configure all of this part. And if you're using any other hosting, or if you're using the local server, then you might see this is a little different because this is being configured by Hostinger. And what we need to do is we might need to actually change this to the things that we don't want. I'll tell you how to do that in the next video. But presently, let's just look at the front end. You can simply hover over this home icon where your site title is written. Over for me, it is demo websites. And once I hover, there's a visit site. I clicked and opened a new tab. So this is the front end of my website with a pre-installed default theme, right? And this is the backend to which you get logged in after the auto creation, auto login option. To access the URL, you can also do this. You need to know the website name, and then you can simply type WP admin, right? And once you do that, then it will ask you for a particular login ID and password. Since I'm already logged in, it didn't ask me, but it will ask you a login ID and password. So this is also another way that you can actually log in, that you actually learned in the local server, right? So once this is done, you will be logged into your backend. So I hope so, guys, you were able to understand how to actually, configure WordPress on the live server. Now let's move on. So guys, the assignment for this particular lecture is you have to actually install the WordPress on the live server and on the Hostinger, like I taught you to. And if you're working with something else, then try to figure out a way to install it. It is simple. The procedure is almost like, it's very simple. You just have have to search for WordPress and you just install it. That's all you have to do, and you have to fill out the same details that I have filled out over here, right? You just have to fill out your passwords, your login IDs, basically your username and your password and your email. That is all you have to configure in any of the hosting that you choose, right? So it won't be something like you won't be able to figure it out. It's just like the interface is different, so you might find it, you have to search for the things, because in cPanel, if you have a cPanel type hosting, then you'll have to search for the Softaculous. That's the software which installs WordPress in the cPanel. And if it's some other hosting with a managed hosting, then you'll have to actually check with that. So you'll have to do a little bit of Google research. It's simple, not going to take much of your time. So in case you if in case you went ahead with some other hosting, don't worry about it. It's going to be very simple. Just do it. And in case you went with the Hostinger, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to understand what I've already taught you. And so go ahead, install the WordPress on the live server. And I hope so all of this part was very clear. And this is all for this video. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this particular lecture, I shall be talking about what services does GoDaddy provide. So since GoDaddy is a very, very famous, platform in the hosting and the domain section, so I'll be talking about that. And basically I've split up this particular lecture into two topics. One is like about the GoDaddy, and second is about exploring GoDaddy services. So let's talk about the GoDaddy as a platform. So as a platform, GoDaddy is basically a hosting provider and a domain registrar. What it means is like you can actually buy the servers or buy rent the space on the internet, or basically purchase your hosting, as well as you can register your domains, as it has the authority to provide you the domains. It is basically an American company, and it does have a huge customer base, and its headquarters is located in Arizona, and it was founded, it's been in the game since 1999, so it's been a long time. And what are the services that it provides? You can buy a domain, you can purchase a hosting, you can go for an SSL, and there are certain email and marketing tools and that it really provides. And apart from that, there's a website builder that it provides. So we'll be discussing regarding these particular services in details. So let's just go to the practical part and just explore the GoDaddy services. So I'm here in GoDaddy, and all you have to do is go to Google and search GoDaddy. And after that, you will actually be, the first link will guide you to this. So how the website is organized is basically on the top, you have the main functionalities that are available, like the domain, the hosting, the security, the email marketing, and for web professionals, right? We'll be discussing each of these. Apart from that, you can actually sign in. So once you sign in, you can actually, you can also sign up. So you can create an account over here, clicking over here, you can go to create an account, right? And you can also manage your domains if you have purchased your domains, or like you have you want to go for your manage your hosting or your website or your SSL or your emails. You can do it through here, right? They have a contact care customer service, so you can chat, enable the chat option, or you can actually go with the message on WhatsApp, or you can actually directly call it. So apart from that, they have just listed like the .org is for 99, .in domain is for 149, .com domain is for 149, right? You can search your domain here, right? So suppose if I want to go for abc.com, I'll search it and I'll simply click on search domain. Now it will take some time and it will find something for me and if it is available or not. So abc.com is taken, and I have a brokerage service. If I like pay this much, then I can they can negotiate with the person who owns it, right? And you see like at every stage there's a chat option that's coming up, right? And it also offers you what other domains are available and what is the estimated cost, right? So supposedly I'll take up something like that might not be taken up. So let's just search for something, and since it is not taken, it will tell me like the .com is for 299 and the .in is for 149. So over here, just remember one thing: always check with the renewal cost. So you see, once it gets renewed, it's going to cost you around $1,000. With taxes, it comes up to 1,500 rupees. And .in is 599, and with taxes, it will come up to they'll add another features like domain and privacy and other things. That would be like that will end up you'll end up paying 11-1200 for this, or thousand, at least 1,000 for this, and at least 1,500 for this. So this is the personal experience that I'm telling you. And there are other options that you can choose from, like if you want some other top level domain in like the info.co.in.com .online.club. So there are a lot of options that are available. You can choose from that. Let's go back, and after this, let's go to the home page again. I'll just type GoDaddy again. So once I type GoDaddy again, so right, so this was the domain part. Since it's majorly used for domains, since they provide the first year at a very cheap prices, but don't get excited with this because the renewal cost is too much, and they cover it up with that. That's why in with GoDaddy, you always the first year is good, but the after that it's going to cost you a lot, right? And you can actually purchase a professional email, which you don't require because most of the hosting that you purchase, they allow you to have 4 or 5 email accounts. And with GoDaddy, if you're going for 29 rupees per month, that's not required. You don't need to do that because the professional email in itself, you will be able to configure if you have a cPanel, right? So you have at least access to 4 to 5 email accounts in a cPanel also. So you can go for GoDaddy Pro. It's their premium service, which is for free, but it's just like you can, if you want to, you can explore. The SSL certificate is 293 so per month. So this in comparison to Hostinger, if I take it, it is expensive because Hostinger offers it one time at 855. So that's a one-time fee. Even if like after the free SSL you decide to buy one more SSL, then also it will cost you 855 per lifetime. And over here they're charging you monthly, just like approximately 300. This is without taxes. So with taxes is going to be really expensive. The VPS, they're telling you that the online startup bundle. So they have a lot of goodies which are useless and you don't need to actually buy them, but they need to club it up so it becomes something fancy, and you can actually you go ahead and you keep on paying them for things that you actually don't need. So there's an online startup bundle. So the managed hosting starts at 149 in GoDaddy, and you do have the website marketing and so these services are mostly included in all the hosts, right? And you can actually start with the dedicated server. So they're offering you the major products that they have, and they say they're built for speed and security, but I would recommend not to go for GoDaddy ever. And it's just that's why I'm wanted to clear things out. Don't go for GoDaddy. It is not a very good service, and mostly because the marketing is really good. That's why most of the newbies, they fall for this trap. Don't go for GoDaddy. Go for any other hosting that I've already told you. And if that's not the case, then go for Hostinja. That's the best hosting that I could recommend. That's cheaper, much cheaper than this. The renewal cost is much cheaper, and they have no hidden agendas or hidden. They're not going to upsell you things that are not even required by you, right? So GoDaddy is more of marketing rather than actually providing you towards the service. So although it's been in the game for a long time, but I would not recommend it. It is the worst hosting that you can actually purchase. Still, I'll just go through it. So what regarding the customer service also, during the COVID time, that was a really hard time, and but like they actually abandoned everyone. They stopped their services for the customer care, and there was no way to actually approach them. So even being at such a big level, I wouldn't have expected this from GoDaddy. Even the other services, they like for the other hosting providers, they also had a lesser staff because of COVID, but they still didn't abandon anyone. They were still in touch. For them, for GoDaddy, it was really hard to get to talk to anyone, right? Although now they provide everything, WhatsApp, chat, everything. It is just a temporary thing, and most of the time it takes a lot of time to actually go ahead with GoDaddy. So I wouldn't recommend in terms of online service, in terms of the hidden costs, and in terms of the upsells they're always selling, which are not required, and also in terms of the things that they separately charge, right? Suppose for the domain, if I had gone for this, right? If I had gone for this domain, and I'll just click on continue to cart. Then if I go here, right, let's go to continue to cart. Now once I'm going to continue to the cart, you'll see they'll add the domain privacy charges separately. This full domain and privacy protection is they're offering for 299 per month, per year. So you don't need to pay this much for this. This is actually in some hosts, like I would also talk about Namecheap. You can actually try it out. Namecheap is also good for domains. It's really good for domains. They include it within the price, and the renewal cost is very decent. They just charge you 699 rupees. So, and the after the renewal also, that's going to be the same price. They're not going to increase it, right? And with GoDaddy, first year might be 100 rupees or 200 rupees, but the next year it straight away skyrockets to 1500 rupees. So, and this domain privacy, they'll exclude it. This is something that you have to pay extra. In Namecheap, if you buy, the domain privacy is included inside whatever price that they tell you to, right? So it is like the domain privacy. What it does is, it is important because the domain privacy is important for it will protect your details. Your who has registered this website, right? All these details are protected in case you want it. If in case you don't want it, then you can obviously say no thanks to it. This website builder, since we are building on WordPress, we don't need that. This professional email is not required unless this is not required because in the other hosts that I already told you, this is included. The professional account will already be included, which they'll try to upsell. And in this also, they provide you the cPanel, in which you can actually create free 5 accounts, which they don't tell you now. They're just upselling it, that you get a professional email. So this is something that I don't like about GoDaddy. And all right, so I'll just go back to GoDaddy, right? And the homepage of the GoDaddy, and in over here, what we're going to do is let's just explore their managed hosting. So for the managed hosting, you see the plans start from 169 per month, and the renewal cost for the basic plan is 349 per month. And this is garbage plan, right? This is like literally this won't suffice for anything. uh, what happens is like this basic plan won't like it is really tough to run your website. They hardly offer 512 MB of RAM, and most of their processes, they're like they get stuck up. This is a personal experience that I'm telling you. Everything gets stuck up, so don't go with the definitely not go with this plan. If you really want to go with GoDaddy, if you're like love you really you're into that, you have to go for GoDaddy, then at least go for this plan, right? And the renewal cost would be around 799 per month. right? So at least go for this plan so that you actually have something, they provide you 1 GB RAM in this plan, and at least 1 GB RAM. And you can actually try this plan out if you want to. If you want e-commerce, then you'll have to shell out this much, right? So it is somewhere close to the WooCommerce, the WordPress.com plan, which after renewal, the WordPress becomes 1400, it becomes 1800. And so you can either choose this or this plan for this, but I still wouldn't recommend GoDaddy because they really are not that good in terms of shared hosting plans. Definitely not good. And regarding the WordPress hosting plans, they are decent. They It is all right, not like it's very good, it is decent. If you talk about the ultimate and the e-commerce plans, the deluxe and the basic plan, they are very bad. The basic is, don't never go for a basic plan. I tried with the deluxe plan, it wasn't that good. And the website, it gets stuck, it literally gets stuck, you are not able to do anything. The processes run so much, the disk space is it's totally ruined. The output operation goes so high that your website, it's slow. You just have to log into the backend. There's no way to actually work on your website. So I would recommend at least this or this if you have to go with GoDaddy, right? And else, Hostinger is much better and much cheaper and more features, and it is much better than GoDaddy. That's all I would like to say. And okay, so this is all about like the managed hosting. You can check out their plans and you can check what you want inside that. You would not require VPS or dedicated hosting servers, right? And this online bundle, never, you don't need this online bundle. This marketing and all these things are kind of like will be managed through the WordPress itself. And regarding the other things, the type of postings that provides, you can actually click on it and you can see there's the e-commerce hosting for the managed WordPress hosting, right? The web hosting, business hosting. So they'll provide you mostly the WordPress or the dedicated solutions also for the servers, and you can actually check it out. And the security, they provide you the SSL and the backup. So they have different types of SSL, but they're expensive. And I would recommend you can actually go for the Hostinger SSL. Although they have the variety of the certificates like the Wildcat certificate, like the Wildcat SSL. This part is also offered by the Hostinger, so you can actually go ahead with that. So regarding email and marketing, these services you don't have to separately buy. This is included. Like you can actually will be using the plugins or the other third-party services for the email and marketing. So that's all about it. That's all that is included in GoDaddy, and you can check it out. I wouldn't recommend to go with GoDaddy, but it is your choice. If you wish to go with GoDaddy, you can actually choose it. But at least go for the third or the fourth plan, the e-commerce or the ultimate plan, because the plans below that are really bad, and I would not recommend that. So I hope so, guys, you were able to actually figure out what all services GoDaddy provides and what all can you expect from GoDaddy, and should you go or should you not go for GoDaddy. And that's all about for this. And let's move on to the next topic. So guys, what I wanted to talk about in this particular lecture was to make you, make you aware about how to go to GoDaddy, what all services are there, how to actually go for the domain, and should you go for GoDaddy or not, what are other services like the bundles and the marketing bundles and the other services that they actually offer, the SSLs they offer, the upsells, should you go for the upsells or should you not go for the upsells, while purchasing a domain, the domain privacy, should you go for that or not, and a better option other than GoDaddy, that also I discussed. That is, the Namecheap is a much better option in case you're working for a domain. If you have to purchase a domain, then Namecheap is much better because they offer the privacy. And else, if you are purchasing a hosting plan with the, with the Hostinger, you already get a free domain. So this is something that you can actually decide for yourself. In terms of buying a domain, Namecheap is much better, even better than Hostinger, because they provide the privacy protection within the cost of around 600 to 700. That's something what they cost around, and the renewal charges are the same. You don't have to pay extra, right? And in Hostinger, they I don't think so they offer the domain privacy. You have to buy it separately. So in terms of domain, uh, Namecheap is the best, and in terms of hosting, Hostinger is the best. In case you don't want to go ahead with that, you can definitely go with GoDaddy. Only if you go for the third or the fourth plan in the shared hosting or in the managed hosting. Rest, it's up to you. Wouldn't recommend, but I hope so you got everything out of this video, whatever you needed to know about GoDaddy. And hope to see you in the next video. So guys, thank you. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this particular lecture, I shall be giving you an overview of the WordPress dashboard, or just an overview of the WordPress and how things are organized. So we'll just be covering one topic, and we'll be looking at how the WordPress is organized. So let's get down to the practical, and we'll also be logging into the WordPress, and I'll be telling you a lot about the overview and how to make things right. If you have installed things inside, if you've installed the WordPress in Hostinger, or you're working with a Hostinger. So guys, this is the website that we had actually installed. I'm in the front end and I've not logged in. What I need to do is, firstly, I can go with Wp and once I do that, I'll be asked for the login. I'll do that, and I'll just simply log in. And once I've logged in, this is the backend or the dashboard that I see over here. And what I can do after this is, let's try to make it as normal as possible by removing the things that we don't need. So I'll just go to the plugins. You can see there's a plugins option over here. And I can just click on, over here, you see there's the plugin checkbox. I'll just select all, right? And once I select all, I'll just unselect the Lightspeed cache. This plugin, just unselect it. After that, click over here and click on the bulk actions, click on deactivate and apply. Don't worry about it. We'll be talking about all these settings in details. For the timing, I just want you to actually just go ahead with what I'm doing. So just select it again, unselect this Lightspeed cache, and then you need to delete and apply. So again, click on OK. So once you do that, it will automatically remove all the basically, all of the plugins. And now if you see on the left hand panel, the dashboard itself, it is similar to what you have installed in the local WordPress, right? It is basically the original WordPress, and all of the Hostinger custom settings or the custom plugins that Hostinger installs, that would be removed. Just there's one thing, that Lightspeed cache, it is a plugin that is I would recommend don't delete it. It is something that speeds up the WordPress in Hostinger. So this is just one difference. Apart from that, everything else remains the same. So now you have a WordPress installed. On the top right, you see there's actually, you can actually you can see that there's the login information regarding who has logged in. Basically, this is the admin and this is the person whose username you created. You can edit his profile, you can log out, you can actually, there's a lot of options in the top bar. And if you're logged in, if you just click on the demo website over here, the title, and in the front end, come to the front end. So in the front end, you see there's another title bar, which is not shown if you're not logged in, right? So this title bar is not shown when you're not logged in. So you can actually go ahead and from here, you can go to the back to the dashboard, or go to the themes, widgets, menus, and you can customize it, see the comments. This is the comments part. You can actually create new posts, media, pages, and users from here. So this is the Lightspeed cache shortcut. You don't have to work about it, or you don't have to worry about it just as of yet. So after this, you can actually, this left hand panel is the dashboard, where you'll have all the main options, like the posting, the media, the pages, the comments, and appearance, and themes, plugins, everything regarding the settings, tools, users. So all the things would be available here. On the right hand side is the viewing area. Here what happens is, in the dashboard, what happens is, it's this custom part. Everything by these are options that are for quick access. So if you have to write your blog, you can just click here, add a page, you have to click here, set your home page, you click here, view your site. You can manage the menus and the widgets, or turn on or off the commenting, or you can customize your website or change your theme. Just like this is like a quick starter. Apart from that, you have the site health status. You can draft quick, there's a quick draft option over here. So this is similar to what the local WordPress install is. Everything is similar. You have the WordPress news and events at a glance, and the activity, right? And similarly, you can drag the boxes. This is similar to whatever is happening in the local server, because this is the WordPress install, right? You have 3 columns which you can drag and drop and move to any place that you want. You can actually shorten the menu by minimizing the menu, and you can actually move it up or down. Now the site health status has moved down, or probably at a glance you want to move down, or activity you want to move down or up. You can actually do that. You can drag and drop and move down, right? You can drag and drop across the columns, right? So this is all that you can do with it. Apart from that, supposedly you don't want things inside, so what you can do is you can click on the screen options on the top. Just click over here, whatever option that you don't want. Suppose I don't want the site health status, I don't want activity, I don't want the WordPress news and events. Now you see everything is gone, only the things that I've selected are there. So this is how you can modify or customize your dashboard also. So this is how the WordPress is organized. One is the top bar, which will help you out throughout, like if you're in the front end or the back end, to manage things, right? And I would like you to explore this. This part is the commenting section. It will tell you how many comments have been made so far. So mostly the people post on, people post comments on your blogs. So this part will be shown here. You can add new post, media page and user directly from here, right? And don't worry about it. The in depth of the pages of posts, creating user, setting, everything we're going to discuss in the further sections. I'm just giving you an overview of how it is organized. Now on the left hand is called the WordPress panel, the black panel, which you can actually collapse. So now it is shortened, and you can actually click on this play button and it will open up. So this is how you actually open or close your menu, and the main functions are here. The viewing area is here, right? And I hope so you were able to understand how we can actually modulate our dashboard. So uh, this was kind of all for what I wanted to discuss with you. I hope so you were able to understand the front end part, the back end part, right? Regarding the options, we'll be discussing further. And so let's just move on to the next topic. So guys, in this particular lecture, I just wanted to give you a brief overview of how things are organized so that you're comfortable. It is similar to the WordPress local install, and also this is similar to, this is everything apart from once you have installed everything in Hostinger, you have to make things exactly as the WordPress local server. So for that, I had to guide you on how to do that, right? You had to delete the plugins that were unnecessary, that were not required. And apart from that, it is just like, I wanted you to just a refresher of what is similar in the local host, in the local server that you're installed on your machine, and what is similar to this is the hosting. So since the software WordPress itself is similar, so everything is similar. Apart from that, the only thing different is the Lightspeed Cache plugin if you work on Hostinger. So I hope so guys, you were able to figure out things and you were able to understand how to customize the dashboard also. And these are pretty simple and basic things. And later on, we'll be discussing more about the WordPress. So that's all for this video. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this particular lecture, I shall be talking about the custom WordPress installation issues that you face on a local server. So once you're installing the WordPress on the local server, there are some issues that you might face, and that might lead you to not be able to work on the WordPress or design your website, or open up the dashboard or do the basic things, right? So we are going to look at those common issues. So this particular lecture has only one topic, right? They're very small minor mistakes that we make, but it is very important, because if you get stuck there, then you get stuck there and you're not able to figure it out, even though it might be a very small issue. So I would want to put light on the things that you might be doing that are that because of which you're not able to install the WordPress correctly. So let's look at the common installation issues. So starting from the first one, not starting the server. So this is a very, very common issue. What happens is you might have installed your WordPress, and after installing your WordPress, you might have even run it once, right? And your website's running perfect and everything went good. Then you shut down your PC or your laptop, right? And once you shut it down, you next day you open it up, and then you're trying to log into the local host and your website, and you see like there's like server not found error. So you keep trying, but it doesn't work. Now you must be wondering, now I started it, the yesterday it was working, today it's not working. So what is the cause? The cause is most of the time we don't start the server. So this is a very basic issue, and it happens, right? And the next is, not installing the WordPress in the right folder. So sometimes what happens is, whilst you're installing the WordPress, it is important that you install the things in the htdocs folder in the XAMPP server. And sometimes you put basically when you say install, it simply means you copy the folder, the WordPress folder file, copy that in a particular folder inside the XAMPP. So that is the htdocs, right? And if you do it in some other folder, or if you not put it in the htdocs, then also your website will not be working. So this is another issue that is faced. After this, you might face some database issues while connecting. So this is also very common, and this happens the maximum time out of all of these. This also happens a lot. You're not able to, you'll always face some database issues while connecting the database, and that is linked to the wp config file. And some other reasons are also there, and we'll be discussing those reasons as well, right? We'll be actually checking out those issues, what happens, and why it happens, what error is generated, so that you are more aware about it. Next is forgetting login and password. So this is also very common. You might be working, your website might be working perfectly, but now you want to log into your backend. Now to log into your backend, you need your username, and your password. So those admin details for the login are lost somewhere. In the initial days, that happens a lot, quite a lot actually. So I will tell you how to actually recover your passwords, right? Or how to, regarding the login IDs, regarding the login URLs also, I'll be talking about that. So I hope so you get a basic grasp of what we're going to talk about, and what are the common issues that we actually face while installing the WordPress on the local server, right? And sometimes, in the live server, what happens is, in the live server, mostly you don't face issues because it's a very direct thing. It's kind of, everything is pre-configured. You just enter one or two details, and rest the server, the server software which the host is using helps you to install the WordPress, and you don't have to do anything. So you don't face much issues in that, right? And there are hardly any problems with that. And in case some problems arise, you can always contact the host. They have their customer care numbers, they have their chat support, they have their email support, right? So you can always ask them to help you out. But in general, it is like a 1 in 100 case, right? Or 1 in 1,000 case that happens in such a way. But apart from that, you can actually, in the live server, there's no problem while installing the WordPress. And some steps you can relate it, while I'm telling you this local part. uh, Although the live server, everything is done automated, but all the things that are done in automation by this server software does the same thing what I'm going to tell you over here, like how we install the WordPress on the local server. It is something that is handled by the live server on its own. So the things that are done are the same things. It's just it's being managed by the software or the host provider itself, right? So some way you can relate the problems. In case you face any, you can relate the problems to your live server also. Anyways, let's just get down and check the custom installation issues that we face. So guys, this is the website that I made on the local server. And presently, if I have to access my website, what do? I just simply type localhost /phpmyadmin, right? Sorry, localhost /my website name. So my website name is localhost my website. So when I press enter, uh, you see the site can't be reached, right? Localhost refuse the connection, right? So sometimes what will happen is this error might show up, or probably what it will do is it will actually take you to a search on a Google, right? Sometimes it also takes you to a search on a Google. So you have to be very careful while you're typing this localhost slash, and your website name should be it should be right, and if you're doing that and it's showing you that the site still can't be reached, the only reason for that is that your XAMPP server, if you can see over here, the XAMPP server, it is not on. So the Apache and MySQL, these are two very important servers. One is for running your PHP and everything, and one is for managing your database. So both of these servers should be started. So now this one is yellow. Wait till until it reaches the green, right? So once it is green, then like this part, the MySQL is green. Now the Apache is also green. So both of these servers are perfectly running fine. So I'll just I'll just go back to my browser and simply type localhost slash my website. And the server might be slow on the machine, but once it's done, my website would be loaded this time, right? And so this is kind of a very small issue that you might face, and you'll be like, but like people get stuck over here. I have many students who get stuck over here, and it's just like they're not able to move on, and they're like, okay, now what did we do wrong? We're not able to figure it out, and it turns out it's just that simple, that you didn't turn the server on, right? So the server is taking a lot of time, and let me just try it once. If not, we'll let it roll. So it started. Oh, so see, now the website has loaded. Okay, so after this, let's go to the second issue. What happens is, your XAMPP server is in your C drive, right? So when you go into your C drive into XAMPP, what happens is there's an htdocs folder. So if you click in H, you'll be guided to the htdocs folder, right? And this htdocs folder is the one that where you have to keep your folder, right? So what is that folder? That folder is basically your website, right? So my website is the name of my website is my website, right? Whatever the name of your website, you have to actually put it inside the htdocs folder. If you do not do that, right, over here you can see there's a my website folder named my website. So in case if I don't do that and I put it somewhere over here or in some other folder, then again my website will not be, it won't show up. My website would not load, because according to the server, whatever is inside the htdocs is the part that is accessible or is the website. Apart from that, it doesn't consider anything else as a website, right? So over here, now another thing that happens is, supposedly, this part, I change it to my website one, right? Let's change it to my website one and try to see what happens. Like now I'm trying to access localhost my website. You remember my name is, the name that I changed is my website one, but I'm trying to access localhost my website. So it is saying that the requested URL was not found on this server. So what has happened is, since I changed the name of the folder, the access has gone. So whatever you put, whatever you try to, whatever your website name is, should be the name of this folder. So this folder name is actually the URL, right? So it has to be same. If I put it my website one, then you will see like it is at least loading something up, right? Because it is configured differently, so it is showing page not found. But apart from that, it is loading, right? And what I'll do is I'll just simply change it back again, right? I'll change it to my website, and over here I'll do the same thing. So now it's loading. So it is important that the URL name that you provide here in the XAMPP server should match whatever URL that you are trying to access in the browser after the local host. So this is also a very common issue. And moving on, let's just open up this folder. So over here, there's a very important file, that's the wp config file, right? So whatever, if you remember, whatever we did for configuring the database, it was inside this wp config file. So this wp config file is actually allowing me to connect to the database. So what happens if I delete it? So let's just delete it, right? So I've deleted it. This is wp config sample. I have deleted the wp config file. So let's again try to access the website. Let's see what happens. So it is taking me to the setup configuration where, I was actually, it was the time when I was installing this WordPress. It is taking me back to that part, right? So if I click on continue, it will show me an error because there's no file that is providing, like this file, this wp config file, there's no file that is providing the database name, username and password and the host. So this part is very important for WordPress, and wp config file enables you to connect. If without it, the WordPress won't function. You'll face this issue. So let me just undo it. So now the it is back. So let's just try to do it again. Now I pressed enter. So it is telling me the wp file config or wp config file already exists. And now if I try to load the same URL, the my website URL, it will load, right? So what happens is this wp config file is very important. So let's just right click on it and let's again right click on it and try to actually edit this file. So let's just open with Notepad. So over here, the things that we configured, if you remember, are like the first was the name of the database, right? Then it was the username and then the password. These three things that we configured. So let's check one by one. So I go back here. So whatever we did was like, to connect to this, to connect to the database. And how do you access the database? You go to localhost/Phpmyadmin, right? This way you can access the backend of the database. So basically you can configure your database from here, right? So the server is working a little slow. So because what happens is it totally takes up your computing power of your machine. So whatever server you're working, whatever machine or the laptop or the computer you're working on, it will take up the power from that machine, right? So okay. So over here, if you can compare, this is the name of the database is DB my website. That was the name that we created, right? And over here, you can check in the wp config file, the name of the database is the same, right? So if I happen to change the database name, you see I've added the A's, I'll save it, right? And let's just try to access the URL again. Let's see what happens. So it will say error establishing a database connection. So if you are facing an error in the establishing a database, the reason is this config file, the name of the database, it is not right. It is not same as the database that has been created in the server. So this is the name of the database and it should be similar to the wp config file so that it understands this is the connection. This is the database I have to make the connection to. Same thing. If I kind of change the password, the username, the same error will appear. So let's just again try to load it, right? Okay. So I didn't save the file. Let me just save this file. Now the file has saved. Now let's try to load it. So you see, even if I change the username, the same database error will show up. Now let's just revert back. This is root. Now let's just add the password, right? I'll save it again. I'll refresh it. Let's try to reload it. Same error, right? So what happens is in the XAMPP server, you're supposed to leave the password blank by default and you are supposed to leave the username root in the XAMPP server. So if you're using some other server, then you're, like the WAMP server, then your username is root, but your password might be different. It might be they might require the password to be entered as pass or password. So you'll have to check with that, right? So if you're changing the server, then there are different passwords by default that the server itself, the server software you by default provides you. So you have to keep it that way unless you manually change it to something else. You can manually change this root and you can manually change the password in the server, right? But that's a topic for another day. For the time being, the default password is root, which you have to keep, and the default username is the root, and default password is blank for XAMPP server. And you have to be very careful whilst you are selecting the name of the server, because it has to match whatever database you create over here, right? And another thing what that happens is, in case now this is like I'm inside my website, right? WP config. So always remember that WP config sample, right? If you change the WP config sample, always remember to, if it's while you're installing, in the initial time when you're installing, you have to change the WP config sample, and you have to save it as WP config. So this is also an important part. You have to save it as wp-config.php. So sometimes what happens is people forget to save this file as wp-config.php, and that's why they're not able to log into they're not able to connect to the database. What they do is they save the details, they put the right details, everything is right, they put the right username, they put the right database name, they put the right password, but they save it as wp-config sample. So with that, the issue is it will still not be able to connect, because it always looks for the database connection details in the wp config file, and not in any other file, not even in wp config sample file. So this is important. After this, let's just try to refresh it. Right now I have to log in, so let's talk about the login URLs. So there are two URLs basically. One is wp admin. So once you type wp admin, you will be redirected to the login page, right? And another there's another login link, that is wp login. Right now, once I type this and press enter, it won't show me, it will show me the website page not found, because the WP login has to end with PHP, right? And the WP admin can, you don't have to actually type WP admin.php, you just have to type WP-admin. And in the WP-login, you have to type WP-login.php. So make sure you type either of the URL, but make sure you type it right. All right. Now, next is the username and the password. So suppose now I have to, actually put the username. So I forgot my username. I don't remember my username. Right, I forgot my password also. So what I'll do is I'll click on login, and it is saying the username admin is not registered on this site. So now this is also a very common problem that is faced. You forget your username and password, and if you can't use the lost your password, because this is the local server, and if it was a live server, then this was valid. You could have gone to your lost your password thing, and it would have sent the password to your email or the reset link to your email. But in the local server that's running on your machine, it does not send emails. It is not configured to send emails. So that creates a problem. So now what do? You don't remember the password. Probably you might have made your website, or right, you wanted to practice more, or you wanted to make something else, right? So if you get stuck like this, what you need to do is just go to localhost Phpmyadmin, right, where you actually manage your database. You click on the plus in the name of the database. This is the name of the database, and these are the tables that are created inside this. So all the tables, all the data has been is stored within the database, and the database name is dbmywebsite. And inside the dbmywebsite, there are tables where the different data is stored as per different tables. So tables are classified, and as per the classification, the data is stored. So there's one type of data, that is WP users. So this is the type of data that we are looking for. So I'll just click on the WP users table, and once I click on it, it will take it some time, and it will open up this in the right hand side. It opens up the details. So now I can see my username over the user login name is root. So one thing is sure, I got the username. So I'll just type root. So this part is sorted, right? So let's move down to the next part. So let's try to copy this. This is the user pass, right? So this is some strange value. I'm pretty sure I didn't put it like this, right? So what is this? Okay, just let's just try to copy this and try to use this, right? So I copied all of it, and I'll go back to my login. I'll just paste, and let's try to log in. So this is saying this password is still incorrect. So what's happening? But like in the database itself, it is stored like this. So what's going on? So the thing is, this is the hashed value. Hashed is like a cryptic value, or the it is like a an algorithm that converts simple values, such as, probably I might have just kept the name of the password as admin, right? This particular admin might have been converted to this long value. So what they do is they it is to safeguard your passwords, so they don't show the right passwords. What they do is they hash the passwords, or they crypt the passwords. So using cryptography and algorithms in the cryptography, they change the password to something that is very secure, right? So let's just click on edit. Now, what happens with this is, at least your password stays safe. So even in the live websites, the password is always changed, so that, people are not able to find out. Even if they get access to the hashes or the password, they're not able to know what exactly is your password, because it is very hard to break a hash or in the crypt, because it is very secure, right? So this is the value that this is an MD5 value. So there are different kind of algorithms, or the cryptographic algorithms that are used. So this particular algorithm is MD5, right? So there are a lot, like SHA 128, SHA 256. So there are a lot of algorithms that were actually working, that the cryptographers, or the cybersecurity people work with. But this is MD5. So what I need to do, suppose I need to keep my password as admin. I'll simply type the admin. This is my password. And in the type, user type, so there are a lot of types, like the absolute value, the varchar, and like there are lots of values in the database that we can store. We don't need to worry about the values. What we need to find is, we need to go down, right? And let's just try to find MD5. I just clicked M, right? So once I clicked M, there's an MD5 over here. So I'll just click on it. Now this is done. The password I'll just remember this password now. My username is root. My password is admin. So now let's just go down and click on, just make sure over here it is save, right? It is save, and then I can go. So once this is done, my query, one row is affected. My query is, it has been executed perfectly, right? So the password has basically changed. So let's actually try to log in. So now what I'll do is, I'll just simply refresh it, right? And I can actually try to log in. So let's just click on admin. Let's just type admin. So I've typed admin. Then what I'll do is, I'll click on login. So now I am able to log in because I changed my password. And if I go back to this, you see this particular value has changed. This hash, I typed admin, but this has changed to an MD5 hash, which is something very, it has been, encrypted. So this encrypted part is basically that admin value only, right? But I cannot use this value. I'll have to use an MD5 decryptor. Then only will I be able to use this value. Okay. Anyway, so now I've logged into my WordPress. So these are the most common issues that you actually face. So let's just move on. So guys, in this video, we discussed the most common issues that you actually face. And with this, like, I hope so you were able to understand from starting the server to actually, the name of the folder that you create is also, so it works the same on the live server also. So when we install the WordPress, we basically create a folder in the server. Basically, everything is working the same way. As I told you, the server is also a computer. And inside the computer, the folders and the files exist. So once you install the folder, install the WordPress, you actually creating a folder with the name of the website, whatever the domain that you choose. And with that, you actually get all the files are installed inside that, right? So it works the same way. So you can relate a little bit to the live server. Although most of the time you won't face any problems with the live server, or either you contact the support for this, services. But in case you want to troubleshoot yourself, then you can actually go ahead and link things, relate things with the whatever you've done on the local server with the live server. Anyways, so I hope so you were able to understand all of these, like server not starting, the name of the folder, the wp config file, and how the database errors show up, and what kind of database error or the connection error will show up, or if you've forgotten your password or the login IDs, so how you can actually recover all of these. So this was all for this video. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this particular video, we're going to talk about what are pages. So basically I've divided this particular lecture into three topics. First would be what are pages and what are posts, right? Then we'll be understanding the difference between pages and posts. And also we'll be talking about the static pages, and to some extent we'll be trying to understand what are dynamic pages also, right? So let's just start with the first topic, where I'll be telling you what are pages and what are posts. So when we talk about pages, it is something like whatever that comes up in the web or in the browser or in Chrome, right? Or in Firefox, whatever that comes up in the browser or comes up in the internet has to have an HTML. The HTML is a programming language, like hypertext markup language, right? So when we talk about a WordPress web page or a web page, we talk about creating that page in HTML. The WordPress does the same thing. It is just we don't use coding, we don't use the HTML, we just use the front end, and the code is converted by itself by the software. So a page in WordPress is similar to a web page created in HTML, right? So a page is basically the page that we create in WordPress. It's just we don't code it, but at the same time, the web page is created in HTML itself. Second, the single page consists of topics that are related to each other and we wish to portray on a page. So like you can take an example of an about page or a home page. What happens is, like in an about page, all the topics that you're talking about, probably the testimonials or probably the about data of about what kind of what is the website all about, or about your own portfolio or about the company's portfolio. So we'll be having topics which are consistently relevant, related to each other, or that we wish to portray on that particular page, right? And WordPress gives us an option to actually create and delete and edit pages. So WordPress gives us a lot of options regarding pages, and we can actually create the page, completely create it. We can actually perform multiple operations on the pages regarding like the bulk actions also we can perform on the pages. So we can also change the slug and title of the page along with the certain templates that are provided with the theme we select. So what it means to say is, like the slug is kind of the URL of the page. So suppose my page is my page is about blenders, right? Then it is up to me what URL I want to keep. I can even keep the URL. I can keep the title of the page as blenders, but I can keep the slug or the URL to the best blenders, right? So it is up to me what slug do I use, and this slug part is more useful in the SEO topics, right? It is like it is the slug is very important in terms of SEO, so you don't have to worry about it just as of now. The thing is, you can change the title of the page, and there are certain template options. So we'll be talking about the template options also, and you can actually change the templates as per your needs. It is like viewing the full page as a whole or with the sidebar, and like there are a lot of options we'll be talking about or the later. But it totally depends upon the theme that we select. So if the theme allows you to change the templates, and what all templates are provided is up to the theme that you choose. So I hope so this basic part you got a grasp of it. Like the web page is created in HTML, and the WordPress also, it is a page that is created in HTML. It is just that we don't code it. We're going to use drag and drop builders to actually create the pages. So let's move to the next topic and try to understand what are posts. So post is basically a single article or a blog that can be listed on a single page. So like the post can be like an article. If you see, if you if you can take a newspaper example. So newspaper has a page, right? And on the page you see there are different there are different news articles that are listed on the single page. So it is something like that. The post you can relate it to the newspaper. So the newspaper, in the newspaper, what happens is, like the single blog, you can relate the news article to the blog, and you can relate the page of a newspaper to similar to a blog, similar to a page, right? So multiple posts can be listed on a single page, and it is called the blog archive page. So like, you can actually create multiple posts on a single page. What happens is if you compare it with an example of the newspaper, a single page has multiple news articles, right? So single blog similarly has a single blog page known as the blog archive page can have multiple articles listed on it, right? How the arrangement is done is totally it totally depends upon the theme, but basically we can list multiple blogs on a single page. So the posts are listed into categories of various topics we wish to show on our website. So now, if you compare it to a newspaper again, newspaper article, uh, you have different sections. You have crime, sports, or probably some other politics or religion. You have different categories there, right? So similarly, in a website also, we might have different categories to which, to the extent we want to provide the information. We can have fitness, we can have yoga, right? So whatever our niche is, we might be, might be having subcategories also. So we can actually categorize our posts, which is important. So if you're getting a lot of data, and you want your the visitors, right, who love to read your blogs, to actually be able to classify or filter the blogs, then categories are very important, and every post has to have a category. So we basically categorize the posts, and we can actually list different posts on a single page or on a single website. So I hope so you were able to gather what the post and pages were. Simply, you can take an example of a newspaper. Next, let's try to understand the difference between the pages and the posts. So pages are basically web pages in a website, and posts are basically blogs in a website. So if you take the technical terms, then basically the web pages would be the pages would be the web pages, and posts would be the blogs, right? And posts are listed on a page, but a page cannot be listed in a blog. What it means to say is, although you can actually provide the links to the pages, like if I type click here to go to Google, and Google I provide a link is provided to that Google text. That is a different scenario. I can put it inside a blog or in a page, but I cannot actually list a page in itself inside a blog. What I can do is I can put a blog inside, I can put multiple blogs on a page, right? So it is something like, in a newspaper single page, that single page can contain the blog, can contain the news article, but that news article cannot contain that whole page. So if you can relate to that, you can actually understand what I'm trying to say over here. Next, posts are used to show articles on different content types, and usually once a blog is set up, it is listed on a single page. So we don't actually create, we can have a category, single category, and for that single fitness category, suppose, so that for single fitness category, we will list all the blogs relating to fitness on that single page. Whatever that category page that we create, will list all the single all the blogs in that particular page. And we basically classify our content using the post, because what we have to do is we have to keep on creating new content for people to be able to read it, whatever I want to whatever information I want to disseminate to the people who love to come to my blog or to my website to read it, to get notified about, to actually get information regarding that niche of their choice, right? So I will try to provide different content, right? So pages, on the other hand, pages show the overall topics in the website, and page are usually, it is used to design the pages. Basically, pages are usually designed, right? Like the basic need of the page is to make audience aware what all the website is about, and it should be appealing so that they stick to the website. But about regarding the blogs is regarding attracting the audience in terms of the knowledge basis, or in terms of some information that that can be helpful for the audience. You try to provide that using the blogs. And the pages once created are remain stagnant, right? Pages once created remain there. You don't frequently update the pages, but for the blogs, you keep on updating the blogs, right? So I hope so this was clear. Even if it is not, don't worry about it. When we'll be going to go for the practical part, you'll definitely be able to understand, and you don't need to worry as of now. Even if you were not able to get what the difference is between the pages and the posts, because once you go into the practical, we'll be actually discovering this, and I'm pretty sure you'll be clear with this topic. So let's try to understand what are the static pages. So static pages are basically the ones that, like, even if you refresh those pages remain the same. So it can be a company portfolio, right? That remains the same. And mostly what happens is you have to manually change the pages, and the home, mostly what happens is like the home page of some websites, or probably the about page or the contact page. These are some of the pages that mostly remain stagnant. You have to manually change them. And you, since like these pages are made up in HTML, CSS and JavaScript, so these pages are like static. They won't show some dynamic information or the new information that is not being going to be pulled up, right? And the dynamic pages, they are mostly written in languages such as PHP, Java or Python, right? So uh, these basically dynamic pages, they pull up the information regularly. They keep updating it, and once you refresh the page, they'll show some new information. So a dynamic page, you can compare it to a home page of your Facebook, right? So once you refresh it, the new posts from your friends or like from the groups, they show up, right? Or the news website. So once you refresh it, the news keeps on updating, and it dynamically changes. You don't have to actually manually go and edit it. And the blog is something like a blog page where all the blogs are listed, is also kind of a dynamic page. So once you post a blog, it will automatically be updated to that blog page. You don't have to manually go and put the blog there. It is simply, you just select your blog page, it becomes dynamic, and all your blogs will be listed. Whatever the blogs you created previously or whatever the blogs you'll be creating in the future will automatically be listed in the blog page. As far as the static page go, you can compare it to a contact page of a company or a service provider. So such, like, such pages are stagnant, and you manually update them. They are mostly in HTML, CSS and JavaScript, and you actually don't work a lot on them. It is just probably you might need to change a number or an email sometime. Apart from that, you won't be doing it frequently. You won't be updating it frequently. So if you refresh the page, it remains the same mostly, right? So I hope so you were able to understand what are the static pages. And with this, I would like you to actually go through some of the pages that I have listed over here. You should go to those pages and try to figure out what kind of pages are these. Are these the static pages or are these the dynamic pages? So I've listed the URLs along with, the specific URLs that you have to visit, and try to figure out, are these static or are they dynamic? Right? So this would be your assignment, and I hope so guys you were able to understand all the topics that I discussed in this particular video, in this particular lecture. And the main goal was to make you understand the difference between the pages and the posts, and the static pages and the dynamic pages. So even if some parts are not clear to you, and you're not completely clear with what all that is associated with the pages and the posts, don't worry about it. Once we dive into the practical part, you'll definitely get a hold of it. So that's all for this video. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this particular lecture, we shall be talking about how to create a page. Basically, not just how to create a page, but the basics of creating a pages. So let's just check out the topics that we shall be covering in this particular lecture. Firstly, we'll be talking about creating a page and the basic page options. So we'll be talking about a lot of options, like regarding once we create a page, and what all options are available, and how the particular the module for this is organized, where we can actually create and design the pages. So we'll be try to understand that part. Secondly, we'll be trying to understand some other options that are associated with the page, regarding editing, deleting, modifying, and other options that are available. Next, we shall also be learning about ordering pages and where it is being used. So let's just go down to the practical, and let's just create a page. So guys, I am inside my WordPress dashboard, and I expect you to do the same. So let's just go to pages over here, and you have two ways to create the pages. Actually, three ways to create a page. One is, you can simply go to the pages on the left hand panel, and over here you can click on add new. So once you click on add new, I'm opening this in new tab, right? And once you click there, you'll see that the new page, that window will open up, and you can actually create the new page. Another way to do the same thing is you can actually go to the hover over the top plus sign and click on pages. Click on the page part. That will do the same thing, and then a new portal will open up, and you can actually create the page. Thirdly, what you can do is you can actually go to the pages and all pages. So over here, there's an add new button. So same thing will happen. Once you click this, you'll be able to open up, create a new page. So once you're inside the page options, the first thing to do is to add the title. So you can actually add the title of your page. So suppose this is a sample page, you can add the title sample. If it is home, you can add the home. If it is, contact, about, whatever the title of the page is, you can add it. So the designing part goes here. We'll be talking about more of this while we will be designing the page. But as in for now, what we'll be doing is we'll just be trying to understand all the options that are associated with this particular part. So we won't be covering the designing part, right? So as in for the options, let's just check out what all options are available. So basically, you can actually preview your page over here. Since we have not added anything, we won't be previewing anything. But if you open up, preview, you can actually preview it in the desktop mode, tablet mode, or the mobile mode, and you can preview it in the new tab. So it automatically will generate a preview that you can actually see. Since it is blank, there's no preview available for you to be shown. And apart from this, you can publish the page, right? So once you publish the page, only then will it become live, or only then will it be accessible to the public or to the other users, right? And regarding the regarding publishing, we'll also be talking about the status and visibility. Just before that, let's just try to understand one more option. Like if you actually click on the cogwheel, this right hand area goes away. If you click on the cogwheel again, this right hand area comes up back. So in case you're not able to see this area, this is just because you have to re-click on the cogwheel. Also, if in case you're seeing a mode something like this, don't worry about it. It is all right. It is just the full screen mode. You can simply click here again to remove the full screen mode, or you can click back to make it come back. So these were two major options that you might need. Apart from that, let's talk about publishing. So in the publishing, there's an option to actually change the status and the visibility of the post. So with this, what you are able to do is you can actually make your post private. So if you make your post private, no one will have the access to the post. Not even, no public access would be available for the post. Only the people who are, who have the login rights, or who have the access as an admin or an editor, will be able to see the page, and no one else will be able to see the page. You can also password protect your page. And regarding this, it is like if you want a particular person to be able to see it, to whom you give the password, only that person will be able to open up this particular page. So this is about the visibility of the page. And regarding the publishing, so mostly what we do is we keep it to image 8, unless mostly it is done if you want to schedule it for a particular date or a time. You can do that. It is mostly for the blogs that we do it, not for the pages. But yes, the WordPress does give you an option to do it for the pages also. So I can actually choose any date in the future, and it will publish the article on that particular date, right? And I can even change select a date of the from the past also. So it will post it immediately, and it will the date and time would be set for that particular post to whatever I choose over here. So it's like date, month, year, and time. So I can choose any of these. I can even select this UTC zone. If you feel this UTC zone is not right for you, that is basically the time zone. The UTC is the time zone. If it is not right for you, you can simply go to the settings, and in the settings you can go to the general. In the general, you have to actually change your time zone. For India, it would be UTC 5:30, right? So or you can select the Kolkata, right? You can also select it by cities. So it's up to you. You can change the time zone as per your needs. You can reset the calendar if you want to. Next, let's talk about the URL slug. So as I already told you about the URL, so URL slug is basically that you can, although the title is sample, so it by default will take it sample. But suppose if you want to make it as sample home, you can change it to sample home also. It is up to you. It is up to the, the criteria of like how you're going to optimize it for the SEO. Only then shall you be using this feature. Next is the featured image. So in the pages, we don't use the featured image, and so I won't be telling you about it. In the blogs, we will be using the featured image, and we'll actually see where it is visible. And in the pages, it is not required. We don't use it over here. And also the comments, you can allow it, but like same thing. The comments also work with the blog and not on the pages. We simply create pages as for the design and not for other things, right? So this was a basic overview. And just to look at one more thing, you can actually order your page. So if, for example, I come up here and I refresh it, right? I haven't published the page, so it is like still in draft. So whichever page that you haven't published automatically goes to the draft. And once the page is published, no draft will show up. It will be published. It means it is either publicly published, or it is private, or it's password protected. So supposedly, for the time being, I'll just publish this page. Let's just publish this page. So once it's published, now this page is like live. I can also view the page by clicking here, or view through here, right? So this page will be empty since no data has been put inside this particular page. So let's try to understand one important concept. What will happen is, if I refresh this, this is the all pages menu, right? So in the all pages menu, this particular page was published just as of now, and it is showing on the top. But what if I don't want it to show on the top? I want the home page to show on the top. Then what do I do? So what I simply do is I change the order of this page. Let's change the order of this page to 4, and let's update it. You will see once I refresh it, it will show up in this the bottom part. So because the order has changed to the 4th part, so anything that I put an order on will move as per the location of it, right? Since I put it 4, it has moved to 4, but let's try to put 3, and let's see, does it move to 3 or does it not move to 3? So let's just check it out. So it should be somewhere here, right? But let's just refresh it and check it out. So what happened? I refreshed it. I had saved this part, right? But it did not come up to the third part, because the other pages are not ordered. So if the other pages are not ordered, then it won't move up to it won't go inside the unordered pages. It will, how it works is the unordered pages stay on the first, then comes the ordered pages. So if it is third also, only it will remain third for the only the ordered pages. Since if I put a if I put the contact, okay, so if I kind of edit the contact page and I put an order to it, right? Only then will the order be shown over here. Like once like I put an order to it, suppose I put an order to it, right? And I update it. And if I come to the all pages, now what happens is contact pages, it's up, right? And if I move this order to 1, I update the sample page and I refresh it here. So now what has happened is the sample page has moved up, right? So the ordering is basically, the order, how it works is you have to actually, if you want to move something, to organize it. Suppose like you have loads of pages. Now for the time being, like you don't have many pages, right? But in case you decide to have a lot of pages, then only the ordering will be required, since you would want some pages to be up, some pages to be down. So how they are listed would be important for you in the backend. For this is for just for you to be able to manage it, right? And in some cases it works in the front end also, but that's a topic for another day. And in case suppose this sample page I want it to be under some page, suppose should be under the home page, I'll update it. And when I come to the all pages and refresh it, so this home page will have you see this sample page has a dash. That means it is under the home page. So all the pages listed under this will be listed under with a dash. And I can even have a page which is under sample, so that will have a double dash. So this is how the hierarchy moves, and you can actually list down pages and order them. So whatever order I provide, suppose home had 4 options underneath it, so whatever order I put in 1 2 3 4 would be the order that would be staying inside the home only. and not move outside. Like the home is the main parent, and then comes the sample, right? So the the child part, the ordering of the child part works for just to the the child part, and not for the parent part. Okay, so I hope so this part was clear to you, and let's just move on to the next topic. So, guys, now we have actually discussed a lot of options regarding, what all is available while creating a page. We know how to create a page. We know how the page, yeah, the once we create the page, how the window looks, which allows us to actually design the page. What all options are available over there? So we just got a basic look regarding that. So we didn't touch any functionality which were the designing part, right? So we just touched the functionalities which were related to the pages and not designing. So make sure this part is clear to you. And the designing part will be covering in depth in detail once we reach to the designing part. So don't worry if you feel, okay, oh, this is left out, I still don't know how to create a page. Don't worry about it. We'll be covering that, right? So let's go again. We'll try to understand what are the other page options that are available. Okay, so now I'm back in this part, and what I'm going to teach you in this particular section is uh, it is about the all pages. So once we are in the all pages, what happens is you do have certain options that you can actually test and try. You have an option if you hover over a particular page, you get certain options like editing, quick editing, trashing, or viewing. So if you click on view from here, it will simply open up the front end of the page, right? So if you want to see the front end of the page, you can actually see it from here. And supposedly, if you want to trash this page, you can actually trash it. It will delete this page. If you quick edit it, quick edit allows you to change the title of the page, the slug of the page, the date to which it was published, or the time to which it was published, or you want to make it private or password protected. You can actually, the quick settings are available here. You can actually change it to draft or pending review. So pending review is only, in case for people if there's a hierarchy in your system for the users. Supposedly you want uh, to be able to make people review it. Suppose you are like an author, right? And you the author or like the editor, and you want the admin to review particular things, so that that way you can just leave it to pending review, right? Or probably you are a site admin and you want other people to review it, so you can just leave it to pending review, so the editor will know, okay, this is pending review, I have to go there and check it out. So this, the editor will edit it. Don't worry about the roles as well, we'll be talking about that also. But for the time being, I hope so this part, like the main settings, like regarding the the changing the ordering of the pages, or assigning a main page to it, or like under which page should it lie, that parent page which it should it lie, and under any parent page, or it itself is a parent. So like I've selected main page, no parent, so it means it is itself is a parent, right? I can put it under any page from here, I can order it, I can allow comments, I can publish it, or all these options are available in the quick edit. For the time being, let's just cancel it. And after this, I can edit it. So editing is something, you actually open up the window again, and you have to, you can actually create do whatever with the page that you want to, right? So this is the edit option. Apart from this, there's a trash option. So once you trash it, what happens is, once you trash it, the page goes into the trash, and it will be it is basically something you can compare to a recycle bin in your Windows PC, right? And let's just talk about some certain more options that are available. So in this all pages options, you get kind of an organization of all the pages. Like there's a filter. So first is all, so that means all the pages that are available over here. If you click on all the pages would show up, right? If you click on published, only the published pages will show up. If in case the pages are in private, or like if in case the pages are in draft mode, they won't show up, right? And like suppose if I quick edit this about page and put it to draft, and let's just update it, right? And let's just kind of refresh, or just click on all. Let's just click on all first. So do you see now, since there's a one page in draft, there's another option that is open up. Now only two pages are published, one is in the draft, and the 7 are in the trashed. So in from the trashed, you actually have an option to actually delete the things permanently or restore them. Suppose I want to restore the home page, I'll click on restore, and it will restore the page back to my all pages. So this is like in the all, the home page is back, but it will be back as a draft. So what I have to do is I have to quick edit it, and from draft I'll have to change the status to published. Now this page is published, right? So these were the filters that are available, and you can also perform bulk actions. So you see the checkboxes. These checkboxes allow you to select a single item or multiple items, or if you click here, then all items. And what you can do with it is you can actually edit them or move to trash. It is up to you, right? And then there's like the all dates option also. So it is also a filter. What do you want, like when do you want the pages to be from? So do you want this like whatever months, like suppose one page is created in January, others in the February, in the May or March, and then November and December. So whatever month is available, you can actually create that page at that particular that particular date. So it will just filter it. It will now, if the date November month I choose is November, then it will just show the November details. If the month is May, it will just show the May month details. So that's how it basically works. So I guess this was clear to you. These are all the options that are available with the page. We have not yet started to design it, so don't worry about it. I just wanted this part that you are aware about the all pages option and what is actually available inside the page. The designing part will include all these options, and this plus sign, we'll be talking about this once we actually talk about designing, right? And the rest, all the important options that were required, we have covered them. So let's just move on. So guys, in this particular after this particular lecture, what I want you to do is what I want you to do as an assignment is I want you to create the following pages and set their orders. I want you to create a home page with the order 1, the about page with an order 2, and a contact page with an order 3. So I want you to create these 3 pages and order them accordingly. That would be your assignment, and I hope so guys, all of this part that actually discussed is clear, and this is a very simple assignment. And we talked about a lot of stuff regarding pages, from creating the pages to actually all the features and the options that are available or associated with the pages. We discussed them, just leaving out the designing part because have to create it, we'll have to cover it in another lecture, and that would take a separate lecture for it, not just a single lecture. That will take up multiple lectures, right? So as of now, I am I hope so like all of this part was clear to you, and that's all for this video. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course, and in this particular lecture I shall be discussing regarding the Gutenberg editor. So this particular lecture has been divided into 3 topics. Firstly, I'll be telling you what is Gutenberg editor. Next, we'll be talking about the differences between the Gutenberg and the classical editor. And then I'll be telling you about the Gutenberg block system and how the organization of the Gutenberg is done and how the anatomy uh, exists for the Gutenberg editor. So let's get down and try to understand what is a Gutenberg editor. So Gutenberg editor is kind of a block-based editor. What it allows you to do is to design the pages. So now in the WordPress, as you already know, we can create pages, then we need to design the pages. To design the pages, we need Gutenberg editor, right? And the Gutenberg editor, it's how it is what is the basis or the concept of Gutenberg editor. It is organized into blocks. Everything that we design is organized into blocks, and we work in the system of rows and columns, right? And basically what happens is this allows us to customize the pages in WordPress in the form of blocks. The blocks, you can call them, or the widgets, mostly it's the blocks. Next, it was before version 5.0, it was the classical editor that was there, right? And we'll be discussing about that also, but like for the time being, let's just keep our focus to the Gutenberg editor. So it only came after version 5.0, right? And everything inside the Gutenberg editor has to it's basically is organized in terms of rows and columns. So you can actually classify and design, create layouts, everything that you do, it has to be done in rows or columns. And the last, like the three elements that exist are rows, columns, and blocks. So a block can be is like an element. It's like an element, like a text or an image, right? So these are basically have to have you have to put it inside a row. So a row can have a single column or a multiple column, right? So whatever is put inside the row will kind of take up the space of the row. So if you're not able to visualize what I'm telling you step by step, you just need to suck a little bit of the pointers so that it keeps it in your mind, and later when we practically do the things, you'll be able to understand. So before Gutenberg editor, as I already told you, there was a classical editor. It was also known as the WYSIWYG editor, right? Which was kind of less advanced, because like most of the things like you had to do inside them were like you can put the headings or the paragraphs or the image or links, right? Or makes general formatting of the word, like the bold, italics, list, quotes. So very basic things that you were able to do. So let's just move on and actually go to the second topic, where we'll be comparing the Gutenberg with the classical editor. So guys, here I am in my WordPress install, and I've already opened up the page, and like basically I've created a new page. And this particular page, you can see that there's a difference in the last creation of the page, because I've installed the classical editor. How to do it is like it's irrelevant as of now. What I just wanted to tell you was, it is important to understand how the classical editor works, so that you are aware about it. And I will tell you how to actually install classical editor in case you like this more. But it has its restrictions and limitations. So suppose I have to create a page. uh, I'll give it a title, right? And after that, I'll just go to Lorem Ipsum, because I need some demo content. So I just copy this, I kind of come back here, I paste it. So you see, now it has taken up all the data, whatever I've put in. And since this Lorem Ipsum has organized it into headings and paragraphs, so it is automatically over here. You can see it is taking it to be a heading, it is taking it to be a paragraph, right? So what max from here I can do is, I can actually change the headings. I can change it the headings or to a paragraph. That's like the most I can do. I can basically work with the text, right? And apart from this, I have some individual customization option, like if I want to make it bold, or I have to make it italic, or I can convert this particular part into a list also. So if that's the case, I can do that also, right? It could be a numbered list also, it could be a block quote also if I wanted to, right? If I wanted to convert this into supposedly a block quote, I can simply make it like a block quote, right? I can center align it also. So alignment options are available. Suppose I had this part to be a link, I can add a link to it, right? So it can be a link, right? And I do have an option to, if I click on the cogwheel, to uh, add a URL over here also, like and open it up in a new tab also. So I can do that also, right, if I want to. So presently I have not added any link, but like this is how you can add the link also, right? Apart from that, you can set the featured image, which is not required for the page. So the classical editor works for the blogs as well, and it also works for the pages also. So for the pages, we never prefer the classical editor, since we have that advanced option of designing in the Gutenberg editor. But like I'll still go and tell you, because what all options are available, you should be aware about them. So we do have page attributes, and you can actually you can check the status. Like you can actually, this is presently a draft, you can edit it to be something else, like a pending review, right? You can visit the publish, the visibility can be changed, right? It has all those options: password protected, public, private. And you can actually publish it with the timeline, right? You can decide when you wish to publish it. And once you publish it, so it gets published, and you can actually view it in the front end. You can click on this particular link, and you can actually see the front end of it. So it is going to be simple page, that like if you, the most that you can do with the good like the classical editor is work with the text, a little bit of formatting that you already seen. And in case you decide you wanted the images or something like that, right? You can also do that. So suppose I want an image over here. I click on it, right? I'll press enter. I can add an image, right? And I can select it from a media library. So suppose I like this image, I just insert it into, I can click here. I can actually increase or decrease the size of it. And that is something that I can do with the image. I can center align it if I want to left align it or right align it, right? I can, so these are basic options that are available. I can even edit the image from here, right? I can add an alternate text. I can add a caption. I can change the width and the height, right? And I can also edit the original image from here. So this is some options that are available. If I feel I want something like this, what I can do is I can select this alignment. With this, it's kind of a word wrap in, how the word wrap works in Word. So basically this classical editor is kind of a little bit options that you can see are similar to the Word, the Microsoft Office Word. So I can actually put it here and, I can align the text if I want to, like a word wrap in, in the Microsoft Office Word. So I can do that also. So this is the most I can do with this particular classical editor. And if I update the page, you can see it will update it over here as well. So yeah, something like this that I can achieve with this particular classical editor. But let's talk about an advanced editor and the Gutenberg editor and what all we can do. And so let me just start away with the Gutenberg editor. So I'll just refresh this page. And this is also a new page. So this is my Gutenberg page. All right. This is the title that I gave it. So you already know regarding the page options, we have two options over here, page and block, right? So this is the Gutenberg editor. And what you can do is it has these, this plus signs. One is over here, one is over here. So if I click it over here, wherever the cursor will be, it will put up a block over there. So everything works in the terms of blocks, right? So presently I have not selected a row. So what it means is one row is automatically made, and whatever I put in will what that block will fill up the whole space inside. So it has loads of blocks, like, the paragraph, heading, list, quote. This was available over inside the the classical editor also. But apart from that, you can see there's like image, gallery, audio, cover. So it's like a lot of blocks that are available. You can actually see there's a column, groups, so buttons, and it has loads of options that can help you actually design your complete page. So that's why Gutenberg editor is preferred, because it has loads of blocks, and with the blocks you can actually build up your complete design for a page. And so it is getting very trendy with the with nowadays. Like, you can actually design your blog, especially for blogs. You sometimes, you can go with the Gutenberg editor also, if you're not into the with the website builder. If you're not into the like the if you're not using something like an Elementor, or you can go with the Gutenberg also. So I'll just tell you a few blocks just to give you a head start. Later on we'll be discussing in details regarding these blocks, and also in details how to design using these blocks. For the timing, it's just a head start for you. So I'll just click on the plus button, and over here I can add a heading. So if I add a heading, I can type whatever heading I wish to give, right? And with this heading, I can actually, select the type of heading, which heading I want from here itself, right? And same thing, I can also like copy this, and the another thing that I can do is I can simply click here and I can paste it. So once I paste it, it automatically takes this as a heading and this as a paragraph, right? So the better part of this particular editor is you can actually change the blocks. So over here you can actually change the blocks that you want. So we'll be talking about that also. So in terms, let me just publish this. So once I publish this and I actually check it in the front end, so it is something similar. Like, you won't see much difference within the classical editor or this, right? So if you post the text, you don't see much difference. But if you have to design, in terms of designing, the Gutenberg editor itself is very advanced. But if you're just working with the text, you can actually go ahead with the classical editor also, right? To activate the classical editor, you'll have to actually add a plugin which we haven't talked about. So you have to add a plugin called classical editor. So that how to install plugins will be covered in the later part. But like if you are intrigued and interested, you can actually install this particular plugin to activate the classical editor, because by default the WordPress comes with this Gutenberg editor. All right. So one thing, let me just do it. If I have to insert a block between these two parts, I can just simply click on the plus button, and I can actually click on the image. If I wanted to add an image, I can select an image from a media library, and I'll just click here, and I'll just add this. I'll select, so the image is added, so it is round. So you see, like in the image also there's a lot of designing options. I can actually add images with borders, or make it round, or like default, or like there's a lot of options that I can do. I have over here. I can drag and make it small or large. I can have the alignment options also. So we'll discuss regarding this in the anatomy part in the next section. But for as of now, I think so this was clear to you that what is the difference between the Gutenberg editor and a classical editor, and how they are basically organized, right? The Gutenberg editor works in blocks, and the classical editor works like a like a normal Word file. So let's move on to the next topic. So guys, now let us actually look at the anatomy of a block. Try to understand how the block is organized, how the features or the settings are available that you can avail or you can actually modify. So we'll be talking about that. So let's get back to the website and actually check it out. So I am back in my Gutenberg editor, and over here, if like let's just try to understand how the settings are organized. Firstly, on the top bar you have a navigator. So if suppose you actually have to see how, like what is what, like first is the heading, then is the paragraph, then the image. So if you have to select a particular block, suppose this heading, then I'll just click it. It will guide me to that particular part. So if I click on the heading 1, then it will guide me to that particular part. So this is the navigator. After this, you can actually undo the settings. Suppose you want you did away with some setting that was not required, you can undo that. And same thing, you can redo the settings also if you want, right? Then it's the edit. You can actually edit it. So the edit part will open up. Over here you can see there's a page and a block. These are the two options that are available. Page is something that you have already covered and you already understand. The block part is whatever block that you select. So everything I told you in Gutenberg exists as a block. So if I click on this part, this is the heading. So the heading block will open up, and whatever options associated with that heading block will show up. So like over here, I have the typography options, right, for the heading. So what I can do is I can actually, use one of the custom things like an extra large or whatever I want, or else I can give it a custom size as well. I can select the line height, right? So if like the line height works better, the understanding works better with the paragraph. So I'll just, if you want, you can increase the line height to increase the spacing between the lines, or you can decrease it to decrease the spacing between the lines, right? And regarding in terms of color, I can actually add the text color. So if you want this color to be blue, you can actually add the text color to be blue. You want a background like this. Let's just select this background. So this is like I can select this background. I can change the color of the text. I can, if there's a link, I can change that link, a text link, like whatever link I add, I can change the color of the link also. You can add the custom colors. You have an option to actually add some colors of your own. You have a palette. You can actually add the hex codes also. So there's a drop cap option. So this is a lot to do. Like you can actually work around and design your text in this. So I was just going to tell you the anatomy. So I just wanted you to know how the block is organized and how to avail the settings. So if I click on the heading block settings come up. If I click on the paragraph block settings come up. If I click on the page in the image block settings come up. And all of them have a different setting as per the block itself, right? For the image, it is more about the height and the width and how it is designed, right? For the paragraph, you have some formatting options that are available. For the heading also, you have some formatting options available. So it is up to you, how do you want to actually change it. So always remember, the page options will let you change the page thing, and block options will let you change the block, the settings of the block, or the options of the block will be available in the block tab. Apart from this, the another option that is available is when you click on that particular block, or like there's a bar on the top. So this is also another option that is available for a particular block apart from the right hand panel. So what with this, what you can do is, it also depends, is some of the settings might change as per the block, but in general, suppose this is a paragraph. So what all options are available is, I can actually duplicate this block, I can insert text before this block, insert text after this block, I can move this block, and I can remove this block, right? So it is just like you can do a lot, you can try some of the options over there. And apart from this, like suppose you can actually create these settings will be discussing in details in when we actually discuss the blocks, like, or the particular block that we're going to discuss, then we're going to discuss away with the settings. I'm just giving you a head start for one block. You can actually set up the links also. So you can actually set up the links and open it up in new tab. You can make it italic, bold, you can center align it, or you can right align it. It's up to you. You can, now these arrows, what it does is, supposedly this is the image. If I want this particular image to move in between these two paragraphs, I can simply click on the plus, this up arrow. Now you see this image moved up. So I can move the widgets using these blocks. I can also use these, these particular 6 dots, and I can drag the things. So I can drag it if I want to, like that. Apart from that, supposedly what I want is, I want to change this block. So you can actually click on this part, on the first part, and you can change it to a relevant block. So whatever block that is relevant to the current block, the quote or the list can be relevant to the current block, it will change, it will give you an option to change it, right? Apart from this, for the image also, you can change the block. So whatever block is relevant to the current block, it will give you those options to change. Now with the image, you have some different options to change it with, right? So with the paragraph, you have different options like that. So with that heading, you have a little bit of different options with that. So it depends upon the block and how you want to change it. And over here also, this plus sign, I hope so you understood, these have all the blocks, you can actually check it out, right? So this is kind of the basic anatomy of a block. Once you click on a block, you have a panel on the right that gives you some options. You have a panel on the top which gives you some options, right? And for the time being, I just started with one block, so that you get to understand how you can avail the options, or where all the options are available for every block, right? Later on in this, like when we'll be designing some sections or designing a page, or working with the widgets, or you can say it blocks, or the blocks, then we will actually be learning, we'll actually be working with the block and trying to figure out and modify the block as per our needs. So you will get to know more about that in detail and in practical. So far you just need to know, if you have to avail a setting, where all you have to go. That is the crux of this video. That is what you have to take from this. And let's just move on. So guys, in this particular video, we discussed regarding a lot of topics regarding the Gutenberg, and we try to understand the classic editor, we try to understand the Gutenberg editor, and we actually worked with some widgets, and we try to create a basic page with the text and the images and the headings, and adding links and basic formatting in the both of the editors. And we also try to figure out what all options are like available, and where do we find options for the Gutenberg blocks. Like the block model is a little new, right? And it is because the word model, in the classical editor, the word is still understandable, because it is something that we actually work with once we're working with the page or with the Microsoft Office Word. We actually kind of do these things, but like with the block model, it is kind of a little different. And we try to understand in this particular video how the options or the settings are organized on the right hand panel on the top, and what all, like once you create a page, how do you actually put up the blocks, and like all how the organization of the page is for the designing and the Gutenberg part, right? So what I want you to do in this particular after this particular lecture is to actually explore and try out some blocks in the Gutenberg editor. try to explore the settings. If it's just to play around with it, if you actually play around with it, you'll get to know what all is involved. Because as we're going to move to the next couple of lectures, we'll be actually working on this Gutenberg itself, and then you'll get a better hold of it. So that's all for that's all for this video, guys, and I hope so you were able to understand everything. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course, and in today's video we're going to discuss regarding adding Gutenberg basic blocks. Basically we'll be talking about the Gutenberg blocks, right? And we'll also be trying to access the settings. So let's just look at the topics. So I've divided this video into two parts. First is we'll be talking about what all blocks are there that we'll be discussing. Secondly, I shall be talking about the settings that are associated with that particular block. So this is going to be a phase where we're going to learn how to actually design our page with the Gutenberg. And so let's just get down and try to understand what are the basic Gutenberg blocks. So as we have already discussed that the Gutenberg editor, which comes by default inside the WordPress, has blocks for developing websites. So everything comes inside the Gutenberg in terms of blocks, right? And what are the blocks that we're going to discuss? Starting from the basic ones, that are the paragraph, the heading, the image, the spacer, the divider, the list, button, and quote. So these are the blocks we're going to be talking about in this video. And without wasting any time, let's get down to the practical and go ahead and actually try to edit the block settings. So guys, I'm back in my WordPress, and what I need to do is I need to go to pages. And once I go to pages, I need to click on add new. Now it might take a little bit time. And after this, opening this, I'm just going to give my page a title. So like my page, let me just make it caps, my page, right? And I can publish this page. So presently this page is going to be empty. What I'll do is I'll just open up a front end of it so that I can, whatever changes that I make, I can also view it from the front end. Now let me just click on the cogwheel again. So this is the page settings that are available, right? Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the blocks, and to add the blocks, what all you have to do is you can see there's like type to choose a block, right? So if like I start typing, then what's gonna happen is now by default what happens is the paragraph blocks takes precedent by default. If I just start typing, then it will take it as a paragraph. And what if I had to add a block? What I'm going to do is I'm going to click on plus, right? This plus is the one which will allow you to actually add the paragraph. And also this plus that you can see over here, this will also allow you to actually add a paragraph over here. So these are the basically like all the blocks are listed in these parts. So you can either use this plus or either use this plus to add the blocks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually add the paragraph block. So this is the paragraph block. I'll click on it. Now it is by default, it was paragraph itself, and I can just copy my text from, I'll just go to this part, Lipsum generator. And from here, I'll just copy a paragraph. So this is like a dummy text. You can copy your dummy text and paste, like in case you don't feel like putting in your content, you can use this dummy text. Now, after this, once I press enter, do you see now this is the second block that comes up with it, right? Now, in this block, I can actually choose plus and I can add a heading. So I'll just add a heading over here, and this can be my main topic, right? And once I do that, I can simply click over here, and I can add another block. So third is the image block, right? So it is showing up here, or you can search it like with the image. I'll just click over here, and now it is asking me to either upload an image or use an image from the media library. So I'll just click on the media library. I'll select the media library and select a file to upload. So it can be anything. I can upload this file. I'll just select this, right? So this is the file that is like, it has like, there's some setting that is like, this is the image that has been uploaded. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it default. Now this is done, right? So this way I have also added the image. So let's since this is just about adding the, adding the blocks, let me tell you some other techniques regarding adding the blocks. So what happens is, supposedly I wanted to add a block in between this paragraph, in between this heading. Then what do? Then what I have to do is I actually have to search for this plus. If I scroll my, like if I move my cursor from here to here, in between somewhere over here, I will be listed with this plus sign. So I have to click on this plus sign, and then I can add the paragraph or the block which I want. So I can just paste this. So this is another paragraph that I added, right? Now, apart from this, each block will allow you to have some setting. So each block is associated with, the blocks have a capability to be, customized. So what all options are there in the Gutenberg blocks, we'll have to see, we'll have to check. And it also sometimes varies with the type of the block that we are going to add. So over here, I'm going to add this block, right? I'm going to select this block. So where are the two locations where we get the settings for the block are? One is once we click on the block, I just like, this open the toolbar on the above part is, this is the one area where we get the block settings. Other is on the right hand side, this panel where you'll get the page settings, right? And there only itself you'll get the block settings also. So if you click on the block, I have this paragraph block selected. You can see it is showing me the paragraph, and it has some options that I can actually choose, right? So if I have to actually edit the block as a whole, so like over here, what is the whole block? Do you see this blue lining around this paragraph? So this is the whole of the block, right? So if I have to edit anything that is completely, like that is kind of representing everything inside the block, then I'll go to the right panel. If I have to make some individual change that applies to a particular word or particular sentence or particular part in this block, then I can actually use this top toolbar. All right. So I hope so this part is clear. For block settings, go to the right panel. For individual settings inside the block, go to the left panel. So what I have to do is I actually have to change what all settings are available for the paragraph is, you can actually customize your font size. So I can actually go ahead with default. I can go ahead with small. Now I can go ahead with normal. So there's some presets regarding the font, right? I can select either one of them. And if I don't want that, I can keep it default. I want something that is like my own number, then I can actually put a custom number over here. So it is up to me. I can do that. I can also reset this. So I'll just click on reset and it will automatically reset. Next is, if I have to actually add a color to the block. Now there are two colors that you can add. One is the color of the text. So suppose if I want this color to be blue. Now do you see the color is a little blue, right? So I have this color palette that is already available to me. What if I want something else? Then I can click on custom color. And once I click on custom color palette, then whole of the palette is available for me with a wide variety of colors. I can actually go ahead and select one of these. So if I want something like this, I'll just select the color that I want and I'll click over here to select the color. Do you see the hex code over here? So this is the hex code for this particular color that I've selected from the palette. And do you see the text? It has automatically changed to the color that I wanted. So this was one this part, the color of the text. But I can also change the color of the background. So if I want a blackish background, I can select one of this. Same thing, if I want a custom color inside, for the background, I can go to the custom color part. I can select a background that I want and I can actually go ahead and select this part, right? So hope so this is clear. These are the two settings for which are available for the paragraph block, right? Always remember the different blocks might have different settings, but typography enables you to actually set the font sizes inside the Gutenberg block. Then the color itself allows you to change the text color or the block color. So the block is like this whole of this blue area inside is the block, from which you can see the color has already changed. The next setting available for the paragraph is the drop cap. So I can click on drop cap, and what it does is, now since this paragraph was selected, the next paragraph, do you see the first letter lorem, the L, it is like increased the size. So you might see that in the books, like in the textbook, sometimes the first letter of the the whole of the the starting letter of the page is kind of like this, arranged like this. So you can actually enable this drop cap. So these were the settings for the paragraph block. Now what if I had to do something specific? Now if I had to, suppose inside this I have to make this 1960s bold. I can simply select this part. I can go to the top toolbar. I'll click on bold. Now, if you see, this is bold. Same thing, if I want to make something italic, I can do this. I can come here. I can make it italic, right? What if I had to insert a link? So if I had to insert a link over here, I can click on this chain and I can actually add the URL over here. I can simply type google.com and I can actually ensure that it opens up in next new tab. So I can open up like this and I'll just press this. Now the link has been inserted. So once I view it from the front end, I can actually access the link, right? So this is the link that has been already added. Also, I can align the text also. Like what if I want whole of the text to be center aligned? Then I can come here and select the center aligning. So now the whole of the text is center aligned. Same thing, I can go ahead and align it to the right. Now whole of the text is right aligned. I'll just keep it to the left aligned. What if I had to move this white paragraph? These are two blocks. This is paragraph block 1. This is paragraph block 2. What if I had to make this paragraph block 2 go above paragraph block 1? I can simply, do you see these arrows? These are to move the blocks. If I press the down arrow, it will go in, below the heading. The heading is this main my main topic. If I press the up arrow, do you see what happened? The paragraph block, the second paragraph block went up and now it's at the top. I can also use these dots to actually drag. So do you see a hand cursor? You can actually drag it to the place that you want. So this is also very handy if you kind of want to drag things around. All right. Now, after this, you have an option. The first option that is available over here is to actually change the paragraph block. So some related blocks might show up. Once you click over here, you can actually convert this to a heading or to a column, to a list, to a quote. Like, so these are some of the options that are available so that you don't have to actually go ahead and retype a new block. You can actually convert this block to something else in case that that's what you want, right? Moving on. Let's just check some more formatting options. If you kind of on the right hand panel, you see a like a down arrow, you can click over here and you have some more options available over here. So let's try some of these options out. So suppose I want this P, right, to go up. Then what I can do is I can simply come over here and type superscript. Now P, like suppose you are writing some formulas, x square plus y square, then you have to put that number on the top. So you can achieve it through this way. And what if, like, supposedly you want this R to go down, then you can select this and use the subscript, right? And what if you want a specific color just to some parts? Like suppose I want to select a color for this much area, right? For this much part. Then I can simply go down, select text color, and I can actually select a custom color or select a specific color. I just select the blue color, right? So do you see this part has turned to blue? So I can actually, if I already told you, the top toolbar allows you to specifically format or customize the area inside the block itself. So the text inside the paragraph block can be customized individually. And on the right hand panel, you can actually customize whole of the block. Now, if I want to check out more options, you can actually try out strike through also. So this is like, suppose I want to delete a text or I want to show this text has been deleted. I can simply click on this. I can simply select this. I can go to this part. I can put in a strike through. Now this appears to be deleted. If in case I want to add an image inside the text, suppose like after this part where presently my cursor is, if I want to insert an image, I can just select inline image and I can select some image from the media library and I can actually select this. So you see now an image has been inserted inside. So this is also something that I can do. I can actually select the width of the image also. If I click on the image, I can select the width of the image that I want, and that is something I can actually do. So I can actually put a value to it. Suppose I wanted a value of 80. I'll just select 80 and press enter. Now this is 80 width. The width is 80 basically. So I can actually add an inline image inside it. The rest of the properties that are there are like this inline code. So inline code is something that we won't require because we are not going to work in HTML or we're not going to discuss any code part. This whole of it is mostly to help you build your website without coding. So this is something inside the Gutenberg, like how the paragraph block is organized. Now let's move on and try to figure out some of the other settings that are required. Suppose I want a little more of it, like I can actually copy and duplicate the blocks. So I can copy this block, and I can also go ahead and I can simply over here, I can come over here and click on this part, and I can also duplicate this block. So if I want this block to be like another block, I can actually duplicate it. So now there are two of these blocks, and in case I want to paste the block that I had copied, so suppose I have copied this block, right, and then I need to paste it somewhere in between this. So I can simply click on this plus part, right, add another paragraph block. I'll just simply press Ctrl V from my keyboard. So this is like the paste. Now do you see there are two blocks? So the copied blocks can be actually pasted like your Word document, or like your Word article that you copy, or like from the browser you copy. So you just copy it and paste it like with Ctrl V, right? And after this, like supposedly, let's check out some of the more settings that are available. You can actually insert a text after this. So if I want to insert a text after this, I can click over here. Now I have another block just coming after this. So now I can paste it over here. What if I want to copy, let's copy this block, right? Let's copy this block. And what if I wanted to insert a block just before this block? I wanted to insert this block with a background color just before the block that is currently selected. So I'll just select over here and click on this insert before. Now I have an option to actually paste my block here. So I had a space between. Now over there I went and I kind of pasted my block. All right. So these are some of the options that are available. You can also move these blocks, and you can also remove these blocks. So this is something that I would like you to try on your own, and you can actually do it. And these were the important settings that we had to discuss now. Anything else that is left over will be discussed later. So these were the settings that you actually had to know at the present moment. So now let's just go down the memory lane and try to understand what all we did. We were able to understand that the Gutenberg is based on it's a block based editor, and everything inside comes ahead with the blocks. And inside this you have two ways, like to add the blocks. One at the using the plus sign. One is like just on the page, and one is on the top of the page, right? So these are the two ways you can add the blocks. What all blocks were available? It's like the paragraph, the heading block, the image block, the spacer, the divider, the button, the quote, and the list block. So all of these blocks are the basic blocks that we actually use to design the website. Now after this, every block will have a particular setting that will enable it to customize. Now on the right hand side, on the block panel, in the right hand panel, there's a block settings that are specifically applied to that particular block, right? So some blocks might have different settings, some blocks might have different setting depending upon the type of the block. And inside this paragraph, we have an option to actually change the typography and the color and add a drop cap. Now this will apply to whole of the block. And what if I want to apply to selected area inside the block? Then I can use this top toolbar, and it has a lot of options which we discussed, right? So you can just go ahead with this part. I hope so the chronology of events, or what is to be learned or what is to be kept in mind is you're able to remember that. Now let's move on and try to figure out more options that are available inside the block. So suppose I'm selecting a heading block. For the heading block also, I have an option to actually change the font. So this works the same way. I can change the font of my heading. I can change the color, the text color of my heading. I can change the background color of my heading. So this is something that is available in the heading, and the heading doesn't have a drop cap because it is just applicable to the paragraph. Now over the top, if you see, there's some other options that are available. So I can actually change the block. Starting from the first one, I can change the block to, suppose if I select this, it will help me to convert this block to a paragraph itself, and other of the options that are available inside. Now after this, I can actually use this 9 dots and then drag my particular block to up, down, wherever I want inside the page. I can simply move it also. If I click on the move up, it will move one step up. If I click on move down, it will move one step down. After this, I can also align the text. If I click on over here, I can actually align the text to the center or to the right. That's what I can do. I can make this bold. if I want to, but I have to select it. If I don't select it, then it won't become bold. I have to select the area which has to become bold. But since this top toolbar applies to specific selected text. Similarly, to apply italic, I can actually apply the italics, but it has to be selected. Then only will the italic apply. I can add the link to this part. That's also can be, that is something that is that can also be done. And I do have option to add an inline image, to strike through, subscript, superscript, and change the text color specifically. Apart from this, all these settings are the same that we have already discussed. These are available commonly to every block. Now, one thing that we didn't discuss is like two things. One is change the alignment. So this is something that if you want, like let me just change my update this page, and let me just change one setting also. Before that, let's just look at the page from the front end. So if I come over here, let me just refresh this page again. Now over here, this is the heading, right? Okay. Now let me just check out the Asterisk theme settings. Okay, so it is all set to be default. This is all perfect. All right. So suppose I wanted to increase the size, like I wanted not a wide width but a full width. So I can do that also. And if I left align now and try to update it, let's see if it works or not. So what happens with full width is it is normally used to design the particular page. Now, in case I didn't have a sidebar or that area, then I could have taken whole of the space to customize this area. Like whole of this space would be available. And if I wanted my main topic to be on the extreme left, I can actually do that. And don't worry about it if it's like something you're not able to understand now. When we'll be designing the website, we'll be actually going ahead with these settings, and we'll be actually performing the this part, right? So don't worry about it if you're not able to understand now what is the difference and how it's happening. If it's not happening now, don't worry about it. We'll have to learn a little more about once we're actually designing the page. We'll do this part also. We'll cover this part, so that concept will be clear at that time. So it's just to increase the size of the page. Increase make you can actually make this heading go to the extreme left or the extreme right. If you want to cover the whole of the page, then this setting is available for that block. Next is the headings. So the the HTML structure is such that like the headings have been organized into the being H1 being the top heading, like how it works in your books. The chapter, the name of the chapter is the top heading, right? And after then comes the into like the subtopic. Inside the main page there are topics, right? And inside the topics there are subtopics. So that's kind of organization can be achieved via H1, H2, H3. So the heading has 6 tags. So suppose you have a main heading, then then a topic, then a subtopic, then further subtopics inside that topic. So you can divide that accordingly. So this is what H1 and H2s are used for. So since like H1, we'll just keep one H1, that is the title. And after this, all of these will have H2. So we do keep like H2s, and we just keep one H1 for the page. So I hope so paragraph block is clear. Now let's move on to the image block. So in the image block, you have some default settings. Now like you can actually make it rounded, right? You can make it like squarish. That's up to you, right? So these are the default styles that you want. And there are just 2 styles available for the image. You can add an alt text, which is like important for the SEO. So alt text is something that is just you add for for Google screen readers, so they are able to understand if if Google is reading the whole of the page, then it can understand, okay, this is an image of something, right? You can change the size of the image. You can make it thumbnail, you can make it medium, you can make it large, right? It's up to you what dimensions are that you want. You can set your custom dimension also. You can set a custom width or a custom height. You can do it via the numbers, or you can do it via the percentage also. So right, if you want something like this, you can do it via the percentage also. So the percentage will work on the current size. So suppose my current size is 300 by 199, right? Then the 100% would be meaning this would be the same size. 50% would be from this current size. So suppose I made it to large, right? Now if I do it 50%, it will take the 50% from the large size that I had actually chosen. So just be careful regarding this. So these were like the settings on the right hand panel for the image. On the top hand panel, you can actually change this image to something else, right? Like a cover, gallery, or media text. So the other widgets we'll be discussing later. So presently, this part is allows you to change the block. This part allows you to move the block. This part also allows you to move the block. Now suppose you want this to be like the whole of the take up whole of the page. You can go for full width. Then this will become a full width like this, right? And in case you want the wide width, you can do the way with the wide width. If you, in case you want to align it to the left, you can align it to the left. You can make it smaller again. All right. And you can add a link to the image itself also. You can also add this to an image. So don't worry, it's just not the text that you can add or the heading that you can add and link to. You can add a link to the image also. So over here, you can actually crop the image also. So if you want a certain area, since this image is not that big, it is like, it won't move over here. But what you can do is you can actually go ahead and crop the image. Suppose now if I made it to 100%, right? And I wanted a specific part inside this image. So I could have actually dragged and made this part to whatever I want, right? I can actually go ahead and select the area of the image that I want, right? So if I want to go ahead with 75%, I just want this area. So I can just come over here and actually select this area, and I can apply this part. So now only the image up till the the page part will be like this part will be visible. So it is up to me how I want to crop the image, right? I can go ahead and experiment with this. Just go ahead and experiment with this. Next is adding text over image. So you can also add the text over the image. Now this is something that you can do, right? I'm going to undo it, right? Other is you can actually apply tone to your filter, like tone to your image. So what this does is it actually allows you to add some colors to the image, right? You can actually add some shadows or the highlights, or you can select the colors that you want to apply to the image. So this is like a midnight. So this is something that you can apply, right? You can go ahead and experiment with this also, how much you want like this to be the blackish part, how much do you want this to be the bluish part, right? So these are the shadows and the highlights that you can choose. You can clear this also if you don't want it. You can replace the image if you want. If you click over here, you can actually upload the image, or you can actually go ahead with the media library and replace this image. Next is these options are kind of similar for all of the blocks. So I hope so this part is also clear to you. And most of it is going ahead and actually experimenting it. The more you actually practice, you'll get a hands-on on this part. Let's check the another block. Now after this, we're going to discuss the spacer. So what we'll do is, suppose between this paragraph and this heading block, I want some space in between these. So I'll just click over here on the plus block. I'll search for space. Now do you see there's a spacer block? I'll click on it. Now this spacer allows us to actually increase the space between the white part. Basically this increases the white part. So I can actually go ahead and change the height as per what I want. So this is all this block does, right? So this is the spacer block. It doesn't have much options to actually customize. You can actually, there's very limited options because it is just used to provide white space in between. Next, let's just discuss the divider. So suppose I want between these two paragraphs, I want a divider. I'll just come over here. I click on the plus block. I'll search for a divider. Now, when I search for a divider, the actual part is the separator. So I'll just click over the separator. Now, do you see there's a line that's coming up? So that is the line that is, kind of divides everything. So over on the right hand side, you can see, you can select the type of the line that you want. You can choose a default line, you can choose a wide line, or you can even choose dots. So if you can see, these dots are appearing over here. You can change the color of the whatever separator that you use. So these are the two options available with the separator. Apart from this, you can actually go ahead and change the alignment. That is something that you can do. Go ahead if you want to align it to the left or to the center, or like basically to the center, to the wide width, or look to the full width. It's up to you. You can actually go ahead and do that. Alright, the rest of the settings are kind of similar for the block. Now after this, let's just discuss the list block. So I'll go ahead and click on the plus part and search for list. And let's add the list. Now, what will happen is, let me just type something. Let me just add the list again. Okay, I'll add the list over here. That would be more convenient. I'll just add it over here. I'll just type list. Okay, now do you see this to the left? There's an list with an I can add anything over here. My list one item one, then my list item two, my list item three, something like this. So if I want a list over here, I can actually make this. Also, I can align the list. If like what I want is like I can create a sub list. If I want this main list, under this main list there's a sub point, I can actually do that, and I can click on enter. Now everything would be added over here. So whatever I enter over here will be added over here. And suppose I want this part to go further beyond my list 3, then I can do this, right? And once I do this, suppose I want to come back, so I can use this indent again, so it comes back to this part. If I want to come to the main part, I can come over here itself, right? So this way you can actually move left or right, and you can make things bold or italic. This formatting remains the same. You can make bold, italic, or add a link to it. The bullet points, it's up to you want the bullet points, or you can actually change it to the numbers also. Now inside this, I selected it, it has been changed to a number. So that is all that you can do inside from this part. On the right hand side, you can change the fonts. You can add a custom font. You can add a color to the list also. So a background color can be added to the list also, as well as, now this will apply to the whole of the list, as well as the text color can be applied. So this is the text that has been applied. So since it applies to the whole block, this will be applied to the whole block, and you cannot add an individual color to it over here. Now you can do it via this part. So you can actually go ahead and change the text color from here, right? So this is something that you can achieve from here. So hope so this list part is also clear. Moving on, let's check what options are available with the button. So I'll just click on the plus part and search for a button. Now over here, just select the buttons, and in the button, I have an option. You do see there's a plus sign just next to it. If you add this again, then it will add another button. So you can actually align buttons next side by side as you want. Since I don't want that, I'll just keep it, click on here, and I can move the buttons to left or right. And if I want to add the text inside, I can simply start typing inside it. I don't have to, I just click and start typing over here. Suppose I want this button to move to the right. I'll just simply click on this part. Now the button is moving to the right hand side. I can add a link to the button. I can make it bold, italic, and all these options are kind of similar for the button also, right? These are the same options for every block. Then I can move this part, right? And apart from this, I can change the style. There's some style options available, like the outline will make it like this blank, and hovering will fill it up. And the other one is like it will already be filled up, right? So you can actually choose, which is also available on the right side. So you can choose which setting you want for the right hand side. You can choose a default typography for it, right? Now with the button, there comes a little more options as compared to the text. You can add a border radius to it. So border radius will make it rounded. So you see the button has changed to become rounded. You can go ahead and change the color of the background. You can change it to a gradient also. In this, you have an option to change it to a gradient also. So you can actually select the gradients that you want, right? Like this, you can select the gradients that you want. So it's up to you what kind of gradient you want. And if you want to add the second color, you can actually go ahead and add more colors. So if I click on this plus on this color bar, I can select a different shade also, like this. Right now, this is kind of a mixture of the colors. So this is the gradient color that you can add. Apart from this, let's just check. Now you can also change the text color to whatever you want. Suppose I want to change it to the white. I'll change it to the white. And you can it's up to you what kind of gradient or the solid color that you want. And you can change the type of the gradient inside it. So if it's a gradient radial, you can also, radial is the center, like from this, it starts from the center. Linear starts from left to right. So you can go ahead and actually do whatever designing that you want to. So today it's all about playing around things and trying to understand what all settings are available. And I would want you to actually go ahead and play around with the settings. Next is you can actually assign a width to the button. So it's up to you. If you take it 100%, it will take up whole of the space. If you make it 25%, it's going to be small. It's up to you to how to actually design the button, right? So these were the settings that were available for the button. Next is the quote. So quote works kind of like, it is basically text itself. I can go ahead and search for a quote. It's just like there's something regarding this part, is this some custom formatting that is applicable. So this is a quote, right? And you can add a citation too, like citation is like whosoever gave this, right? So if I kind of update it, it looks a little different as compared to your normal paragraph. It is kind of a formatted text. So I'll just go ahead and refresh this page. And if kind of I look over here, do you see there's a bar, there's a border over here, and this is like a quote. So it appears like a, a quote over here. So this way you can actually add a quote inside your page itself. So these were the blocks that we had to discuss, and I hope so these settings were something that you were able to understand. Now let's just move forward. So I hope so guys, all of the blocks that we discussed were clear to you and you were able to understand how the block structure is organized, what all blocks are available, and for each block how can you access the complete block settings and the individual block settings, like that has to be applied in to whatever content is inside the block itself. Now, what I want you to do is you have to go ahead and add the following blocks in a page. The title, the image, the title is for the page itself, right? Then you have to add the image, the paragraph. Now, and the title that I also ask you is also the heading also that you have to put in inside. Then the paragraph, then the list and the button. So try to put these blocks and try to play around with these blocks. These blocks are important because these are something that will always be used inside your, while designing the page. So this is kind of very important that you go ahead, practice it, keep doing it again and again, and try to play around and fiddle around with the settings that are available so that you get a idea of what does what. So that is the main goal, is to make you understand what thing or what setting makes whatever setting that you select, what changes are made according to that setting. So that is something I want you to actually go ahead and play around and fiddle around with. So that's enough for today, and I hope so guys you were able to understand everything that was discussed. And that's all for this video. So thank you for watching this video. Hello guys, welcome to this WordPress course. And in this video, we're going to discuss more about the Gutenberg blocks. So I've divided this particular video into three topics. First is we're going to understand what are reusable blocks. Secondly, we're going to create and add reusable blocks. And thirdly, we'll be talking about more Gutenberg blocks that are available. All right. So let's just go ahead and try to understand what are the reusable blocks. So the reusable blocks basically help you to reuse the already created sections and edit their data. What I mean to say is once you create a reusable block, then you can actually reuse them to some other page, to other section, to the same page. You can basically use it somewhere else. So the reusable sections are quite handy once you like, if you're like having a layout which has a certain component that has to be repeated again and again throughout the website, along the pages, different pages, or within the same page. So you can actually go ahead and create that reusable section. And not just that, it can be recreated for this particular website. You can export and reuse them in some other websites as well. So this is something that is like very handy, that comes in very handy with this, the blocks. So the goal is to basically create different layouts and designs and reuse them anywhere we want. So if I create it on a page, I can reuse them on a post as well. So if I create it on a post, I can reuse them on a page as well. So this is something that you can recreate and reuse anywhere throughout your website. It saves time and it saves energy, and we can modify the blog as per our needs. So in case like next time you decide that you want to change an image, so you create a banner for once, right? And you decide like you have placed it throughout your website in different pages, and you decide like this image has to change for all of the banners. So you just do it from one place and it will change it from every, like it will change it to all of the places that are present, right? So this is kind of very handy and reduces a lot of work and energy and time as well. So let's just go ahead and create and add the reusable blocks. So I'm back in my WordPress dashboard, and this is the page we were actually creating. We were actually adding some blocks. So this is the cover title page that I've created. Suppose I kind of edited it, like let me just edit it a little bit. So this is my cover title, my cover uh, cover description. All right, so I've added the details. Now suppose I want to make this particular block a reusable block, because I've added certain settings to whole of this block. I've added this paragraph, I've left aligned this text part, I've added a background to this, right? I've selected the colors, the fonts, and everything I've selected around this. I've selected the height of this particular block, right? And now I want to be able to make this block so that it is like I can use it somewhere else also. Probably some other page that I have to create or some post that I have to create has to use this particular block. So I'm going to just click on the three dots and click on there. Over here you can see this add to reusable blocks. I'll just click on the add to reusable blocks. I'll have to name my block my page block. Okay, so now once I do that, now you see this something that has changed over here. Let me just update this part, and let me just check it through the front end, and just to see like is there something it has actually changed. So if I see it over here, everything is the same. It is just, it is being shown over here like this, right? And if you want to edit it, you can simply click over here, and again you can just click on the change alignment and click on full width, and you can actually assign this full width over here also. So in that case, in case like it's still not showing up, it's all right, you don't need to worry about it. It has been created full width, and this is sometimes that happens with Gutenberg. It does happen with Gutenberg that you're like the front end from here, what you're designing appears to be a little bit different than what it is actually in the website's front end, right? So if you oversee it over here, everything is similar, right? Now, if I have to add this block, like on this part on the bottom of the page, supposedly if I had to add this block, then what I do, I'll click on plus, and I can click on browse all, or probably I can just click on this plus on the left hand bar. Now you see there's a blocks, this pattern, and there's reusable. So I'll just click on the reusable, and now over here, my page block is the latest block that I've created. I'll just simply click on it. Now the page block has been added, right? Now this page block has been added, and if it's like I can just click over here, and I'll just update it. So let me just click on update. Now once I update it, it is asking me what all to update. Should I update the the page itself, or should I update the reusable block, or should I update both of them, right? So if I like just kind of select this, it's the block that I've selected this block, right? And what I want to do is I'll just update the page for this, like my advanced blocks. This page will be updated. So let's just save it and update it, right? And let's try to view it in the front end. Let's see what happens. Does it update the block or does it not? So you see now it updated the block over here. Now it has been reused over here in the same page. Now let's check another setting. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on close. Now let me just go ahead and change this part, like my changed cover description. Suppose this is for this specific part, right? It is just over here, and I'm not doing it over here, right? But it is automatically done it over here itself, because I've used it. I've changed it over here. So since it's a reusable block, it will be edited everywhere apart, like wherever it is being used. But let's just check what happens if I update it and I select this my page block, right? And all I want to do is I don't know to update this. So basically what you'll have to do is either your page has to be updated alongside, or like you'll have to update your page, like this block as well. So once I save it and I come over here also in the front end, you'll see the everything is kind of updated, because like what happens is this is the beauty of the cover page. You edited it from anywhere, it's going to update it to all the places. So that is the goal of like using the reusable block, right? So this is being updated over here also. Now in case, what I'll do is I'll just go over here, add a new page, right? And in this new page, what I'm going to do is I'll just click on I'll just add the title, the new page. And what I want is I'll just click over this top left plus, and go to the reusable, and my page block, that's what I'm going to add. And once I add this, let's just publish this page. Before publishing, let me change this part also. Now my change description, I'll just remove the cover part, right? Let's just make it my change description. Now let's just publish it, right? I'll just unselect this part. I'll just update the page. So let's just click on save. Now, uh, now click on publish. Since this page wasn't published as like, yeah. So this is okay. Let me just click over here. So it's asking me to actually update this part. I'll just click on the preview in the new tab. So now my changed cover description, it is updated over here. Now the page is still not published, right? So let's just check what happens over here. It's my changed description, so cover has been removed, but like over here it has still not updated it, right? Because I haven't saved the changes. So what I mean to say is, if when you have to update the page, even in the new page, you'll have to save this block, you'll have to select this block, right? And it's up to you then, then you'll have to actually go ahead and save this part. You have to whatever block that you're working with, you have to change whatever changes that you make to this block. You'll have to go ahead and change this part, right? So I'll click on the save part. Now I have the publish option available. I'll click on the publish again, and now this is the new page, right? And once I refresh it, this is changed. Now let's try to see what happens in this part. Let's just refresh it, and you see it is changed over here also. So it just doesn't go across one page, it goes across throughout your website. So whatever place that you change, like once you change this particular the cover, the block that you're made, that you have made reusable, it's going to be edited at every place. Like even if you change the image of this, it's going to be edited to all of these places. So that's how the reusable blocks work. Now, in case you need to manage the reusable blocks, you can just come over here, like in the reusable, and you'll see there's a manage reusable blocks option. I'll just click over here. And once I click over here, you'll be directed to all the blocks that have been created, and you can actually export this and reuse this in another site as well. So this is another beauty, that you don't have, you create a block once, and then you can actually go ahead and reuse that block. So this way you can recreate your pages or recreate your website just like by creating a block once. Now you can actually edit it, you can trash it. So if you can perform some bulk operations on it, you can import from the JSON. So this is the part where you actually, if you have created somewhere else, you can import it over here. You can add a new block as well. So that is also something that you can do. You can edit this block also. So if I click over here, I'll be able to edit this part of the block, right? So if I want to edit just this part, or I want to add another after this block. So if I want like probably heading, suppose, right? So if I update it, now all the blocks will be like kind of updated over here. So you see this is automatically added over here. So I can actually just work on the block and decide how I want to control all of the blocks from this part. I just click on the back, and I can add the new block from here itself. That's also something that I can do over here. So this is the space. I can actually go ahead and rebuild my block as per what I want, right? So this is something that you can actually try out. I would like you to go ahead and try this part out. And after you've done this, then you can actually go ahead and, you can actually go ahead and use this part somewhere in your website. Now, let's just move forward. So guys, now what we did is we actually discussed some reusable blocks. Now what I want you to do is now what we're going to talk about is some more blocks that are available in the Gutenberg repository. So we'll just explore a little bit about what else is available and what is relevant for you. It's up to you to explore the settings. I'll just walk you through a little bit of the settings I would discuss, but rest of it, it's going to be you who's going to actually go ahead with it. So I'm back in my WordPress panel, And over here, what you're going to do is just click on this plus part, or just click on this plus part. So this is something that actually allows you to add more Gutenberg blocks. So in this part, blocks, you can search the blocks. That is one thing. I'll just go over through how the divisions are made. First is that's the text, right? So in the text, you can have the paragraph, and once you hover over it, you can see on the right hand side, you can actually see how the template of the the template of that particular paragraph. Then you can go ahead and go for the heading also. Then you can see the list, right? So you can actually go ahead and see the list part. You can go ahead with the quote. So the quote allows you to, it's kind of a citation part, right? So the quote allows you to put the code. The code is like if you have to put some markup code, that you can actually go ahead and put this part inside it. And you have a classical editor that you can actually put it inside it. You can also use the classical editor inside this. Pre-formatted, it is like, whatever custom formatting has been copied from it. If you have copied it from some ebook, then it might have some particular fonts, it might have some particular font size. So whatever pre-formatted text with the spacing alongside, right? Suppose you have like a spacing of 10 tabs, then that spacing is copied as it is. But in case you copied it directly in the paragraph, that spacing is not copied. So pre-formatted text, just it allows you to copy the whole of the text from somewhere else and keep it as it is, like inside your website. So that is what pre-formatted is used for. Now, apart from this pull quote is like, it's just an up and down. So this is like, it gives you an, it's just a kind of a design for the quote. You can actually go ahead and try this out. It's a table also. So if you want to insert a table, you can just click on the table, and you can decide the number of the rows and the the number of columns that you want, and you can click on create table. So once you do that, your table would be created, and you can actually go ahead and go through these options. So you can insert a row before, or you have that table options available over here. You can insert the row before, you can insert the row after, you can delete this row, you can insert the column before, or insert the column after, or delete the column. These settings remain the same, and these dot settings remain the same. You can add the link, you can make it italic, you can make it bold, you can align the table as well. You can align the column to the center, or to the right, or to the left, right? You can make this table full width or wide width. That's also up to you. I'll just keep it to wide width, or probably I'll just keep it to center line. Now it's gone too small. Okay. Now, what you can do is, apart from this, you can add a caption to the table also. I'll just go ahead, and because it doesn't have a data, that's why the like if I put in some data, right? Let me just put in some data. Now it will say change the size of the column automatically. All right. So if in case you face something like this, don't worry about it. You can change this size of the column itself. This is like if you want to change the table to something else. This is to drag. All these options are the same, rest of them. Then on the right hand side, you can actually go ahead and put that the stripes part, like one alternate column part, right? That you can do it from here, or you can keep it to the default one. You can put a color to the text from here itself. You can select the color, text color, right? You can select a gradient color for the background, or the solid color for the background. This we have gradient color we have already talked about. Then you can actually go ahead and fix width for the, you can set the fixed width for the table cells. That's something that you can do. That will if you include the header section, so this is the header part that you can actually header label that if you want to include, or if you want to include the footer label, you can include the footer label over here. Yeah, so that's about it for the table. And the caption I've already told you. Now let's just click on the plus again, and if you go down, you have a verse is also related to the text part. So it is something that you can actually use to like it's mostly used for like lyrics, or something like a poetry part. You can go ahead and use this verse and actually check out what is different from the normal part. It is just like you can actually, if you check it out, it's mostly the padding and some other options that are available with it. And you can go ahead and check this thing out, right? After this, you can add an audio, right? You can add an audio file, you can add a file itself. So if you want someone to actually be able to download a file that you have uploaded, you can go ahead and like select this file with this file block. You can put a video also. This is also something that you can go ahead with. And then you can go ahead with the buttons. We've already talked about the buttons, the columns, right? You can group your widgets. That is something that you can, and I would like you to actually go ahead and try this part. And after this, the important, I'll be just be talking about the important things, the separator and the spacer we've discussed. You can actually put the site logo, the site title, or the site tagline from here. And after this, you can actually insert a shortcode, which we'll be doing once we'll be talking about creating forms or some other cases. There'll be some use cases we'll be using the shortcodes. So you don't have to worry about what are shortcodes. It's just like some places it will be required. And once it will be required, you will get to know why is it used, when is it used, how to use it. So don't worry about it. And that's about it. You can actually create about the posts also, but we won't be covering that. We don't have to worry about that. Don't worry about that, because we'll be talking a lot about posts also. And so you don't have to worry anything about that. So these were the blocks that we actually go ahead and try to design our websites with. The basic blocks that I had already discussed. Now once we're going to actually go ahead and work on our the live page that we're going to work on, we're going to we're going to install a plugin that will help the Gutenberg have more blocks. So with that, we'll have a repository of blocks that the repository will increase, and we'll be using some specific widgets inside that, and we'll be discussing settings for those widgets on the go while designing the website. Right. So the next topic would be designing the homepage, or designing one page of the using the Gutenberg. So that's what we're going to do in the next lecture, and hope so this is all of this is clear. So let's just move forward. So guys, what I want you to do is just add a 2-column layout, add text to the first column and add an image to the second one, and make this block reusable. That's what I want you to do. And create another page named my blocks and add that reusable block to it. Right. So basically what I want you to do is to get a hands on creating the reusable blocks and reusing them in another page, so that you are comfortable while actually creating the blocks and reusing them. And also I would want you to go through this widget repository of the Gutenberg block widgets, whatever widgets are available in the block form inside the Gutenberg. You can go ahead and try it out to what we discussed about, like the remaining rest of the remaining widgets that we talked about. We went in a fast track mode because I already covered the main widgets that we actually used to that are actually used to design. Apart from this, these are the options that are available. Not much of these widgets are used. In case like you want a table, that is something that you might be using, right? Or something like a pull quote. If you don't want a normal quote, you want a fancy quote, you can go ahead with the pull quote, right? So these are some of the blocks that we might use, but it is up to your discretion to use them or not. I would like you to go ahead and explore them. That is very important, right? Because you need to be aware of what all options are available for you. And rest, while designing the page, we'll be installing a plugin that is important. We'll be working on some different blocks that are required apart from the ones that we have already talked about. We're going to add some more blocks and we're going to talk about them also. So the next lecture is going to be very, very interesting because we will be actually designing the things around. So hope so everything was clear in this video, and let's just move forward, and I'll see you in the next video. So guys, thank you for watching this video.